Chapter 1. The Transference. Washington, D.C. April 17, 2021, 48 hours before the transference. Mr. President. A young and wide-eyed aide burst into the office, momentarily shattering the quietude. Thomas Lee, newly inaugurated as the President of the United States, glanced up from a pile of economic reports. His gaze was sharp and youthful, reflecting his unique position as one of the youngest presidents in United States history. He didn't miss the alarm in the aide's voice and braced himself mentally. Yes? What's the matter, Stephen? Sir, NASA just discovered a large storm developing over Hawaii. It's like nothing we've ever seen. Stephen gasped out. The tremor in his voice suggested he was struggling to grasp the reality of his own words. Lee rose from his chair, curiosity burning in his eyes. Whoa, slow down, Stephen. He scrutinized his aide, trying to parse the fear in the younger man's face. Why am I just hearing about this now? The storm, sir. It seems to have spontaneously appeared. Stephen managed to slow his breath, his words gaining more structure. NASA should be calling you momentarily. One of their meteorologists will brief you about the emergency. Before he could add anything further, the sharp ring of the presidential hotline cut through their conversation. Lee strode over to his desk, a bead of anxious sweat forming along his forehead. He picked up the receiver, his grip firm. President Lee speaking. Mr. President, a voice replied, its calmness in stark contrast to the earlier panic. It was a voice trained to keep its cool in a tempest. I'm Dr. Jenny Pollen, lead meteorologist at NASA. I'm sure Stephen has filled you in on the storm developing over Hawaii. We're currently classifying it as a Category 2, but the situation is rapidly evolving. We've already advised the local residents to take immediate shelter. Lee sat down, listening intently as he tried to grapple with the emerging disaster. Dr. Pollen continued, her professional demeanor veiling the urgency of the situation. This storm has a growth rate far surpassing our worst recorded disasters, from Sandy to Katrina. It's also expanding at an unprecedented rate and will soon cover a significant percentage of the globe's surface. The projections suggest it's moving toward California and will make landfall by tomorrow. President Lee blinked, his mind reeling. He was no stranger to crises, but the scale of this one was unfathomable. That doesn't make any sense, he muttered, trying to wrap his head around the terrifyingly swift timeline. How could a storm move so quickly? There was a slight pause before Dr. Pollen responded. We don't know, Mr. President. The storm's behavior is anomalous, to say the least. It's still following our mathematical models for now, so we can track and predict its path. However, based on the current rate of growth, we expect to lose contact with Hawaii in just over 4 hours. The interference from the storm will likely cut that down to 2 or 3. A chilling silence fell over the office. Lee could almost feel the weight of the impending disaster pressing down upon him, a sense of dread seeping into the air around him. He closed his eyes, taking a deep, steadying breath before turning to Stephen. Stephen, I need you to initiate the protocols for a national emergency declaration. Get the National Security Council here as soon as possible. Also, contact the FAA and order the grounding of all flights. He paused, his gaze drifting over to the wall clock. Every tick seemed to pass as if time had slowed down. And tell Jan to ready my press team. Right away, sir. Stephen turned on his heel and rushed out of the room. Turning his attention back to the phone, Lee leaned back in his chair, one hand massaging his temple. Dr. Pollen, any suggestions on our course of action? Hunker down and hope for the best, Mr. President. Ever see The Day After Tomorrow? Pollen asked, her attempt at levity hanging heavy in the air. Lee chuckled, the sound more bitter than amused. Damn, it can't be that bad, can it? I sincerely hope not, but it's best to prepare for the worst, Dr. Pollen replied, the faintest hint of concern creeping into her voice. I advise that you mobilize all emergency services and ready the National Guard for disaster relief. Noted. I'll be making some calls now. Keep me updated if anything new comes up, Dr. Pollen. Will do, Mr. President. Good luck. She ended the call with that somber note. Alone now in the echoing silence of his office, President Lee slumped back into his seat, staring blankly at the wall. His thoughts whirled, trying to make sense of the unprecedented situation. Suddenly, the Oval Office felt much larger, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. Why me? He muttered, gazing out at the setting sun, a red orb sinking into the horizon as though mirroring his sinking heart. The world was engulfed in silence. The storm that had tormented their skies with ominous clouds and whipping winds had suddenly ceased, leaving behind a sunny blue sky. Was the worst finally over? President Lee stood in the heart of the Situation Room, his face stoic, eyes scanning the illuminated displays. The room was bustling with activity, filled with high-ranking officials and experts, the nation's best minds working together in a bid to unravel the mystery. Their hectic conversations and bustle served as a stark contrast to the calm weather outside. "All right, folks, let's gather ourselves," Lee's voice boomed, quieting the room. His eyes held a steady gaze that seemed to anchor the room amidst the disarray. Dr. Mitchell Richards, one of his senior scientific advisors, spoke up first, his voice anxious. "The global communication blackout, the storm, it's all connected. We've lost contact with everything beyond our borders." The last signals we received before the blackout were panic-laden, implying the storm was not just localized here. A shiver ran down Lee's spine. His mind was racing with scenarios, each more terrifying than the last. But he maintained a composed exterior. It was his responsibility to keep his team grounded. "Any theories, Dr. Richards? Without proper data, anything we come up with will be pure speculation, Mr. President," Richards admitted reluctantly. "But I can tell you that no natural phenomenon we know of could have caused this." Lee turned his attention to a wall-mounted display showing live feeds from several news networks, their broadcasts filled with storm footage, panicked reporters, and on-screen graphics with bold letters. "Global communication blackout. People are scared, and they're looking to us for answers," Lee said, mostly to himself. He took a deep breath and straightened his tie. "We'll address the nation. Let them know we're working on it, and we'll get through this together." He then looked at Stephen, his ever-competent aide. "Prepare a press conference, and get everyone we can on this blackout, ASAP." "Yes, Mr. President," Stephen acknowledged, promptly rushing out of the room. Hours turned into days, and the United States found itself deeper in metaphorical crap. Contact with the rest of the Earth seemed to have been severed, replaced by a vast expanse of unknown waters. Confusion and worry seeped into every corner of the nation, permeating every conversation, every news report, every social media feed. Despite this, the administration carried on, working tirelessly in their quest for answers. President Lee, holding onto the calm resilience that had seen him through the election, walked briskly into the Situation Room. His eyes quickly met with those of General Stafford, his chief of staff. The general's hardened face was paler than usual, his lips tight with a tension that echoed throughout the room. "Status report, General. We've dispatched reconnaissance flights, sir," Stafford began, his voice steady. "They've covered thousands of miles in all directions. There's no sign of any landmass where they should be. No Canada to the north. No Mexico to the south. We are alone." The room seemed to contract at the revelation, the air thickening with the weight of the information. Lee's mind raced to comprehend the general's words, the full implications slowly dawning on him. "And the satellite networks?" Lee asked, a glimmer of hope in his voice. "We're trying, sir," a technician piped in. "The storm's interference has made it difficult, but we're making some headway. Given enough time, we should be able to reconnect." The president nodded, his gaze moving back to General Stafford. "And the bases?" "They are intact, sir," the general replied. "Luckily, they seem to have been transferred with us and are positioned in new islands close to the continent. Communications are steady, and we've initiated emergency protocols." Lee turned his gaze back to the live feed from the reconnaissance flights. Images of blue sea, unending and monotonous, filled the screens. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. "Continue the recon flights. We need to map out our surroundings. Sir, we've found land, and we've detected some anomalies," Stafford said hesitantly, his fingers dancing over a tablet before pushing it towards Lee. The president frowned as he looked down at the infrared images. Unfamiliar shapes, winged figures, and something that looked eerily like a dragon. As if things weren't complicated enough, Lee muttered under his breath. The world as they knew it had vanished, replaced with a reality so fantastical it defied comprehension. "Alert the recon teams, General. We've got a lot more to discover." As the recon missions pressed on, new findings trickled in. A landmass was discovered less than 500 miles southwest of Hawaii, an unknown subcontinent that had been dubbed Alpha. Unbelievably, the pilots reported encounters with medieval fantasy civilizations. Some even claimed to have seen local air forces consisting of armored wyverns. In the Oval Office, President Lee was on a secure line with Captain Elisa Torres, one of the recon pilots flying near landmass Alpha. "Elisa, can you repeat that for me, please?" he asked, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He had studied many crises throughout his life, even expecting to run into some during his presidency, but he expected nothing like this. "Sir," Torres replied, her voice crackling slightly over the radio. "We have visually confirmed multiple flying creatures. They appear to be dragons, sir. Armored, with riders on their backs. I've never seen anything like it." A tense silence fell over the room, only broken by the soft hum of the equipment. Lee finally broke it with a sigh. "And you said they didn't appear hostile?" "Uncertain, sir," Torres confirmed. "They approached us, likely due to us breaching their airspace. We've shaken them. Looks like they can't get above 10,000 feet." Lee nodded, as though Torres could see him. "Understood, Captain. Continue observing, but do not engage. We don't want to provoke anyone." In the midst of the chaos, an unexpected sense of wonder began to permeate the crisis. Dragons? Medieval civilizations? The narrative was akin to a fantasy novel. And yet, this was their reality. "Begin preparations for a potential first contact," President Lee ordered. "We don't know who or what we're dealing with, so let's not take any chances." In the days that followed, a sense of urgency fueled the United States. Relief efforts were launched, the tech teams worked round the clock to re-establish satellite connections, and the recon missions continued to explore and document their new surroundings. As they navigated this uncharted territory, one question persisted: what happened? Yet, for now, all they could do was adapt and try to understand their new world. Principality of Kwatoin. April 19th, Central Calendar Year 1639, 8 a.m. 6th Wyvern Squadron. From his vantage point, cruising through the gorgeous sunny skies above Kwatoin, Wyvern Knight Marl Padma marveled at the serene tapestry of life playing out below him. He guided his wyvern along the preordained patrol route, the rhythmic beat of the creature's wings lulling him into a state of calm. The breathtaking landscape was dotted with humble villages, their whitewashed buildings gleaming in the early morning sun, their cobblestone streets alive with the hustle and bustle of the peasantry. It was the sort of tranquil day that would be immortalized in the songs of minstrels, an ironic contrast to the lingering threat of aggression from the supremacist Lurian kingdom to the southwest. Suddenly, a persistent droning sound intruded upon Marl's peaceful contemplation. The noise, though initially faint, grew steadily in intensity, gnawing at the edges of his awareness. Brushing off the irritation, he squinted, scouring the crystalline skies around him. When his search yielded no results, he resorted to his manicoms to reach his wingman. "Grant," he broadcasted, letting his voice ride the arcane wavelengths. "Do you hear that? Sounds like a buzzing." "I do, Marl," came Grant's slightly static-laced response. "Can't pinpoint where it's coming from, but it's stronger up ahead." Even as Marl processed Grant's words, the droning intensified, morphing into a resonating hum that made his teeth clench in annoyance. He narrowed his eyes, anxiety gnawing at him as the peaceful atmosphere of the morning was steadily replaced by an unfamiliar sense of foreboding. It was then that Grant's voice, spiked with panic, crackled over the manicoms. "Something's out there, Marl. Fast-moving. And it doesn't flap." Before Marl could form a response, a colossal entity darted past him with a terrifying velocity, cutting through the skies with the audacity of a comet. A quick glance revealed a monstrosity unlike anything he'd ever witnessed, an immense, winged creature whose skin bore a metallic sheen under the sun. No feathers adorned its wings, yet it soared higher and faster than any bird or beast he knew. Unfamiliar symbols, a strange mix of lines and curves, were etched onto its flank, along with a constellation of stars and an unrecognizable emblem, a blend of red, white, and blue hues. A sudden gust of turbulent wind rocked his wyvern, nearly unseating Marl. With an expert tug on the reins, he managed to steady the creature, taking a moment to regain his bearings before he issued his next command. "Report back to command, Grant," he ordered, his voice steady despite the rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. "I'll tail this thing. It's on a trajectory towards my hark." Grant's response, crisp and affirmative, filtered through the manicoms as Marl guided his wyvern in pursuit of the anomaly, the quiet tranquility of the morning shattered by the high-pitched hum of an alien presence. Despite his best efforts to keep pace with the foreign object, Marl found himself struggling. The winged behemoth moved with a speed and agility that defied its massive size, leaving Marl's wyvern to labor through the increasingly turbulent wake. The man and beast raced through the undulating sea of clouds, their speed a mere fraction of that of the mysterious entity. On the manicoms, the bewildered voices of Marl's compatriots crackled to life. "That thing's bigger than a galleon," came a disbelieving shout from another rider. "Yet it moves like a falcon." Marl could barely hear another one, the astonished words nearly drowned out by the droning of the unidentified entity. His heart pounded in his chest as the realization began to dawn on him. This wasn't some foreign beast or creature. It was a mechanical monstrosity, crafted with a technology that surpassed anything known to Kwatoin. It was not of their world, he was sure of it. Overwhelmed with a sense of foreboding, Marl tightened his grip on the wyvern's reins, the leather worn and comfortable in his gloved hands. The arcane link between him and his mount buzzed with shared urgency, the wyvern understanding the importance of their pursuit. With a flick of his wrist, Marl ignited his manicoms, the device crackling to life in response. "My heart command, this is Marl Padma of the 6th, he announced, keeping his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "There is an unidentified flying object, larger than any known wyvern, heading towards my hark. Its speed is unprecedented." The response from my heart command was immediate, a new voice, stern and commanding, booming over the manicoms. "Knight Padma, we are scrambling the remainder of 6th Squadron to assist. Keep the object in sight and do not engage. Repeat, do not engage." "Understood," Marl replied, watching as the object started to shrink in the distance, its speed a mocking testament to the limitations of their current technology. He felt a ripple of trepidation surge through him. This was no simple matter. It was an event that could very well change the face of Kwatoin forever. As the last traces of the entity faded into the horizon, Marl turned his wyvern back, heading towards the rendezvous point with the 6th Squadron. The tranquil morning had taken a turn for the surreal, and they were heading into uncharted skies. Kwatoin Wyvern Control Tower. Inside the Kwatoin Wyvern Control Tower, a maelstrom of manicom chatter filled the room. Gleaming crystals pulsed with myriad colors as information streamed through. Operators dressed in uniforms of azure and gold hunched over their devices, attention honed on the strange occurrence unfolding before them. "Damned object," an operator cursed, his fist colliding with the table, making the glowing scrolls in front of him ripple. "It's too fast. It will reach my hark before any of our units can even deploy." A more decorated officer, his golden insignia glinting in the tower's magical lighting, responded with a stern tone. "That is worrying. Have all available assets sent to my hark at once. Even if we cannot make it in time, we must at least try. My hark is the economic ichor of our nation. Should it fall, I cannot even think of the consequences of allowing such an event to occur." Operators in the room acknowledged the command with grim nods, fingers flicking through glyphs on their manicoms. Outside, pairs of wyverns, their proud figures gleaming under the sunlight, crouched on the runway. With an earth-shattering roar, they beat their powerful wings, launching themselves into the skies above. Watching them ascend, the ground crew paused in their work, awestruck. Pride swelled in their chests. No foe could breach their sky, not when they were defended by the valiant Wyvern Knights. Meanwhile, at my heart garrison, Captain In of the Wyvern Knights' shield watched the skies with a deepening frown. Her eyes were fixed on the object glinting unnaturally in the sky, its shape a stark contrast against the serene blue backdrop. Her gaze followed its trail as it cut through the sky, its form evoking thoughts of highly advanced craft. Could it be a superpower's creation? The thought sent ripples of unease through her. Coming from behind, a dozen wyverns from the 6th Squadron burst into view, wings slicing through the air as they chased the unknown object. Preparing for a possible engagement, fiery embers began to dance in the wyvern's maws. painting the skies with streaks of impending danger. To their and in surprise, the object ascended rapidly, its metallic form disappearing into the stratosphere, far beyond the reach of the wyverns. Thwarted, the squadron could do nothing but maintain a defensive formation, circling Mayhark, their presence a clear warning to the mysterious object. Captain, the 6th Wyvern Squadron reports that they cannot engage the object. A Manicom operator reported, the magical device in his hand flickering with the relayed message. Understood, she said, her gaze still on the now minute object in the sky. Have them maintain a defensive perimeter and await further instructions. She scrutinized the mysterious object. It was like no beast of flight she had ever seen. It moved with precision and purpose, clearly a machine rather than a living creature. Her thoughts shifted to the superpowers of Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire. Their technology was rumored to be advanced, but was it so advanced to produce this airship? Unease gnawed at her. Tensions with the Lurian kingdom were already high, and this intrusion was the last thing they needed. As more wyvern squadrons took to the sky, the unknown craft continued its watchful circling, unthreatened by the imposing display of airborne might below. Eventually, the object seemed to have seen enough, veering away from Mayhark towards the open ocean, and watched its retreat, curiosity gnawing at her. There were no known lands in the direction the craft was headed. Loria to the southwest and Finn to the north, yet the unknown vessel ventured northeast. Was there a land hidden from their world's known map? Her thoughts were clouded with uncertainty, the unknown object's existence already reshaping her understanding of the world. Orange County, California. Samuel Anders slowly stepped out of his suburban home, nursing a steaming mug of coffee in his hands as he surveyed the aftermath of the storm. His front yard was littered with debris, fallen branches from the mighty oak tree that had stood for decades, and plastic bags that had once lined the inside of his trash bin. He frowned at the sight, shaking his head at the disarray that Mother Nature had left in her wake. Quite the tempest. Sam? Came a jovial voice from his left. Hey, Greg, Samuel replied, directing his gaze to the wreckage on Greg's property. His eyes landed on a portion of Greg's wooden fence, now a pile of splintered wood and bent nails. He grimaced, pointing towards the damage. Oh, that's a nasty one. Greg sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, it'll cost me a pretty penny to get that fixed up. Speaking of damages. He pointed towards Samuel's wind-tossed hair, sporting a cowlick. Storm got you too. He waggled his eyebrows suggestively, adding with a playful tone, or was it a wild night in bed? Samuel snorted, running a hand through his unruly hair in an attempt to tame it. Get your mind out of the gutter, Mr. Cavilson. Greg chuckled heartily, a twinkle in his eye. Just as he was about to make another teasing comment, he was interrupted by the sound of Samuel's wife, Martha, calling from the house. Honey. Martha leaned out of their front door, holding Samuel's work phone in her hand. Someone's calling your work phone. Greg looked on in surprise. They've already fixed the cell service? With a shrug, Samuel said, Excuse me, Greg. He sauntered back inside, taking the phone from Martha's hand with a soft, Thanks, love. He moved to his home office, closing the door behind him for privacy, and answered the call. Hello, Samuel Anders speaking. A deep voice on the other end responded. Glad we were able to get through to you. Mr. Anders, I'm Stephen Esker, calling you on behalf of the President of the United States. Are you alone right now? Samuel settled into his office chair, his brow creasing in curiosity at the serious tone of the call. No, let me get into my office really quick. Sure thing. With his mind in a whirl, Samuel retreated into his home office, closing the door for privacy. All right, he said, settling back into the conversation with Stephen Esker. What can I do for the president? You're needed on a diplomatic mission to a new country, Stephen announced, his voice steady. A new country? Samuel repeated, surprise evident in his voice. He couldn't help raising an eyebrow at the oddity of the statement. Stephen nodded, though Samuel couldn't see it. Yes, and this isn't your average diplomatic mission. You might want to jot some notes down. What I am about to disclose is currently classified information. Intrigued, Samuel grabbed a notepad from his desk and clicked his pen. All right, I'm ready. Stephen began his briefing. He detailed the perplexing disappearance of the storm, the abrupt relocation of the United States to an entirely different world, the celestial anomalies, and the loss of communication with other nations. The news was so bizarre that Samuel had to ask him to repeat some details, just to ensure he heard them correctly. Just to clarify, Samuel said, looking out his window. You're saying we're on a different planet now? That's what it seems, Stephen confirmed. We've lost contact with every other country on Earth. The stars aren't in the right places, and we can't see the moon anymore. Caught between fascination and concern, Samuel leaned forward in his chair. He was a seasoned diplomat, well-versed in handling the unexpected. But nothing in his career had prepared him for something of this magnitude. As Stephen shared more information, including the sighting of an unknown civilization and a pursuit involving what looked like dragons, Samuel looked at the photographs sent to his email. They depicted medieval-like architecture, countryside landscapes, and walled cities, giving him a glimpse of what awaited him on this unusual assignment. One of the images showed a line of winged reptiles, glowing menacingly in what seemed to be a prelude to a ranged attack. It seems they do resemble wyverns more than dragons, Samuel observed, trying to lighten the mood despite the gravity of the situation. Beats me, Stephen said. I'm not an expert on fantasy species. Anyway, your mission is to make first contact with this civilization. Samuel listened intently as Stephen outlined the details of his mission. He was to meet with the 7th Fleet, which had inexplicably found itself and its Japanese bases off the coast of California. The task of communicating and establishing diplomatic relations with this new civilization rested on Samuel's shoulders. When the briefing ended, Samuel felt a mix of apprehension and exhilaration. All right, I'll be there, and send my thanks to the president for choosing me to go along on this mission. Sure thing, I'll let him know. Have a nice trip, Mr. Ambassador. As he hung up the phone, Samuel looked out his office window, contemplating the altered horizon. His life, like the world outside, had just taken an unforeseen turn. His routine morning had transformed into the beginning of an extraordinary journey. He had questions, many questions, but they would have to wait. For now, he had a mission to prepare for. Chapter 2, Island of Steel. Principality of Kwatoin. April 19th, Central Calendar Year 1639, 6:30 p.m. Kwatoin Navy 2nd Fleet. Water splashed gently onto the ship's hull, providing a peaceful ambience as Captain Vanson admired the setting sun. Golden rays skimmed past the water, illuminating the ocean with a beautiful glow as the evening crept into the sky. His slumbery, dreamy state was interrupted by one of his lieutenants, who seemed to be quite confused as he tapped on his captain's shoulder. Captain?" he asked, clutching a spotting telescope. Captain Vanson groaned, somewhat annoyed that his peaceful relaxation was cut short. "What is it? Spotted the Lurian Navy or something?" "No, nothing major like that, sir. I've spotted several islands out on the horizon." This piqued the captain's interest, evident in his posture and facial expressions. "Islands? There aren't any islands off the coast of my Hark." The lieutenant offered the captain his telescope. "Over yonder," he pointed toward a spot in the horizon. "I saw some shapes in the distance. I could only make out the silhouettes because of the setting sun." Captain Vanson accepted the telescope. "Let me see," he said as he adjusted it, zooming into the specified location. Sure enough, several silhouettes appeared along the horizon. Handing the telescope back to his lieutenant, he frowned at the strange sight. "They don't look like islands. The overall structure of these things is too angular. It is likely that these are ships." The lieutenant viewed the objects again. "Oh, they are much closer than they were before. They simply looked like islands earlier," he trailed off. "Sir, shall we investigate? There shouldn't be any other patrols out here aside from us." "Agreed." "Helmsman," Vanson called out, "take us northeast. We are going to investigate the presence of these unknown ships." The helmsman complied, and the previously sleepy ship bustled with activity as the Kwatoin sailors redirected their ship. Rowers below decks helped turn the ship around, while sailors on deck adjusted the sails. Vanson continued to monitor the islands on the horizon, noticing that they seemed to be closing in quite quickly. By the time Vanson's ship fully turned around, the unknown fleet had become visible, their ships having furled their sails yet maintaining a mind-boggling velocity. Soon enough, they approached his comparatively tiny vessel, and he looked up at the immense shadow of the metal ship before him. He carefully analyzed the vessel, noting that it had a large cannon placed near the bow. What he had previously mistaken for a mast turned out to be some sort of steel structure, complete with windows, spires, and lights. Several smaller cannons adorned the sides of the vessels, accompanied by tubes and other alien devices. On the hull of the ship, a white phrase presented itself. Vanson surmised that this was likely a designation for the vessel, as other ships had similar, yet different paintings. As the ship approached, Vanson noticed several beings, humans, to his surprise, aboard waving at him and his crew. He waved back, and the humans aboard the metal ship pointed somewhere behind their metal ship. Within a few minutes, the metal ship had passed him, along with several other metal ships, seemingly forming a defensive perimeter around the enormous ship ahead. The size of this flat-topped vessel was such that even its large escorts were dwarfed by it. The height of the flat top was immense. Vanson stared with his mouth agape as he attempted to make sense of the size of this behemoth. The vessel, a floating fortress to him, was many times the length of his own ship. If he had to estimate, the vessel clearly had the equivalent length of at least 10 Quatonian warships and a height of at least 3 of his vessels, mast included. The width of the vessel could be compared to 3 or 4 of his own ship, side by side. "What kind of ship is this?" the lieutenant asked, a combination of fear and wonder written over his face. "It is no ship. Such a construction that makes those other giant vessels look like ants. It is more like an island of steel," Vanson exclaimed. "Still, we have a job to do. Men, ready your gear. We shall prepare to investigate the vessel." "Sir, how do we even board it?" the lieutenant asked. Vanson looked around the ship. The steel island seemed to be lowering a large section of itself, with people on it waving, motioning for them to come over. Vanson pointed at it, saying, "I believe we should head that way. We can board using their magical platform." Vanson's ship approached the platform, and he led his lieutenant and several guards onto it. He inspected the men on the platform, who wore no armor, instead wearing a strange conglomeration of blue and a black vest in front of it. As Vanson thought about it, he realized that the strange blue uniforms could be a useful camouflage on the ocean, but did not understand why anyone would need to camouflage themselves on the water. Additionally, these strange humans held some sort of black musket, angling them to the side as they stood like statues, still and silent. Past the platform was a cavernous hangar, with winged objects and magical lighting inside. Several crates were stacked along the walls, giving Vanson the impression that this area must be for storage. "Is this a cargo ship?" The platform ascended slowly, releasing a metallic groan as it operated. When it reached the top of the deck, Vanson stared at the various winged objects organized near the edges. As he analyzed the deck, he whispered to his men, "By the heavens, the top of this vessel is so large that it might even be able to host a jousting match." His men nodded in agreement, muttering their own astonished remarks. Similar to the other metal ships, this one had a large tower with windows and skinny metal spires. From this tower, a man dressed in white emerged, emanating an aura of authority. He was accompanied by several men holding black muskets and a man dressed in dark blue, adorning a fashionable pin on his outfit. Vanson noticed that the pin resembled the flag that flew by the tower, one that he didn't recognize. The flag was interesting, a neat arrangement of stars upon a blue background in the top left corner, with white and red stripes elsewhere. He looked back down to the approaching men. "Men, remain on standby and present yourselves as honorable servicemen of Quatoin," Vanson ordered. Vanson walked forward, giving him a Quatonian salute. "Greetings, I am Captain Vanson of the Quatoin Navy 2nd Fleet. You have entered our territorial waters, and we would like to know of your vessel's affiliation and objective." The man in dark blue sighed. "Oh phew, good to know we speak the same language. I'm Ambassador Samuel Anders." He walked up to shake the man's hand, and the fine gentleman in white is, he gestured to his right, Admiral William Hawthorne, he saluted. "Welcome aboard the USS Ronald Reagan." He shook Captain Vanson's hand. "You have a firm handshake, son," he nodded in approval. Captain Vanson accepted the compliment. "Now, as for our affiliation, we come from the United States of America." Ambassador Anders produced a paper from his suit pocket, unfolding it and revealing a map of the United States. Captain Vanson accepted it, a dumbfounded expression plastered on his face. "United States of America? I've never heard of that nation. And this landmass is immense and so close to our shores. How have we never discovered this before? Unfortunately, we are a transported nation. A freak storm enveloped our world, and for some reason dissipated unexpectedly. After the storm clouds parted, we found ourselves on this planet. Speaking of which, what is this planet called? Captain Vanson scratched his head. Oh, we've actually never created a name for this world. Our knowledge of this world is not very extensive, you see, as we reside in the barbarian areas outside the civilized regions. Perhaps someone from a civilized country like the Ravernal Empire can provide you an answer. Anyway, what is your objective here? Our objective is to establish contact with local civilizations such as your nation of Kwatoin and initiate diplomacy. Several hours ago, while exploring the circumstances of our transfer, we sent a large aircraft to perform reconnaissance of this new planet, the RC-130. We sincerely apologize for intruding on your airspace. I see. Please excuse me. I must report our encounter to my superiors. Sure thing, Captain Vanson. Principality of Kwatoin. Kwatoin Navy Headquarters. Admiral. Priority transmission from the Second Fleet. A communications officer burst into Admiral Haven's office. Admiral Haven released a puff of smoke from his mouth as he tapped his cigar. What is it? Sir, Captain Vanson of the patrol vessel QTS Kraken reports that the strange flotilla they encountered originated from the country of the United States of America. An ambassador representing this nation has apologized for the airspace violation that took place earlier this morning and has expressed a desire to initiate diplomatic talks with us. The communications officer then performed a double take, stuttering as he read the surprising report. And, in the what? The country of the United States was transferred. Fascinating, Haven muttered as he released another puff of smoke. Just like those legends of transferred countries, eh? Maybe those folks from Mu weren't joking around after all. He sighed as he got up from his desk. And on top of this news, to admit that they violated our airspace. He walked out the door, sniffing out his cigar before he left. Admiral, where are you going? I'm going to the capital. Our leaders are currently discussing the airspace violation that took place earlier this morning and the implications of it. I must inform them of these new developments. Government Conference Area, Lotus Garden. What's with all the smoke? A clerk coughed. Sir, you can't enter this area. This meeting is only for authorized personnel. My apologies, but I have urgent news regarding the earlier airspace violation. Admiral Haven slipped past the clerk. Admiral Haven of the Second Fleet? What are you doing here? An official gasped in shock. Well, pleased to see you as well, Foreign Minister Madara. Foreign Minister Madara stood up, preparing a barrage of insults and obscenities for the intrusion, but was stopped by a tall elf. Please, Foreign Minister. I'm interested in what he has to say. Prime Minister Kanata then turned to Admiral Haven. I assume this is an urgent matter? Indeed it is, Prime Minister, Haven bowed. I apologize for the unexpected intrusion. Kanata held up a hand. No worries, Admiral. Now, what is it you're here to inform us about? Haven saluted. We received a report from the Second Fleet, saying that they've identified the faction which the unidentified aircraft belongs to. The aircraft that flew over my Hark this morning is a mechanical construct of the United States of America, and they have sent a fleet of metal ships to introduce themselves. On board their fleet is an ambassador, who has expressed sincere apologies for violating our airspace and a desire to conduct diplomatic talks. United States of America? Never heard of them, an official muttered. Yes, that is because this nation is a transferred country, Haven announced. The announcement was met with mixed reactions. Some of the officials laughed, thinking that this was some sort of joke. Others found the claim preposterous, suggesting that they should just dismiss the United States of America. One of the officials was offended by the audacity of the United States to intrude on Kwatonian airspace and then apologize for a blatantly hostile action, in his opinion, was ridiculous. As the chatter settled down, Haven continued. Some of you want to ignore the United States, and some of you want to act with hostility when they have offered us diplomacy. There are also a few here that think the claims of a summoned nation are preposterous, yet we can see their magic aircraft and ships of steel with our own eyes. Now, let me explain our unique position in all of this. Our ally, the Quila Kingdom, has a weak military overall, only finding strength in the superhuman characteristics of their beastmen soldiers. They are economically weak, impoverished, even. Due to the mountain ranges and wastelands that separate our two nations, logistics is complicated. To our southwestern borders, the Loria Kingdom has been increasing their troop presence along our border towns. It seems as if they are preparing for a war. Considering this, I ask those who wish for hostilities against the United States, what resources can we even spare against them? Even though we know nothing of their military capabilities, their ability to construct flying beasts of metal and islands of steel certainly demonstrate their overwhelming technological advantage over us. Sure, we can turn them away, but what good would that do? They have already expressed positive intentions, and turning them away might cause us to miss out on anything they are willing to discuss and offer. Havan concluded his speech and turned to Kanata. Prime Minister, what is your decision? Kanata scratched his chin, carefully considering the information provided by Havan. I see. If that is the case, then we shall accept their apology and invite them over for diplomatic talks tomorrow morning. After the meeting was dismissed, Kanata walked back to his office alone, pondering the strange occurrences of the day. The United States of America, a nation in possession of extraordinarily advanced technology, similar to Mu and the Holy Militial Empire. Like the two superpowers, this United States boasts large, artificial aircraft and metallic ships equipped with magic cannons. I wonder, who are they, and what might they be looking for in Kwatoin? Off the coast of my Hark. April 30th, 1639, 9 a.m. United States 7th Fleet. With an invitation to the capital, Admiral Hawthorne ordered his men to anchor off the Myhark coast, as the fleet couldn't fit into the small, shallow water ports. Ambassador Anders looked toward the city. A sizable crowd gathered along the docks, intrigued by the fleet of giant metal ships off their shores. With nothing much to do aside from monitoring radar, most of the 7th Fleet's crew emerged above decks, waving at the Myhark crowd, much to their amusement. Having received appropriate clearance and a suitable landing zone from the Kwatoin government, the Americans readied a pair of helicopters. Ambassador Anders waited by the helicopters while several men donning yellow vests prepared the vehicles. While he waited, he listened in on some of the conversations the sailors were having. A Marine waiting to board the helicopters, in particular, seemed to be having a meltdown of sorts. As Anders closed his eyes and focused on the man's words, he became intrigued with the story. Bro, there's no way that was a dream. You saw the Japs disappear, right? Dude, I wasn't even on the base, and all of a sudden I'm whisked away at midnight, naked in front of the colonel. Dude, why the hell were you naked? Bro, I was about to go crazy on this Japanese girl. I was in her apartment, and we were about to get steamy, taking off our clothes and shit. Then she disappears, and I'm on the base. The colonel gets me some clothes, and we look outside the window. Bam! Nothing is there. Japan is totally gone, and all we see is some island. Freaky shit, I tell ya. Anders smirked while he eavesdropped on the rather amusing story, curious what happened to Japan and all the other countries on Earth. Some rumors already began to circulate about their fates, with one in particular being the most popular. All of the nations on Earth were transported away, leaving the planet a blank canvas. How valid might this theory be? Evidently, this theory was the most popular among scientists and satellite operators within the military, who were able to view last-minute transmissions from satellites before the United States was whisked away. Interestingly enough, many of these satellites seem to have also been whisked away, maintaining appropriate orbits proportional to this new planet's size. Anders looked up, his head hurting from this contemplation. God, what is going on? Not much, a voice said to his left. Come on, Ambassador, we're waiting for you. Anders followed the Marine to the helicopter, and they took off. Anders analyzed the landscape below, the city bearing great resemblance to Renaissance-era cities in Europe. He sighed as the city became a speck in the background and pulled out several documents from his briefcase to review. We come in peace, he muttered to himself. Chapter 3, Diplomacy. Kwatoin Principality, Capital. April 30th, 1639, 11 a.m. Prime Minister Kanata looked to the skies as he heard a peculiar chopping noise, as if 100 wyverns were flapping their wings simultaneously. As the sounds grew louder, he squinted, identifying the source of the chopping noises, the helicopters that the Americans were using to travel. He stepped back as they hovered above him, carefully touching down in the courtyard. Leaves from nearby trees and bushes flew every which direction, only settling down when the blades of the helicopters ceased their activity. A man in a dark suit stepped out of the lead helicopter, flanked by several burly-looking guards holding black musket-like weapons. "Prime Minister Kanata?" he called out. "Yes, I take it you're Ambassador Anders from the United States?" He walked up to shake his hand. "Yep, glad to meet you, Prime Minister," Anders replied, curious about the origins of Kanata's name. "Mind if we take this inside?" "Of course. Please, follow me." Kanata led Anders and his delegation into a conference room, where several Quatonian leaders were already seated. "Thank you," Anders said as he accepted a seat offered by a servant. He sat down and pulled out several documents from his briefcase while the Quatonians finished setting up their papers. "Now," Kanata said, clasping his hands together, "we shall commence the first diplomatic discussion between the Principality of Quatoin and the United States of America." "Ambassador Anders." Anders stood up. "On behalf of the United States of America, I thank you for receiving us so kindly and at such fast speeds. I would also like to emphasize our sincerest apologies for violating your airspace." Kanata nodded. "We accept your apology. Now, for this meeting, we would specifically like to know more about your country. Who exactly are we having diplomatic talks with?" Anders gathered the documents from his briefcase and distributed them. "On these documents, you will find basic information about our country and a summary of our circumstances here in this new world." As the Quatonian delegation picked up the documents, Anders noticed several confused looks among them. Mr. Ambassador," Foreign Minister Madara began, "we can't read this." "Huh." Anders was surprised. "But you're speaking English right now," he said confusingly. "That's strange indeed," Madara replied. "We don't know of this language you refer to as English. To us, it seems like you're speaking the common tongue." "Oh, I suppose we'll have to sort this out for future discussions. For now, I can explain the details orally." Anders nodded at one of the sailors, who turned on a projector. The projector displayed a presentation onto the polished wooden walls of the conference room, providing visual context to Anders' explanation. The Quatonians were fascinated by the magical display, gasping in shock as the pictures on the wall materialized out of nowhere. The projector displayed a map of the U.S. next to the Rhodinius continent and other land masses in extraordinary detail. Depicted to the northeast of the Rhodinius continent, the continental United States was a massive landmass exceeding the size of Rhodinius. Surrounding it were several islands, made up of other summoned territories such as Guam and Puerto Rico, alongside new islands, such as the one that the United States Forces Japan, USFJ, found itself on. To the north of the United States and south of the Gramius continent, there was another large landmass, identified as Alaska, another holding of the United States. One of the Quatonian officials gawked at the image. "How do you produce such a map?" "We use satellite imagery, but that'll be a lecture for another time." The continental U.S. Anders used a laser pointer and aimed it at the map, has a rough size of about 3.12 million square miles. With Alaska and all of our other territories, this number becomes closer to 4 million. Across all of our lands, the United States boasts a population of about 332 million. There should be no country out in that direction. There is only the open ocean there. I was under the impression that this is an official meeting, not a discussion of fairy tales and legends." Foreign Minister Madara exclaimed. "Well, I don't know what to tell you. We were transferred from planet Earth, summoned into this world. If you still doubt the existence of the United States, why don't you come and see for yourself?" Kanata nodded. "That's a good idea. I'll ready a delegation." "All right. We'll be departing tomorrow morning. A cruise liner will be here to transport you to our shores." Kanata nodded again, wondering what kind of people these Americans were, with such hospitable offers. Port of my heart. May 1st, 1639, 8 a.m. Sir Yago looked out onto the harbor as one of the smaller metal ships and an enormous ship pulled in, comparable to the flat-topped vessel that was here earlier. Adorned with many windows, decorations, and even several strange constructs on the top, Yago felt as if the ship was a floating palace. The most prominent feature of the vessel was a certain insignia of a face, a round circle in the center, and two smaller circles representing large ears. "Is this the vessel of a royal family in the United States?" Earlier, he and Foreign Minister Madara shared their concerns of an ocean-faring voyage, fearing illness and calamity on the high seas. Now, after seeing the floating palace in person, he felt his fears subsiding. Madara, I can't help but feel guilty that we are getting such luxurious treatment. It's not like we're Parpaldian royalty. We're just diplomats from a barbarian country. Is the United States really this generous, or even wealthy, to provide such a mode of transportation for us? If you see things from their perspective, they recognize that they are newcomers to this world. They want a good first impression, and so they send us a floating palace to transport us to their homeland. A small boat made its way toward the city as Yagu and his delegation waited. Yes, I think they've given us an incredible display thus far. Ambassador Anders strolled up from behind them. Good morning, folks. Enjoying the scenery? Yagu suppressed his excitement. Yes, I must say, I am quite amazed at the size of this vessel. Will we see any members of the royal family who sent us this seaborne palace? He asked, pointing to the insignia. Anders chuckled. Oh, we don't have any royalty in the United States. No nobility or anything like that, although we do have a lot of really wealthy people. This ship is owned by a company, Disney. Due to the circumstances of the recent transfer, they haven't been able to launch any cruises with their liners, so we rented one for the time being. Follow me. We will board the small boat and head over to the cruise liner. He began walking down the docks. After loading everyone's luggage onto the small boat, Yagu's delegation boarded, staring in awe at the peculiar design. If you don't have sails, Madara asked, how do you move? Anders dragged his hand along the hull of the small boat. This vessel moves using an engine. Below the water, a fan or turbine is attached to the hull, and when it spins, we are propelled forward. I don't know the specifics of boat engines and propulsion, but most modern-day vessels rely on this combination of machinery. The Quatonian delegates nodded and took their seats. You may want to hold onto the railing. This boat can be a bit fast. The delegates complied and felt a rumbling underneath their feet. Suddenly, the boat rocked forward, accelerating at a surprising speed as it jumped up and down, fighting the tides. Anders looked back at the delegates. A couple of them yelped in surprise, but they were overall having a good time. When they reached the cruise liner, the Quatonian delegates expressed emotions similar to that of Captain Vanson when he first saw the incredible height of the USS Ronald Reagan. Rather than seeing alien war machines of untold power, though, these delegates encountered glittering rooms and luxuries indicative of a superpower. Anders walked with them to their rooms. We're going to be headed to a city along our southwestern borders, San Diego. Unfortunately, it's going to take a few days before our airports are back up and running, so we won't be going to Hawaii. Might as well enjoy the cruise for more time, he muttered. Anyway, some staff members will be here shortly. You can ask them to tour the ship if you wish. They can also give you a quick rundown of the activities they have available. There's an open bar below decks, and the pool is free for you to use, I think. I don't know about the slides, though. You're going to have to ask the staff. The delegates nodded in silence, taking their time to absorb the overwhelming information provided to them. Yagu looked to his fellow countrymen. Shall we explore the vessel? San Diego, California. May 3rd, 1639. After a relaxing couple of days on the cruise liner, Yagu sighed, realizing they could not indulge in the luxuries forever. Still, the phenomenal alien meals, magically chilled drinks, and moving picture mirrors in the rooms were something to be remembered. One of the ship's staff helped him transfer his luggage, directing him toward the deck before bringing a large cart of towels and other cleaning materials into his room. Yagu leaned on a railing as he waited for his delegation to arrive. The cruise liner was moving carefully as it navigated inside the bay. To the left, Yagu noticed a large facility with many winged aircraft. Throughout the landscape, numerous glass towers rose to the skies, signifying the opulence of the city. San Diego International Airport, a voice behind him said. Yagu turned around. Good morning, Ambassador Anders. I must say, the city here is breathtaking. I couldn't have ever imagined glass towers as tall as these. Goodness, I couldn't imagine how expensive all that glass must have been. He shook his head in astonishment. Nah, we've got cheap ways to mass-produce glass. Still, these skyscrapers can cost upwards of billions of dollars, which would probably amount to the net income generated by my hark. Probably. Yagu felt his brain numbing. Such a structure was so expensive, and yet these Americans are able to produce dozens of them in each city. How many cities does your nation have? Anders shrugged. I've got no clue. Hundreds? Well, here's one thing I know for certain. San Diego ain't the biggest city. You should see New York someday. Skyscrapers as far as the eye can see. The rest of Yagu's delegation arrived, hearing the chilling comment given by Anders. Not only were the Americans technologically advanced, they boasted unparalleled economic might. Their thoughts were cut short as Anders continued shaking his head and sighing. Which is why we need your help. The summoning really dealt a number to our pockets. Trade routes forever lost. Assets unattainable, somewhere out there in the void. He looked up to the sky. And that's not even talking about the friends and family that are now gone. Yagu looked down solemnly. Anders immediately changed the tone, becoming more vibrant. But that also means a new beginning for us. One untouched by the worries that plagued our old home, I hope. Here, take another look out to your left. That's one of our main naval bases here. Once we finish docking, we'll make our way over here and then move along to the airbase on our right, where we will travel to the capital via private jet. Yagu looked at the fleet of ships docked at the base. The port was buzzing with activity. Small vehicles roaming all over the place, large constructs hoisting crates and supplies, and various types of aircraft overhead. Iron dragons roared, splitting the sky with thunder as they flew off to destinations unknown. It's pretty busy around here, Anders explained. We recently had a large storm, the same storm that brought us here. And knowing nothing about this new planet, we're pretty much all over the place with regards to activity. We have to distribute a bunch of equipment and supplies to begin repairs. The cruise ship finally docked. The process took less time than expected, thanks to the lack of shipping and civilian travel. Anders led the Quatonian delegation off the vessel, directing them to a limousine. This is a vehicle commonly referred to as a car. In function, it is similar to carriages. The only difference is that this vehicle relies on an engine for movement rather than a horse. He opened the doors for the delegation members, and they took their seats inside. Inside, the Quatonians made complimentary remarks on the spacious atmosphere of the car. Compared to the other vehicles passing by on the street, this one certainly seemed more luxurious. We're going to be headed to the Hilton Hotel here. We'll be able to unload our stuff and then head back out to explore the city. I'm sure you folks are starving, so once we drop off our bags, I can bring you all downtown and we can find something to eat. The rest of the drive was quite exhausting for Anders. He was bombarded with question after question regarding American culture and the various technologies that the Quatonians have encountered so far. Oh, speaking of which, Anders said, you'll be getting phones at the hotel. We will instruct you on their operation, but I think a good comparison might be your mana communication devices that your Navy uses. Much like the cruise ship, the hotel provided a similar ambience. In contrast to the relatively quiet cruise ship, though, the hotel was full of people in the lobby, guests who had lost contact with home and were clamoring to acquire details. Most of them were too engrossed within their personal issues to notice the oddly clad men with long, point ears walking past. Phew, I thought we'd get swarmed. Elves and other races don't exist on Earth, Anders explained. Oh, what happened to them? Matara asked. Well, nothing. They never existed at all. Elves and other races have, until now, only been in works of fiction. I see, Yagu said as he allowed a confused hotel staffer to take his bags. After having lunch at a local sushi restaurant, Anders guided the Quatonians around town. Wow, I would have loved to visit Japan. It is quite unfortunate that such a dream is impossible, Yagu muttered. Perhaps in another life, Anders responded. A sharp buzzing sound halted their discussion about Japan. Looking around to identify the source, Anders pointed at a utility pole that had caught fire. A man who was working on the pole had jumped off in order to avoid getting electrocuted and was now on the floor, tending to his legs. Yagu immediately jumped into action. Anders tried to stop him, saying, Wait, let the fire department handle this. Let him be. He is one of the most adept we have. Matara approached Anders, holding out a hand. Yagu ignored him and took the initiative. Everyone, stay back from the fire. He yelled to the surrounding bystanders. You. He pointed at the injured technician's partner. Pull your friend back. The pedestrians and technicians gave the strangely dressed man with long ears room, following his orders. Then, they witnessed a demonstration of magic. the likes of which had until recently only existed in the realm of games, shows, and books. Yagu took a deep breath and lifted his hands into the air, channeling his magical energy into a swirling ball of cold air. Then, he released it, blasting the utility pole with freezing air and putting out the electrical fire almost immediately. Seeing the fire completely gone, the bystanders applauded. Yagu ignored this as well and rushed to the injured technician. "Here, hold steady and I can help fix your legs." He held his hands over the man's legs, which had been twisted in a gut-wrenching position. Yagu closed his eyes and muttered something indecipherable, upon which his hands glowed a yellowish color. The technician's legs slowly moved themselves back into the proper position, and the gashes across his skin closed, healing up completely and without any scars. "My God," the technician said. "Thank you, sir. How can I repay you?" "Do not worry about repaying me, good citizen. Just take care of yourself." Yagu stood up, brushing some dirt off his clothes. Once more, the bystanders applauded. Many had their phones out, having recorded much of the magical ordeal. Ambassador Anders stared at Yagu in shock. What just happened?" I used a combination of ice magic and wind magic to put out the fire. I used healing magic to mend this worker's legs," Yagu responded nonchalantly. Anders, along with the crowd that had now gathered, all experienced a state of surprise. "What?" Anders said in denial. "Magic." "Correct," Yagu stated. Then, tilting his head in confusion, he continued, "Is there no magic in the United States?" "No. Like the lack of elves and other races I mentioned earlier, we also don't have any magic. I suppose this shouldn't come as this much of a shock, given that we've seen fire-breathing wyverns already, but still. Magic? That's incredible." Anders scratched his head. Madara interrupted. "Excuse me, Ambassador." He showed Anders the time on his new phone. "Shouldn't we return to the hotel now? We have to check in." "Right. Let's go," Anders said. San Diego, California. May 4th, 1639. Yagu yawned as he exited his room. He lifted his bags, double-checking his room to make sure he didn't forget anything. "Excellent. Washington, D.C., HM? I'm so excited," Yagu said to himself. As he exited the door, he noticed Madara and the other delegations preparing to leave as well. "Everyone ready?" They nodded. "Make sure you don't leave anything behind." Certain that they haven't been careless, they followed Yagu down the elevator. Ambassador Anders was already at the lobby, waiting for them. "Hey, good morning. Did you folks have a good rest?" "Most certainly," Yagu said. The magical wind generator that produced cold air out of nowhere was very soothing. Anders smiled. "The air conditioner. And it's not magical. It relies on technology that is subject to the laws of thermodynamics, so it unfortunately doesn't produce the cold air out of nowhere. I bet our scientists would love to study magic," he said. Yagu and Madara looked at each other, thinking the same thing. "Of course, once we discuss a suitable agreement during our negotiations." They walked outside and entered a black SUV. Anders looked back toward them. "Say, since we're ahead of schedule today, do you folks want to see an air show?" San Diego Naval Base. Now, there isn't an official air show going on today, but one of the patrols should be returning sometime soon. I can ask them to put on a little demonstration before they land." Anders walked over to an office while the Quatonian delegation waited outside, garnering many stares from the base personnel and pedestrians on the sidewalk outside. After a couple minutes, Anders emerged from the office, bearing good news. "Looks like we're in luck. Should be seeing some nice stuff in about a couple minutes." Sure enough, a couple minutes later, two F-35s soared overhead. With near impeccable timing, the jets broke the sound barrier in full view of the city, earning scores of cheers and hollering from the pedestrians below, who were very excited to have witnessed a free, unscheduled air show. Feeling the sonic boom in their bones, Yagu and Madara joined in the applause. By the heavens, that was astonishing. So were these the same type of iron dragon that flew over my heart? Yagu wondered. No, these are F-35s, our latest multi-role fighter aircraft. The one that flew over my heart was a reconnaissance plane. These, on the other hand, are some of the most versatile killers we've ever tossed up into the skies. I'm pretty much a nerd for stuff like this. The F-35 is armed with a long-range radar system and is equipped with stealth technologies such as Yagu and Madara tuned him out, caring little for the explanations and focusing on the jets performing loops above. All that resided in their minds at this point was determination. If the United States were to send iron dragons such as these into Kwatoin, there would be no competition at all. On the other hand, if the United States were to use these against Loria, it could make all the difference. Chapter 4, Delegation Elation. May 4th, 1639. En route to Washington, D.C., Yagu stretched his legs. "Oh my," he exclaimed as the plane buckled, soaring into the air. The sensation was quite unlike the feeling of being pulled into the sky upon the back of a wyvern. Plane flight had much more rumbling than wyvern flight, but the seats were much more elegant and comfortable. In addition, the plane had a pressurized cabin, so Yagu felt more like he was on a boat rather than something that could fly. After the initial takeoff, the rumbling subsided and the plane remained relatively steady, only encountering a few patches of turbulence here and there. Indulging in the luxuries of being able to drink and relax upon a flying object, Yagu felt like a king. He pondered the wealth these Americans had. How much money could they possibly have in order to build such elegant flying machines? Even the Holy Mauritial Empire couldn't match up to these aircraft, he thought. Caught on the topic of aircraft, he remembered what he had seen earlier. Say, Ambassador Anders, those iron dragons we saw, would it be possible for us to purchase one? He asked. Ambassador Anders let out a soft chuckle. Sorry, but they're not for sale anymore. Anymore? Did we miss the opportunity? Yagu was aghast, a million simulations running through his head. Anders set his glass of wine down. Not like that. We used to sell weapons to our allies back on Earth, but we decided to cancel such opportunities on this world. Technological Outflow Prevention Act. Besides, it is extremely hard to pilot one, and you'd need a very extensive education and training regiment. This simply isn't available on this planet, except for in the United States. I see. How about any other types of agreements? Trade? Mutual defense? Anders looked up. Trade is something we really need. What resources does your nation specialize in? Yagu smiled. This was his chance to shine. Mr. Ambassador, Kwatoin is a special nation blessed by the goddess of the land. Our land is always fertile and can grow anything. We are so abundant in food production that it is the core of our economy. We trade food to other nations for everything we need. We don't really need food, Anders said, prompting Yagu to lower his head. But we might be in need of that fertile land. You say that your land can sustain crop production of any type. Yagu nodded. Then, we can work out a deal where we import climate-dependent crops such as coffee beans and pineapples and grow them in Kwatoin. In exchange, we can set up the infrastructure necessary to ship these items back to the U.S. We can also open up your region for investment from our companies. In this way, we might be able to circumvent the Outflow Act a bit. Yagu lit up, and so did Matara, who was seated nearby. Yagu's imagination ran wild with the prospect of horseless carriages and exquisite flying crafts all over Kwatoin. And defense. He pushed. I don't know about that one. You're going to have to ask the president. Once more, Yagu hung his head. Although, if I were to guess, we'd probably have some sort of interest in protecting our future assets in Kwatoin. Furthermore, it would be detrimental to our national economy if we lost our only trading partner in this new world. Anders watched as Yagu seemed to breathe out a heavy sigh of relief. Of course, we might be more inclined to help if there was greater incentive, such as magical knowledge, perhaps? Yagu smiled. Yes, certainly. We would be glad to share our magical knowledge and provide access to our libraries. Great. Well, that pretty much settles things then. We will elaborate on these primary topics once we reach the White House. Oh, by the way, in a couple hours we're going to be making a short detour. We're flying by New York City before landing at D.C. New York, New York. Yagu and the rest of the Kwatoinian delegation looked out the windows, marveling at the glittering spires that rose into the sky. Several ships sailed around below. Some were civilian vessels that finally received authorization to resume their activities, while others were massive warships patrolling the coasts. Ambassador, how high do those towers reach? Matara asked. The highest one, he said, pointing toward the One World Trade Center, is about 1,800 feet, just over half a kilometer. The Kwatoinians' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, almost sticking to the window's glass. What? They collectively gasped. The tallest building in our old world had a height of over 2,700 feet, half a mile, almost a full kilometer, stretching into the clouds. The number provided by Anders was so mind-boggling that the Quatonians had difficulty imagining it. To provide visual context, Anders looked up a picture of the Burj Khalifa on his phone. He selected a picture where the building was aligned beside other towers for a comparison of height. By the heavens, how powerful is that nation? Well, they weren't ranked very high in terms of military strength, but they were very, very rich. I wanted to go there someday, but it looks like we can't. Anders shrugged. Anyway, if you look down there at that open plot, where those yellow tower-looking things, cranes, are located, that's where we'll be building a new tower, over a kilometer in length. Olympus Tower, and we've got another one planned on the west coast, Everest Tower. Anders concluded his explanation, allowing the delegation to continue gawking at the skyscrapers. Seeing their surprise and wonder cultivated a proud feeling of patriotism in his heart. Then, eyeing the warships below, he thought of something to ask. Sir Yago, I was wondering, do you know anything about sea monsters? Yago shook his head. Only from legends. We have heard that such beasts existed in the oceans to the far east, but none of us ever dared to venture there. The last accounts of exploration were from several decades ago, by someone from the Ravernal Empire. He explored the seas upon which your country is now situated, and disappeared after sending one last mana communication. Why are there so many krakens? He yelled. I apologize for not having more information, but you may be able to learn more from our libraries. Anders nodded, looking out to sea. Washington, D.C. President Lee buried his head in his arm, sighing loudly. Ugh, he groaned. Looking over a report, he analyzed the state of the economy. Without imports from China, manufactured goods steadily became more expensive. Company heads have already sent him numerous messages, clamoring about the lack of resources to work with and a loss of overseas assets. A few new islands sprung up near the coasts of the United States, materialized alongside overseas bases and fleets. Why would every single military asset be transferred, but not anything else? Surely whatever power did this also had the capacity to summon overseas factories and any U.S. citizen stuck elsewhere, right? President Lee groaned once more. At least the health dynamics of this planet were generous. Unlike the first encounter between Europe and the Americas on Earth, the first encounter between the transferred Terrans and the denizens of this planet bore no ill circumstances. This was a peculiar surprise, that no such transference of disease occurred between the natives and the people sent to greet them. Preliminary scans aboard a hospital ship also resulted in almost no differences in genetic makeup, with new species being the exception. Even then, the elves had a striking genetic similarity to humans. Perhaps these elves lived thousands of years and were eternally youthful, much like generic fantasy elves. President Lee's contemplations were cut short. Someone knocked on the open door. Mr. President? President Lee looked up. Oh, Stephen, please tell me the stimulus bill went through. It just passed. Your approval ratings have gone up 2%, but this is still lower than your peak before the transfer. I see. Damn it. How are we supposed to fix the economy? Johnson must have been some sort of psychic after that stunt he pulled a few years ago. Mr. President, I assure you your predecessor was no psychic. Even with the factories he reactivated and the manufacturing jobs he brought back, it still won't be enough to satisfy the shortages of goods, primarily electronic components. Please tell me we've got good news from the surveys. That, we do have, Mr. President. Lee immediately shot up from his seat. Continue, he said, leaning forward. The Principality of Quatoin has remarkably fertile land, capable of producing virtually any type of food. We expect no shortages in exotic foodstuffs such as coffee beans and peppers. Furthermore, we anticipate growth in our culinary sector due to the appearance of new types of food, although they'll need to be FDA approved first. President Lee nodded. Okay, that's good news. Is there more? Yes. The Kingdom of Quila, south of Quatoin, has a lot of barren fields filled with what the locals have deemed as burning water or black water. We have also identified several constructs that resemble oil wells. Oil wells. I thought the civilizations here were still in, like, the medieval era? Some of them are, but we've already detected traces of chemical pollutants from some of the landmasses far west. In particular, there are two landmasses to the west which produce a lot of chemical and light pollution, as identified by our satellites. Further investigation discovered the presence of warships similar to the World War II era. That is interesting. Have our satellites take a closer look next time they pass by that area. And about those oil wells, have we established relations with this country yet? No. Ambassador Riker is scheduled to return shortly after the meeting with Ambassador Anders and the delegates from Kwatoin. Judging from their notes and reports so far, it seems like they'll be willing to grant full mining rights to their oil fields in exchange for food, infrastructural development, and protection. Lee nodded. Oh, that's good. Very good. No more weasels in OPEC upcharging oil prices, and we have a way to maintain our fuel supplies for the time being. And what about the mountain range that's in between Kwatoin and Quila? We are unsure of their composition as of yet. We will need to send in survey teams to determine that. However, it looks like they might contain some valuable ores, rare metals to be exact. Lee's eyes widened. If that's true, that could solve our electronic problems. We need to establish relations with Kwatoin and Quila immediately. You're in luck, sir. Ambassador Anders will be arriving at the front door in just under 10 minutes. All right, good. Anything else? Just a few minor details. Dr. Pollen will be sending you a few maps of the planet. Ambassador Hendricks will soon be arriving at the Kingdom of Loria, and we've successfully killed several krakens near New York. Krakens? Excuse me. Apologies, Mr. President. The Coast Guard discovered these entities a few hours ago. The Navy was alerted, and the krakens were easily dispatched by anti-ship missiles from ships belonging to the Second Fleet. Goodness. Harvest the remains and study them. I've been told that this world has much deeper oceans, Lee shivered. I can't imagine what horrors could be lurking out in that blue expanse. Say, we should reactivate some of our battleships while we're working on the mothballed fleets. That will be a very expensive endeavor, sir. Our anti-ship missiles were already enough to take care of the sea monsters. The krakens may have been easy targets, but we don't know what else could be out there. It also looks like we'll be needing to expand our fleet based on how big this world is. Very well, sir. I will inform the Chief of Naval Operations. I don't expect things to go very smoothly, though. Lee shrugged. That's fine. Oh, and one more thing. How did my announcement go? The internet should be back up in most cities. What are people saying? Stephen flipped through his notepad. Most people seem to be confused for now. A lot of them are grateful that the storm magically disappeared. We have a few new groups rising to prominence. Conspiracy theorists who don't believe that we have been transferred to a new planet and religious orators who have begun to preach various beliefs. I see. Well, I couldn't believe the circumstances myself. If those conspiracy folks don't believe me, just send them to Kwatoin or something once we figure out our trade agreements. As for the religious groups, they might present an issue, especially those warning of end times. Monitor the situation closely and inform me of anything unusual. Oh, and speaking of information, have Director Klein see me after my meeting. President Lee adjusted his tie and gathered several documents. Good idea, Mr. President. Stephen left the Oval Office. As he exited the doors, Stephen waved at somebody to the right before leaving to continue his assignments. Soon after, Ambassador Anders and a group of anachronistically dressed men entered the room. President Lee easily identified the men as the Kwatonian delegates, raising an eyebrow in fascination at their pointed ears. Mr. President, Ambassador Anders greeted him. President Lee stood up. Welcome back, Ambassador. And you folks must be the delegates from the Principality of Kwatoin. I'm President Thomas Lee. Welcome to the United States of America. The delegates bowed, one stepping forward to address him. Thank you for your endless hospitality, President Lee. After exchanging pleasantries, President Lee led the delegation to a conference room, where his cabinet was already present. Taking their seats, the Kwatonian delegates felt their hearts pounding in nervousness and anticipation. The first topic we'll be discussing is trade, Anders began. President Lee spoke. On Earth, we used to import exotic foods from all over the planet, which could be grown only in certain environments. He handed a list to Yagu. For starters, we are interested in importing about 40 million tons of these food products. Yagu read through the list. Some items were familiar to him, such as pineapples and coffee beans, since Ambassador Anders mentioned them during the flight. Other items were much more alien to him, such as durians, lychee, dragon fruit, and certain peppers. I don't know what most of the items on this list are, but I can guarantee that the blessed lands of Kwatoin can produce and provide 40 million tons of these items. Yagu raised a hand. However, we do not have the capability to transport such massive amounts of food. President Lee looked at the Secretary of Commerce. Don't worry about that. We can provide the necessary infrastructural modifications, from the development of a railroad system to the expansion of your ports. You may also view our agricultural machines, and we can discuss corporate investment later on. Yagu smiled. Your generosity knows no bounds. He bowed his head slightly. The second topic of today is cultural exchange, Anderson announced. After a brief health screening to safeguard against any unknown pathogens from both sides, and after setting up the appropriate regulatory bodies, we will open up tourism and merchant trade. Most items sold in the United States will become available to any Kwatoinians wishing to purchase, although certain core technologies will of course be withheld. Yiga nodded. Yes, that is reasonable. Furthermore, we are interested in an exchange of knowledge. Magic is something we would like to learn about. We are willing to divulge any acquired knowledge on the topic of magic in exchange for a defense treaty. President Lee folded his hands. Mr. Hill, any thoughts? The Secretary of Defense stood up. As a black man, he somewhat surprised the Kwatoinians. I believe that the analysis of magic is a top priority for national security, and the establishment of a defense treaty to both secure this knowledge and protect our trade is beneficial. President Lee nodded. Okay, he turned to Yago. We are willing to negotiate a defense treaty, but we will need access to some of your land and ports in order to establish bases. Is that okay? Yago contemplated this. If the U.S. decided to backstab them, having bases already inside Kwatoin could be devastating. However, this doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, he reasoned. The U.S. fleet he saw at Myhark could be deployed quickly, regardless if the United States had a naval base in Kwatoin. With their iron dragons, Kwatoin could not put up a fight either way. Therefore, he concluded, there was nothing to lose by allowing the United States to establish bases in Kwatoin. Yes, you have permission to establish bases in Kwatoin, but I must discuss specifications with my nation's leaders first. Inwardly, Yagu was overjoyed. The presence of American bases would essentially guarantee their safety from Lurian conquest. He sighed in relief as the meeting drew to a close. Chapter 5. The Drums of War. June 10, 1639. Washington, D.C. President Lee twirled a pen around his fingers as he listened to Stephen's report. And with the approval of the HHS and CDC, we've issued the green light for our companies to start sending construction workers and surveyors over to Kwatoin and Quila. President Lee smiled. That's great. We can finally begin our economic recovery. Say, did Senator Green get my message? I need her committee to increase the funds available to construction companies. A lot of them are still wary about the circumstances, and we need to be able to reassure them with our wallets. Yes, she's agreed to help out and is currently working to push for additional funding, but her committee is struggling to justify the partitioning of funds. Everyone else is fighting for the money, declaring their plans to be the most important. What? $2 trillion ain't enough. We're not even spending anything on foreign countries anymore. Why can't they just siphon the money from that category? Stephen scratched his head. Senator Jensen already removed anything related to foreign policy, since he thought we needed to maintain isolationism and focus on redeveloping our economy first. What? Doesn't he realize that that's exactly what we're trying to do? Oh, goodness. Remind me to give him a call later. Now, anything else? Stephen flipped through the reports. Ambassador Hendricks was turned away by the Lurians. Something about us already having relations with Kwatoin and Quila. Why's that? They didn't say. According to the Pentagon, though, Luria seems to be massing troops along the borders of Kwatoin. They might be planning to go to war. Lee folded his hands. I see. So that's why they were so desperate for a defense treaty. In any case, we can't lose our only trade partners in this world. We especially cannot lose the metals and fuels. Have Director Klein see me again. I think we may have to expand our operations. Of course, sir. Also, the emergency reactivation of the Missouri and New Jersey was approved. They should be up and running in about a couple years. About a year if we entirely focus on one of them. Good, good, Lee exclaimed, excited as he was also a battleship enthusiast. We probably could have just made a few more Berks. But man, this was a pretty good excuse to get them back up and running, huh? Indeed it was, sir. The military budget was expanded by 100 billion this year, so we have a bit more freedom. NASA and the DoD also want to use some of this to put up new satellites. Because this world is larger, we need more satellites to compensate for the increased surface area. We also still don't know where we are in the universe, or if we're even in the same universe at all. Troubling, Lee reflected, putting his pen down. See to it that they get the resources they need. U.S. Embassy, Kwatoin Principality. Ambassador Anders looked out a window, admiring the beautiful gardens outside. Truly, Kwatoin was an agriculturally blessed land. Colorful blossoms decorated the embassy, creating a dichotomy of elven architecture and modern infrastructure. Already, fluorescent lighting was installed in the building, making it shine brighter than any other local structures. Anders' peaceful day was cut short when one of his assistants approached him. Ambassador Anders, the Kwatoin diplomat, Sir Yagu, wishes to speak with you. It is urgent. All right. Anders walked into the lobby and greeted Yagu, who seemed frantic. Sir Yagu, this is unexpected. Yagu bowed. My apologies, Ambassador Anders. I have come to inform you of an urgent development along our borders. Loria is beginning to amass troops. We've spotted a rapidly growing city of tents near one of our cities, Jim. The skies have become full with wyverns. I fear that we may be attacked soon. Anders' eyes widened. Damn, what happened? Loria has been known to persecute demi-humans, particularly beastmen. For the past 2 decades, they have relentlessly expanded, consuming the once numerous nations of Rodinius, until only we, the Principality of Kwatoin, and the Kingdom of Quilo were left. Yagu buried his face in his hands. His tone darkened, reflecting the helplessness of Kwatoin. Their armies are massive, dwarfing ours tenfold. We may have to surrender many of our cities. Damn, our economy will take a severe hit if things go south. The spectacles in the United States have forever been imprinted into my mind. Ambassador Anders, please send assistance. The Iron Dragons. The Islands of Steel. Don't you worry. Anders placed a hand on Yagu's shoulder. The 7th Fleet is but a few days away. I'll contact my superiors immediately and inform them of the situation. Jean Hark, Kingdom of Loria. So, tell me about the war preparations, a kingly man ordered. Hark Loria, the 34th king of the Lurian kingdom, was a man who, more than his forefathers, wished to carry out the Lurian dream of conquest. His ancestors helped expand the Lurian to such an extent that only 3 major powers were left on Rodinius. King Loria, a muscular knight in silver armor, kneeled. Lieutenant General Adam is nigh ready to commence his assault. 20,000 of our vanguard force are stationed by the borders of Jim, ready to annihilate the Kwatonian defenders. Excellent. King Loria responded as he allowed several maids to tend to him. And of the mysterious new allies of Kwatoin? From what our spies have heard, the United States is a nation as large as Rodinius, potentially larger. I do not think this is reasonable, since it would be impossible for anyone to have missed such a large landmass so close to us. It is much more likely that the United States is an island country, situated on several island chains to the northeast of Kwatoin. They are a land without wyverns, so I doubt they pose any threat to our goals. Then, do you think we can win? General Patagine flashed a confident grin. My king, Kwatoin is a nation full of farmers and demi-humans. Their military is at most 1/10 of the strength of our military. This doesn't even factor in the wyvern reinforcements we have received from our generous benefactor. Quila is most likely the poorest nation in the world. They will yield after we seize Myhark and cut them from their vital food supplies. Good. Soon, our long-planned unification of Rodinius will see reality. Outskirts of Jim. Lurian Eastern Subjugation Army. Lieutenant General Adam stood upon a hill, admiring the vastness of his army. With the order to attack scheduled in just a few moments, he wanted to take one last savory look at the amassing soldiers and wyverns. Beautiful, aren't they? A voice said behind him. Yes, yes. What will be even more beautiful is the scene after the battle, where we rip the demi-humans to shreds. Ho ho, then please, use our gifts to fulfill your carnal desires. Adam smiled sinisterly as he pulled a magical communication device to his mouth. General Pandour, it is time. Indeed it is, Lord Adam. All units, commence the attack. General Pandour, what shall we do with the citizens of the town? He asked. I will leave it to your discretion. Excellent. He turned to the benefactor with a smile. All men, you are free to do as you please to the town's citizens, but be sure to allow some of them to escape. After all, we want to strike fear into the hearts of our enemies. Now go forth and annihilate. With guttural roars, the Lurian soldiers marched toward Jim, shadowed by hundreds of wyverns flying above. Jim, Principality of Kwatoin. From what Captain Moiji's scouts could determine, the Lurian forces just outside of Jim consisted of nearly 20,000 men. Most were swordsmen and archers, but what worried him was the number of wyvern knights at their disposal. Boasting the firepower of 150 wyvern knights, the Jim defenders couldn't stand a chance. The best they can possibly do is buy time for the citizens to flee. Upon hearing the horns of the advancing Lurians, Moiji felt despair. The evacuations had barely begun, and there was no way all of the citizens of Jim could flee in time, even if Moiji's men fought to the last man. So, they aren't responding to any of our communication requests. Moiji sighed. No, Captain. A communications technician responded as he fiddled with the mana communicator. Has HQ said anything about our reinforcements? No, sir. They keep telling me that they're in an urgent meeting. Moiji eyed the approaching flock of wyverns. Maybe Ajay will be able to send reinforcements, but by the time they get here it will likely be too late. His ears suddenly perked up. Wait, I heard that we have a new ally who is building bases in our territory. The United States? The technician shook his head. Sir, they are a magicless country. Even if we could contact them, I don't expect them to be of much help. Well then, send a message to the capital again. It is likely a hopeless endeavor, but we must keep trying. The technician nodded and returned to his magic equipment. Moiji then turned to address his men. Defenders of Jim, today we stand against an overwhelming tide, one that none of us could hope to survive. But this hopelessness does not apply to the townspeople of Jim. Our brothers, sisters, sons, and daughters have yet to escape the hell to come, and it is up to us to give them as much time as possible. For each of us that fights valiantly, we grant a vital minute to our countrymen. Wyvern Knights, wait for the enemy assault. Moiji wanted to launch his wyverns the moment the enemies were above them. If he launched them early, they could be overwhelmed by the sheer number of Lurian wyverns. If he timed it right, however, he could turn the aerial battle into a brutal melee, where the Lurian wyverns lose their effectiveness. By sowing such disorder in their ranks, the Lurians will have a difficult time trying to avoid friendly fire. The enemies charged into his defenses, unleashing volleys of arrows and fireballs into the hastily erected barricades. Now that the wyverns had entered the airspace above, Moiji gave the order for his own wyvern knights to launch. 24 wyverns from Jim's 1st and 2nd wyvern squadrons took off, catching the Lurian troops by surprise. Several fireballs found their mark on the bellies of hostile wyverns, taking them down. The chaotic frenzy above helped Moiji's men, as the Lurian wyverns were too distracted to continue their unrelenting bombardment. For a time, the Lurian forces were left with minimal air support, incurring heavy losses among their front lines as they tried to break through the Kwatonian defenses. Shit! Moiji yelled as a wyvern came crashing down next to him. He looked up and noticed the wyverns change in formations, then looked back at the dead wyvern next to him. We shall not waste a single second of time that they've bought us. Brandishing his sword, he charged at an oncoming group of Lurian swordsmen, cutting them down with relative ease, thanks to his enhanced beast-like agility. The impact of Moiji's incredible feat soon passed, as the Kwatonian defenders were scorched by a barrage of fireballs. With their own wyvern knights gone, the Kwatonians attempted to fire arrows at the Lurian beasts to no avail. The Lurian wyverns were simply too fast, numerous, and well-armored. In just under half an hour, Moiji's knights were reduced to nothing but ashes. Smoke billowed from the battlefield and nearby homes as Moiji was pushed to his knees, hands tied. A smiling man approached him, laughing. What a pitiful attempt. The great tactician, Moiji, is kneeling before me. It seems that even a mind of your caliber cannot overcome impossible odds. What a shame. You goddamn bastard. Moiji hissed. What the hell are you smiling for? Oh, do you really want to know? Well, if that's the case, Adam said, beckoning one of his men over. I am planning on putting on a show. Adam walked up to a wheeled contraption and ripped the cover from it, revealing a cage. Moiji's eyes widened. No, no, no. What the fuck are you planning on? Aiden's impossibly wide smile seemed to grow even wider as he gloated. I think, if the lady here can take some punishment without making a noise, then I'll let your daughter go. Moiji roared. You demon. He stood up to lunge at Adam, but was beat down by a Lurian knight. Oh, please. As a member of the audience, you must show some manners. Adam tilted his head. Although, I guess I don't expect a filthy demi-human to have manners. Oh well, enjoy the show. No, I'll rip you apart. The Lurian army pillaged Jim as some of its captured citizens watched in horror, subjected to rape and torture. Like savages, the Lurian soldiers spared no female from their desires, even targeting some of the younger demi-humans. Those who resisted were beaten into submission. Some of the men who had tried to defend their families were executed on the spot or tortured to death. Eventually, the Jim survivors ceased to rebel, depressingly accepting their fates. Principality of Kwatoin, capital. The atmosphere of the meeting was cold, filled with tension as the attendees awaited the next report. Everyone leaned toward the mana communicator set on the table. Jim has fallen to the Lurian Eastern Subjugation Army. They are now occupying Jim and are in the midst of establishing a base there. Our garrison forces were completely annihilated. Several thousand refugees have fled the town, but over half of Jim's population could not escape in time. We do not know their fate. Prime Minister Kanata sighed deeply. The other Kwatoinian leaders around him shared similar exasperated faces. The remainder of Loria's 500,000-strong army are currently mobilizing. Additionally, over 4,000 Lurian warships have left their home port, skirting along the northern coasts of Rodinius. They are likely headed to Myhark. The report ended and the attendees fell into despair. Kanata hid his feelings of hopelessness as best he could. He had to display a strong front or else his subordinates would crumble. How could he reassure his people? How could he defend against the coming storm? While he struggled to develop a strong speech, someone called out to him. Mr. Prime Minister, Foreign Minister Madara raised his hand. If I may. Yes, go ahead. Shortly before this report, I was told by Sir Yagu that the American embassy sent us a response. Kanata's eyes sparkled with hope. Oh, what was their response? In compliance with the recently established defense treaty, they will be sending their 7th Fleet to render assistance. Kanata's heart jumped. The one we saw off the coast of Myhark. Yes, they also regret that the construction of their bases has progressed slowly. They had to ensure the safety of their citizens from unknown diseases before permitting any development. The good news, though, as they have stated, is that the 7th Fleet will arrive within a few days. The meeting attendees looked at each other, smiles growing on their faces. Salvation, Kanata declared with glee. Work with the Americans. We must expedite their arrival. Clear our ports and have supplies ready for their men. Tell all of our knights to work together with the American forces and authorize full freedom of navigation through our territory until the last of the invaders have been driven out. The Principality of Kwatoin shall not fall. Cheers erupted amongst the attendees as they each hurried to their duties. Chapter 6. The Battle of Rodinius C1. June 12, 1639. Washington, D.C. Good God, that is horrible. President Lee exclaimed as he watched a live UAV feed from Jim. On the screen in front of him, several civilians, including children, were being lined up and fed to monstrous beasts. The UAV operator had to be replaced, sir. The previous one got sick from watching all that, Stephen said. President Lee rubbed his eyes and handed the tablet back to Stephen. Those poor people. Please don't tell me this damn planet is just war crimes galore all over the place. I would hope not, sir. It might simply be confined to these so-called uncivilized regions, where the culture and technological era is medieval. I expect that the industrialized regions we discovered via satellite are more humane, but we won't know for sure until we establish contact. Damn monsters. Are there any survivors in Jim? Inside of the town, sir? President Lee nodded. Stephen hung his head slightly. No, I doubt it. Our UAVs have identified several caravans of refugees fleeing toward Ajay and several caravans moving west, likely slaves. Damn it. President Lee clenched his fist. If only we had built up our bases there sooner. Damn, HHS and CDC sure took their time trying to verify the safety of travel, but I guess I'd rather have this than our people suffering some unknown disease. Wise observations, sir. Lee shook his head. Okay, so we'll probably have a few dissidents against the deployment of our military. I bet there are a few folks on the internet wailing about how the US hasn't changed and is becoming imperialist now that we're in a new world. He then looked up. Say, Stephen, what if we leak some of this footage to the public? Like to live leak or something. That'll be sure to get people's blood boiling. And any of those damn commies who keep complaining about US imperialism will sure as hell keep their mouths shut. That might work, sir. All right then. Put that on your list, President Lee ordered. Oh, and get me Rear Admiral Charleston. We need to talk about relocation of the Fifth Fleet. I've got a hunch we'll be needing to worry more about our west than our east. U.S. Embassy, Kwatoin Principality. In an air-conditioned meeting room, Ambassador Anders talked on the phone as he waited for his Kwatonian counterpart. Sir, you go. Don't worry, it's safe. Hell, the bad guys over here use swords and bows. The only worrying factor is magic. But hey, can't cast a spell faster than a speeding bullet. But honey, what if they can shoot lightning from their hands or something? Or, what if they summon Godzilla? You're worrying too much, Maddie, Anders said with a smile. There's like a tech difference of 500. He heard a knock on the door. All right, I've got to go now, baby. I love you. He whispered to his phone before ending the call. Then, calling out to the door, he said, Come in. Sir Yagu opened the door, panting. I came here as fast as I could. Do you bring good news? Anders looked to his left. Good and bad. This is information your leaders will want to know. Come, have a seat. He gestured to a couch. Yagu complied and sat, anxious to know what news Anders had for him. So the good news is that the 7th Fleet will be here shortly. They'll be off the coast of Myhark in a few hours. We're also requesting that you send an observer to our fleet. Yagu's eyes lit up at the news of the arrival of the 7th Fleet, but he quickly became confused at the odd request. Why do you need an observer? You're familiar with the Lurian fleet and their trajectory? Anders hinted. Yagu's face darkened as the realization set in. 4,000 ships, likely headed to Myhark. Yes, we'll be aiding in the defense of Myhark, and we would like an observer to view the target practice. Anders smiled. Target practice? Yagu wondered if the magical automatic translation phenomenon somehow mistranslated, but he cast aside his confusion and simply nodded. And the bad news? The bad news is that it will take a while for us to mobilize our forces on the ground. We haven't completed construction of ports to ease our logistics, nor have we developed any roads or rail lines yet. When do you think the next assault from the Lurian army will occur? Oh, for now, it seems that the Lurians are holding Jim. They are most likely waiting for the hundreds of thousands of troops from the numerous lords and nobles in the Lurian kingdom. They will likely commence the attack around the same time that their naval fleet attacks Myhark. I expect this will happen in several weeks. I see. I'll have this information brought up to my superiors. If there is any urgent news, remember to use your phone to dial me. Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Anders. Yagu bowed. Myhark, Kwatoin Principality. A dark-haired elf stood by the Myhark port, looking out to sea. Brui grinned in excitement at his upcoming objective, to represent the Kwatoin military as an observer aboard the USS Ronald Reagan. The imposing steel ship came into view as it moved toward the port. The size of the vessel easily dwarfed the Kwatonian ships, making them look like ants in comparison to the giant that was the steel ship. Moving in formation around the supercarrier were several escorts, similarly made of steel and brandishing their cannons proudly. From the deck of the carrier, one of the Americans' flying machines took off. This one was called a helicopter. Unlike the Iron Dragons, this one moved at a similar speed to a wyvern. The helicopter approached an open plaza along the port, where Brui was waiting. As it got closer, he heard a thumping sound, as if someone was rapidly hitting the air. The sound grew louder until eventually, he could not focus on the sound any longer. The winds generated by this machine as it touched down overcame him like a torrent as he braced himself. The side door of this machine opened and a woman stepped out. Are you the observer? Brui nodded, yelling over the wind. Yes, that's me. Sir Brui, Kwatoin's 2nd Fleet. All right, I'm Lieutenant Vasquez with the United States Navy. I'll be your guide or liaison for this mission. Please, step up onto this vehicle, the woman said, offering his hand. Bruai boarded the helicopter, marveling at the sophistication of the machine. Seeing the advanced technology, he felt reassured in his initial assumption that the superior technology of the Americans would reign supreme over the overwhelmingly superior numbers of the Lurian Navy. As he sat down, he noticed the relative comfort of the small cabin, recognizing its utility for passenger and cargo transport. Here, take this, Vasquez said, offering a headset. It might be a bit loud, so we use this to communicate over the noise. Bruai accepted the headset and put it on, following Vasquez's example. Lieutenant Vasquez adjusted the headpiece and showed Bruai how to talk through it. Can you hear me? Vasquez flashed a thumbs up. Loud and clear. You're a quick learner. I can see why you were chosen to represent Kwatoin. Thank you, Lieutenant, Bruai said, blushing. The helicopter's blades began to spin faster, and Bruai felt a sensation pressing up on his seat as they took off. To his surprise, the takeoff was relatively smooth. There were no wild, jerking movements, commonly associated with wyvern takeoffs. He looked out the window and down at the city. Yet another crowd lined up along the docks, cheering and waving at the helicopter. He waved back, then looked toward the front. Up ahead, a large metal vessel came into view, its deck filled with iron dragons of various shapes and surrounded by dozens of steel fortresses. It is huge. Bruai was at a loss for words. He had only heard rumors of large carriers dedicated to wyverns, owned by the Parpaldian Empire, but to see such a vessel up close was extraordinary. To top it all off, this particular wyvern carrier was host to a swarm of iron dragons, much more powerful than mere wyverns, according to a few of the lucky souls who had traveled to the United States. Indeed, he even thought that the existence of such a superweapon meant that the United States had the strength of a superpower, perhaps even surpassing that of Mu, the mechanical superpower. After the helicopter landed, he was led to the bridge by Lieutenant Vasquez, where he met with the ship's captain and admiral. Clad in spotted blue uniforms similar to the rest of the men and women working aboard the ship, the captain and admiral were somewhat hard to distinguish. The primary differentiating factor, to Bruai, was how they held themselves and coordinated the sailors under their command. The two men who were busy discussing the upcoming battle turned around, introducing themselves. That must be the observer from Kwatoin, one of them said. Then, giving a firm salute, he introduced himself. I am Vice Admiral William Hawthorne, United States Navy 7th Fleet. The other one, a shorter but certainly bulkier man, stepped forward. Captain Richard Vaughn, he saluted. Welcome aboard the Ronald Reagan. Bruai bowed. I am Observation Officer Bruai. Thank you for providing assistance to us. We are eternally grateful for your reinforcements. Hawthorne's demeanor grew dark as he replied, somewhat commenting on the video he had seen just moments ago. Say no more, son. We saw what those assholes did to the people of Jim, and we're ready to punish them. Rodenius C., Lurian Kingdom Eastern Subjugation Navy. Vice Admiral Sharkin, a Lurian in his late 40s, analyzed the massive fleet of warships around him. It was an incredible sight that made him swell with pride. He smiled as he commented on the glorious movement of the fleet. This must be the largest naval force in the history of the Rodenius continent, maybe in the third civilized region. I dare say we might even be able to challenge the Parpaldian Empire itself. His thoughts were interrupted by a buzzing sound that grew annoyingly loud. The buzzing was initially faint, then evolved into a loud thumping as a peculiar object approached from the horizon. A wyvern. Sharkin pulled up his telescope. No, what the hell is that thing? His sailors began clamoring and pointing at the strange object, which stopped just out of an arrow's reach. Several bowmen rushed onto the deck, setting their arrows ablaze as they prepared to fire. The arrows missed their mark, falling into the ocean. With an inhumanly loud voice, the strange contraption declared its identity. This is the United States Navy. Turn back now. You are trespassing on Kwatonian waters. If you do not comply, we will open fire on your vessels. After repeating the same message several times, it turned back. Sharkin was left with a terrible premonition and numerous questions. He looked back at his own fleet, reassuring himself with his fleet's numerical superiority. All vessels, we shall continue toward my hark. The fleet sailed forward, undeterred by the helicopter's warning. After sailing for an hour, One of Sharkin's men noticed some odd figures along the horizon. Sharkin analyzed the objects in the distance, making a confused face as he attempted to make sense of it. 5 ships. What the hell are they? Fortresses? This has to be a trick of perspective. There is no way a ship can be that large. His doubt was quelled as the vessels approached. One of them took the lead, announcing itself with a booming voice, similar to the one from the flying contraption earlier. This is the United States Navy. Turn back now. This is your final warning. Sharkin eyed the vessel in shock. I can't believe it, he muttered shakily. Then, regaining his composure, he issued orders to his men. There are merely 5 ships. We are a force of over 4,000. We shall not be deterred. All units, we shall battle with the enemy. The Lurian ships approached the lead metal vessel, and once they were within bow range, hundreds of archers rained down burning arrows upon the metal ship. It was a fearsome sight indeed, but the Lurians were shocked to see that the arrows simply bounced off the metal ship. What the hell? Is the entire ship covered in metal armor? One of the Lurian sailors asked. It doesn't matter, his comrade replied. Look, he said, pointing at the ship. It's retreating. Sharkin observed his man chatter and couldn't help but feel dread. Why was only one ship retreating? The others maintained their positions in a line. It seemed more like the ship was returning to its formation. While his soldiers cheered the retreat of the strange vessel, Sharkin alone pondered the implications of such an action. When the ship returned to the line formation, his questions were answered in a roar of light. A spectacular light flashed from all 5 ships, and before he knew it, he was deafened by the sound of vessels around him exploding to bits. A ship to his right suffered a direct blow from the enemy's magical cannons, almost ceasing to exist. The only sign of its existence was the storm of wooden debris and body parts crashing down onto the decks of nearby vessels. In quick succession, the 5 ships continued their onslaught, granting almost no time to think or even react. In a panic, Sharkin froze. As his subordinates begged him for orders, all he could do was watch as his ships were obliterated, one after the other. A piece of wooden debris grazing his arm brought him back to reality. What the hell? By the time Sharkin's shock faded, the enemy ships had ceased firing. Why did they stop? Rodinius C., U.S. 7th Fleet. USS Barry. Damage report. Captain Winslow yelled. Sir, no damage to the hull. Although the paint seems to have been chipped in some places, an officer replied. Winslow looked forward. That's it. Well then, he said, thinking about their next move. Relay the information back to Admiral Hawthorne. Yes, sir. The officer contacted the USS Ronald Reagan and provided an update on the current situation. He sat, listening for further instructions. Captain, the Admiral has information for us. Commands detected numerous flyers inbound, 250 of them. Wyvern class. Our orders. The officer continued to wait for additional orders. Sir, they're sending 2 squadrons of Super Hornets to engage the enemy. They're relating targeting data to the CIC now, and are authorizing use of anti-air missiles. Shame they didn't back down, Winslow muttered. Sucks to be them, he said, before relaying the Admiral's orders. Chapter 7. The Battle of Rodinius C. 2. June 12, 1639. Rodinius C. It was a nightmare born from the darkest eras of humanity, reminiscent of the horrors to come should the ancient sorcerous empire ever return. The sheer disparity between the enemy fleet and his own was made clear just moments ago. With his own eyes, Sharkin witnessed the destruction of his vessels, one by one as the enemy fleet fired their magical cannons. Each thunderous boom signified the complete annihilation of one of his ships, inconceivable considering Loria's level of technology. Certainly, ballistae can damage ships, flaming arrows can sometimes set ships ablaze, and the cannons he's heard of can create holes along ship hulls. These attacks, however, totally obliterated his vessels, pulverizing their hulls and sending their sailors flying into the air along with bits of debris. What was even more incredulous was their accuracy and range. Each time the enemy ships opened fire, as the enemy had warned, a ship would be hit. All he could hear were deafening cracks as wood snapped and sailors died, and all he could see was a torrential blizzard of wood and gore. The enemy ships stopped after 10 salvos. 50 of his vessels were destroyed in short succession. Now, after the slaughter, he watched the enemy fleet in reflection, wondering if he should have heeded their warning. Even if he had, he would have lost the loyalty of his crew and his job, perhaps even his life. This outcome was something no one could ever have expected. The difference in power seemed to be greater than if he had fought with the Parpaldian Navy. Analyzing the results of the engagement, he talked to his flagship's captain. They seemed to have ceased their attack. Could they have run out of magical power? I have never seen magical attacks conducted on this scale, but I would agree with your assumption, Admiral Sharkin, the captain replied. Then, while they are busy regenerating their mana stores, we can conduct a combined assault. Captain, have your communication mages relay my request to Wyvern Command. The enemy has cannons, but no wyverns. They will crumble under an aerial assault. It shall be done, Admiral. Gene Hark, Wyvern Command. Lost 50 of our vessels to their magical attacks. General Patagene listened to the short report of the skirmish and the subsequent request for air support. He mused, looking at the wyverns below the control tower as he contemplated strategy. How shall we fulfill their request, General? The communications mage asked. After a moment of silence, General Patagene unveiled his decision. Send 250. The communications mage's eyes widened. T-250, sir? Are you certain? Of course. Based on the descriptions provided by our fleet, this standoff will likely turn into a decisive naval battle. If we crush the enemy fleet now, with all of our might, then we shan't fear any more obstacles impeding our conquest of Rodinius. Send 250. The mage bowed. Yes, sir. He conveyed the orders to the Wyvern Knights below and informed the Lurian Eastern Subjugation Navy of their incoming reinforcements, much to their delight. With the order to launch given, pairs of wyverns began to take off from the base's runways, loitering in the air until the entire group was ready to go. General Patagene observed the flock above him, a mighty force that gave him goosebumps. Such a concentration of power. Citizens and soldiers alike watched the spectacle above, cheering as the force ventured eastward to support their brethren upon the high seas. Rodinius C., United States 7th Fleet. Admiral Hawthorne faced a screen as he communicated with President Lee and several officers from the Pentagon. Outside the bridge, Super Hornets were being prepared for deployment. I understand. Are you sure you want to do this, Mr. President? President Lee nodded his head. It would simply be too risky to allow their fleet to remain unchecked. General Edwards, a general from the Pentagon, appeared on screen. Recent information suggests that the Lurian Navy is actually specialized in close-quarters combat. Their naval tactics primarily involve the boarding and capture of enemy vessels. While this poses no threat to our vessels, their manpower and close-quarters effectiveness may prove an issue should they rejoin the Lurian ranks and conduct guerrilla warfare against us. Thank you, General Edwards. I also think it is best to assert our technological superiority over the natives. Now, I'm not saying we should conquer them all and force them to submit by threatening them, but knowledge of what we've done to Loria will certainly help diplomatic agreements and trade deals moving forward. Admiral Hawthorne nodded. That's reasonable, sir. Before Hawthorne could get any more words in, President Lee interjected. Make sure the enemy knows that surrender is an option. It'll put a strain on our logistics to house and feed them, but I can probably work something out with the Quatoinians. Now, it seems like we're cutting it a bit late. Apologies for that, Admiral. Go and make Uncle Sam proud. Admiral Hawthorne saluted. Yes, sir. The screen's feed cut out and Hawthorne returned his attention to the incoming wyverns. So, he said, looking at the ship's radar, 250 wyverns. Captain Vaughn nodded. Correct, sir. Do we know anything about these creatures? Hawthorne shook his head. I'm afraid we know the bare minimum. Their primary attack is a fireball, which is quite similar to a small napalm bomb. I don't think it will pose a threat to our vessels, but I would like to remain cautious. Captain Vaughn nodded. Understood, sir. And have the fleet move closer to Destroyer Squadron 15. The horizon in this world is what, like 50 miles? About 50 kilometers, sir. Hawthorne said. I'd like to time our appearance over the horizon and align it with the destruction of their air force. Is that possible? Captain Vaughn conducted some calculations in his head, comparing our maximum speed and the current heading of the fleet to that of the Wyvern force. Assuming their max speed is about 100 knots, no. They'll arrive too quickly. Unfortunate, Hawthorne sighed. He paced around as he talked. Once we make our entrance, Regroup with Destroyer Squadron 15. For now, I'd like us to hold fire until we gauge the reaction of the natives. I hope they're not impossibly stubborn. Hell, even the Japs knew when to call it quits. Let's see how much firepower it'll take for these folks to call it quits, Vaughn replied. Commander Harrison Richthofen hurried down the crowded walkways, making his way to the hangar. Most of the naval aviation crew similarly scrambled to reach their positions, since the Admiral wanted a mass deployment of the fleet's Super Hornets, along with a small detachment of F-35s. Richthofen himself was assigned to an F-35, which would be used to help coordinate targeting data and probe the enemy's capabilities. He carried his helmet as he climbed up to the deck, running into someone analyzing a tablet as he turned a corner. "Watch it, son," the man said. Richthofen looked up, his eyes widening in shock upon recognizing the man's face. "Oh, Colonel. Sorry for that. Well, I see the Silver Baron is in a hurry, eh? Go on, have some fun while we sit back and do nothing on the ship." The Marines aboard the Ronald Reagan were quite dismayed that they wouldn't be able to participate in the upcoming battle. They were itching for combat. They were informed about the enemy tactic of boarding enemy vessels, but realistically, no one expected the enemy to be able to board the U.S. vessels. "I'm sure you'll be able to find something to shoot at soon, sir," Richthofen replied. Maybe if any of the hostiles try something stupid when they're getting rescued. But I don't think they'd be that dumb to fight back after watching their ships get blown apart," he said. Looking toward the rushing personnel beside him, he continued, "I think I've taken up quite a bit of your time, Harry. Should probably get to your jet, flyboy." "Will do. See you around Henson." Richthofen waved goodbye to the colonel. As he boarded his F-35 and began pre-flight checks, he muttered to himself, "Why Silver Baron? It's not like it runs in the family." A voice interrupted his thoughts, coming out of nowhere as if it were his conscience. "Hell yeah, it does, man. Your granddaddy was a damn fine pilot, and you certainly live up to that legacy." "Lynn? How the hell? You were on the network, dude. I should tell you about that lieutenant who was talking about one of the female officers, man. The guy thought he was on a private channel, but it turned out he was on the whole network." Richthofen hummed in response, although it was barely audible due to the sound of the engine running. "Noted. All right, pre-flight checks complete," he said as he followed the directions of the marshalers, man with the glowing sticks, lights. He positioned his plane along the runway, and once the marshaler gave the signal, Richthofen took off. He soared into the air, closely followed by his wingman, Commander Lin. Above the carrier, dozens of Super Hornets loitered around, circling the fleet like a flock of vultures. They were waiting for the rest of the Super Hornets to be deployed in order to launch a joint strike on the incoming Wyverns. The Silver Baron and his wingman flew ahead, climbing up as they approached the Wyverns. To alleviate one of the Admiral's concerns, they were ordered to test the capabilities of the Wyverns and collect targeting data to be relayed back to the fleet. At an altitude of nearly 10,000 feet, they were virtually undetectable by the Wyverns below. The F-35s trailed the hostile bandits, moving like phantoms. The Wyverns exhibited no change in course. They did not notice the arbiters of death right above them. While it was assumed that the Lurians had no form of radar, American military officials still wanted to confirm this. After collecting the necessary data, Richthofen and Lin returned to the main formation of Super Hornets. Admiral Sharkin felt a sense of uneasiness suddenly wash over him. He looked over to one of the ship's communications mages. "Update." The mage replied, "Sir, 250 Wyverns have appeared over the horizon and will reach us in less than half an hour." Sharkin sighed in relief. 250 Wyverns, that is a force to be reckoned with. His lips curved up into a smile. "Once they arrive, we will initiate a coordinated strike upon the enemy vessels. Such a massive combined assault, naval and aerial. Those 5 ships will not stand a chance." Sharkin almost laughed at the overwhelming difference. His laughter was cut short when someone on the bridge suddenly exclaimed, "Dozens of enemy flyers sighted. Distance, 50 kilometers. Over the horizon, right behind the enemy fleet." Sharkin used his telescope to analyze the enemy flyers. Curiously, they were not Wyverns. They were clearly artificial. Sharkin frowned at the sight, his earlier sense of uneasiness returning. What in the world are those? The speed of the enemy aircraft was mind-boggling. Barely a minute passed by and the aircraft were already above the enemy fleet. To Sharkin, this was a grave realization. To traverse the distance between the horizon and the enemy fleet, the enemy aircraft must have been traveling at thousands of kilometers per hour. Before Sharkin could even react to this realization, he saw numerous objects fly away from the wings of the enemy aircraft. The arrows of light streaked toward the Lurian wyverns, leaving a trail of smoke in their wake. The enemy aircraft banked upward, ascending almost vertically, at incredible speeds until they vanished from view. Sharkin watched the arrows of light carefully, sweat trickling down his back as he considered his options. Have the wyverns engage evasive maneuvers. He instinctively blurted out. With severe apprehension, he watched the Lurian wyverns break formation, flying erratically as they attempted to evade the incoming projectiles. Adding to his dread, he watched the projectiles correct their trajectory in order to follow the evading wyverns. No, no, he muttered in shock. His ship's manacoms flared to life. The mana waves cluttered with the fearful callouts of his reinforcements. Shit, they're following us. Left, left, get to the water. No, keep ascending. A flurry of voices called out, hoping to coordinate a successful evasion. With numerous blinding flashes of light, the swarm of voices suddenly ceased. The enemy projectiles made contact with the Lurian wyverns, engulfing them in fiery explosions. Explosions continued to appear as his nation's great air force met their bitter end. He watched a wyvern knight try to execute an incredibly skillful banking maneuver, only for the enemy projectile to follow it. Years of training and experience was lost in the blink of an eye. Another wyvern knight tried to lead his men upward, crossing paths in order to confuse the projectiles, but this attempt was in vain. They were subsequently annihilated, releasing a gory shower of wyvern guts and pieces of metal. One of the wyvern knights attempted to dive into the water, but the unwavering predator chased it relentlessly, detonating and sending a red-dyed column of water into the air. Silence filled the air, disturbed only by the sounds of explosions and screams. The scene before him was unimaginable. Even against one of the great superpowers of the three civilized regions, their force of wyverns could not be whittled down so easily. From the initial force of 250, just under 100 remained. Each enemy projectile found their mark, instantly killing their targets. Sharkin walked along the deck of his flagship as blood rained upon the fleet, painting the brown decks and the white sails red. He felt something wet hit his hand, and he looked down. Is this the blood of a wyvern, or the blood of a man? He asked himself, clenching his fist. Rage clouded his vision. No, this is the blood of Loria, and we must draw blood in kind to avenge the fallen. All vessels, begin the assault. Charge at the enemies. USS Barry. Captain Winslow whistled as he watched the Lurian wyverns fall out of the sky. Well, hot damn. That right there is American military spending put to work. He looked toward the UAVs circling the battlefield. Wonder if they're recording it. His thoughts were interrupted by a communications officer. Sir, the squadrons have completed their attack run and are out of air-to-air. They're going to circle back around for anti-ship combat once we've taken care of the stragglers. Winslow chuckled. All right then, let's put on a show. Winslow's gaze returned to the skies, his hands clasped behind his back as his subordinates rushed around. Targeting data received from Baron 1, relaying to Squadron Network. Designating bandits 1 through 16 for the USS Barry, one of the operators said. We're ready to fire on your command, sir. Captain Winslow replied. Good. Synchronize firing sequence with our friends, he said. The operator looked up and nodded. Channels are open, sir. 3, 2, 1, fire. Admiral Sharkin's rage temporarily subsided, replaced with confusion as he watched the 5 metal ships suddenly engulf themselves in smoke. The smoke did not originate from the cannons, so he reasoned that it must have come from some sort of malfunction or accident. He stopped himself, seeing the error in this assumption. Why would all 5 simultaneously experience a catastrophic accident? He then remembered the trail of smoke emitted by the light arrows from before, the ones that had easily annihilated over half of the Lurian wyverns. No, not again. Arrows of light screamed through the air, speeding toward the wyverns, who were diving toward the metal ships in an attack formation. Despite having only launched 10 of these projectiles, their effectiveness was much more pronounced. thanks to the close attack formation of the wyverns. Clumped up together in order to land a barrage of fireballs, the wyverns and their knights had almost no time to react. Because they were so close together, each projectile obliterated several wyverns apiece. Their explosions were much more massive than the projectiles from earlier, Sharkin thought. Or perhaps it is because the wyverns are closer together. The difference mattered not, for the result was essentially the same. Bloody bits and pieces of limbs flew in every direction, splashing down into the ocean and giving the surface a reddish tint. Some of the knights were either quick to react or simply lucky. The force of 100 wyvern knights was cut down to only 5. In silent anticipation, Sharkin and his men watched the bravery of these survivors as they attempted to penetrate through the enemy's defenses. One of the surviving knights was a close friend of his, a wyvern knight captain named Amalgius. The courageous man's voice echoed through the catacombs. "We are the chosen few. We survived the demonic onslaught, and we will be the ones to lay waste to the enemy." Cheers erupted from the other 4 wyvern knights, but were immediately terminated as 5 simultaneous explosions occurred. The 5 ships fired their cannons at the same time, taking out the descending wyverns with ease. "What the hell?" Sharkin asked in a dazed tone. His head was throbbing from the incredulous occurrence. He didn't know if he was dreaming. "Sir, what should we do now?" He looked for the source of this question, the captain of his flagship. "Maintain course and heading. We will continue charging at the enemy fleet and surround them. We will overwhelm them with our numbers." The captain frowned slightly. "It will be done, Admiral." Sharkin nodded solemnly, then analyzed the enemy's ships. Their cannons had adjusted their aim and were now facing his fleet. Sharkin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The horrible sounds of shattering wood and screaming men returned. Chapter 8. One-sided. June 12, 1639. Rodenius Sea. After a few minutes of battle, the Lurian fleet had already been whittled down by 300 ships, with no significant progress attained. In fact, it seemed to Sharkin that the enemy fleet was actually growing in distance, despite his efforts to charge at them. If they couldn't get close to the enemy ships, his sailors wouldn't even have a chance at battle. Just how was Sharkin supposed to defeat the enemy? As he was contemplating possible strategies to enact against this new foe, a thought crossed his mind. Should he surrender? If he did, he would be branded as one of the most incompetent admirals in Lurian, perhaps even world history. Losing hundreds of ships to an enemy with only 5 vessels, and not even damaging one of them in turn, was a catastrophic failure. "Damn it," he muttered. "Sir," the flagship's captain asked. "It's nothing." "No, I mean, sir, what is that?" The captain gestured toward the skies. A flock of iron dragons descended upon the Lurian vessels, spewing hot lead into their wooden decks. Ominous sounds echoed through the ocean as alien projectiles were rapidly fired at a rate of thousands of rounds per minute. Working in tandem, the metal ships obliterated those of the Lurians with a single shot, while the metal birds shredded them apart. Sharkin was on the verge of tears. His eyes welled up in anger and hopelessness against the unstoppable tide. The scene before him was worse than a nightmare. It was such a one-sided battle that it couldn't even be imagined. The past 10 minutes were like a lifetime for Sharkin. Every minute, over 100 of his ships fell to the combined aerial and naval assault by the laughably advanced enemies. They were being crushed like bugs. Sometimes, the magical attacks of the enemy ships were powerful enough to wipe out entire clusters of his own, with nearby ships rendered useless by fragments of high-velocity debris. Other times, it looked like only a few of the light bullets from the Iron Dragon were necessary to mow down his men, sinking them to the depths of the ocean. Eventually, the fear-inducing flyers and their demonic weaponry left the scene. Sharkin breathed a sigh of relief. So their magic cannot last forever. The captain spoke up behind him, surveying the damage caused in that mere 10 minutes. Their magic does not need to last forever. Even if we faced the Parpaldian Empire, it would have taken them at least an hour to inflict this many casualties against us. Yes, Sharkin sighed in regret. Just how powerful are these people? As he asked this question, he noticed new silhouettes appearing over the horizon, as if the gods were providing an answer. He staggered backward, placing a hand on a wall in order to stabilize himself. Sharkin's heart sank as he saw dozens of metal warships appear over the horizon. He was so engrossed in the implications of this madness that he didn't even realize the 5 metal ships had stopped moving and shooting. Only when the captain tapped him on the shoulder did he return to his senses. The metal ships have ceased their actions? What are they? A loud voice, originating from one of the metal ships, cut him off. This is the United States Navy. We are giving you once more the option to surrender. Surrender by raising a white flag, and we will guarantee the safety and dignity of your men as prisoners of war. Resistance is futile. USS Barry. Resistance is futile. Really, Captain? Captain Winslow chuckled. Come on now, Master Chief. This planet is a gold mine for being able to use epic lines from pop culture. They don't know M, so they can't call it cheesy and whatnot. Master Chief David Barnes shrugged. I guess so, sir. I will admit, this was a dang good time to use that line. Although, what will Command say about this? I don't think they want the natives to fear us, he said. They both stared at the enemy fleet while they talked. The Lurian ships had ceased their movements, likely considering their options. Meanwhile, the rest of the 7th Fleet edged closer, with the Super Hornets almost ready to redeploy. They'd prefer it if these natives surrendered quickly. I'm willing to bet a line like that could do the job, especially when dozens of our ships pop up behind us. Barnes opened his mouth to say something, but decided against it and simply nodded. So, sir, should we give them another warning? It's been a while, and they're still just sitting there. Yeah, I suppose we can do that. After Winslow finished his sentence, a white flag was raised on the lead Lurian flagship. Never mind then, he said. Admiral Sharkin, what are your orders? Sharkin looked at his slightly trembling hands and willed himself to put on a strong figure. Already, he had lost over 1,000 ships to a force of only 5, along with dozens of their aerial units. Seeing their numbers multiply, nearly covering the entire ocean in front of him, was demoralizing. We should heed their word. Regret and disappointment radiated from Sharkin as he hesitated to give the order. Hoist a white flag, he eventually said. USS Ronald Reagan. Thanks to several UAVs posted above the battlefield, Bruai was able to spectate the Americans' military prowess in real time. Each flash of light corresponded to a destroyed enemy ship. As he continued to watch, he began to wonder if the Americans had somehow obtained demonic powers. Lieutenant Vasquez, noticing Bruai's reactions, walked up to him, her head barely reaching to his shoulders. It really gets your blood pumping, doesn't it? Why, yes. I do believe it does, although. How? How is this possible? Bruai asked with disbelief. The sounds of cannons firing continued as Vasquez began her explanation. I'm not the most familiar with the weapons here, since I'm not an engineer or weapon operator. You might want to check out the decks below if you want to know. But I can tell you a little bit. That cannon on the front of our ships is a 5-incher, meaning it fires 5-inch shells. She used her fingers to demonstrate the size, making Bruai feel a bit nervous. Vasquez laughed. I sure hoped that wasn't too accurate. Oh, Bruai said with an awkward smile, his cheeks reddening slightly. Please, continue. Well, the shells go way faster than the speed of sound, but I'm not quite sure how fast they go. And let me tell you, those cannons aren't even our main weapon. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you about the specs of our ships and how we fight, but just know that this cannon ain't everything. Bruai nodded, wondering what other weapons the American ships had in store. Analyzing the ships on the UAV feed, he found no obvious weapons aside from the cannon and several other smaller guns dotted throughout the ship. There were several tubes, curiously enough. Say, Lieutenant, what are these tubes for? He pointed at the devices on the screen. Engaging hostile air units. A voice called out. Lieutenant Vasquez smiled. Looks like you're about to find out. On the screen, the American ships were engulfed in smoke. Bruai wondered if an accident had occurred, but then he noticed the trails of light streaking upward. The UAV operator zoomed in on the missiles, providing a more detailed view of the engagement. Bruai watched as the guided light arrows made impact with several Lurian Wyvern Knights and eradicated them, leaving nothing but charred parts behind. The remaining Wyverns were subsequently cleaned up by the 5-inchers with unparalleled accuracy before engaging with the Lurian fleet. What in the damned ASE is that? Bruai stuttered. ISE. Ancient Sorceress Empire. It's not a name we invoke very often, but the tales have described similar weapons. Magical guided light arrows, weapons that travel faster than sound and so on. Ancient sorceress empire. Lieutenant Vasquez was utterly confused. They called themselves the Ravernal Empire. Everyone on this world knows of their tale, he said, curiously eyeing Vasquez. I suppose the rumors are true then. You really have come from a different world. Interesting, Lieutenant Vasquez muttered. She decided to change the subject. In an hour or so we'll reach Destroyer Squadron 15's position. We should be popping up over the horizon, from their perspective, sometime in a half an hour though. That fast? Bruai asked. Yep. It's gonna be a while though, so just enjoy the show, she replied, gesturing towards the descending Super Hornets. Bruai spectated the ensuing battle, nearly at a loss for words. Every so often, he glanced at Lieutenant Vasquez, both to admire her beauty and determine her reaction. She was also invested in watching the feed, but did not show any overtly confused reactions like he was. Instead, the lieutenant seemed to watch the video with glee, making a shiver crawl down his spine. What the hell, he thought to himself. Are all hot girls crazy? He mustered the strength to satisfy his curiosity. Lieutenant. Yeah. Are you enjoying this? Oh, haha. Was I smiling a bit too much? Yes, Bruai said, scratching the back of his head. Well, it's not every day you get to see an epic fireworks show like this. What? I thought all dudes loved explosions. I suppose I do, Bruai said. I've just never seen explosions like this before. Vasquez clasped her hand on his back. Don't you worry, Sir Bruai. Maybe I can take you to a movie sometime, and I can show you some cool explosions. Bruai once more felt heat rising to his cheeks. His brain seemed to lack the necessary blood for decision-making, and instead the lower part of his body answered. Despite not knowing what a movie was, he readily complied. Yes, Lieutenant. I would love to do that. Cool, Vasquez said with a grin. Oh hey, would you look at that? The Lurians surrendered. She pointed at a lone ship among the Lurian formation, a white flag hoisted above it. Good heavens. Well. If it ain't the Silver Baron. Richthofen just returned from the sorties conducted on the enemy fleet, and the first person he ran into was Colonel Henson. Sir, he said, giving a lazy salute. TSK, I bet you had a shit ton of fun down there. Richthofen smirked. Sure did, Henson. A small part of me felt sorry for the poor fellas on those ships. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. I bet, Henson replied. And now, I've got to clean up after your goddamn mess. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. Oh, y'all are finally getting to do something. Yeep. Admiral Hawthorne wants to help collect the survivors and make sure none of the natives act out. Shit, after seeing that Michael Bay shit, I bet they'd piss their pants even thinking about fighting back. And if they for some godforsaken reason do, they'll be going up against the finest motherfuckers on the high seas. Richthofen chuckled. All right, man, I'll leave you to it then. He walked away, then turned around again. Oh, you're still getting me that beer once we get back to my Hark, right? Colonel Henson shook his head, smiling. Damn, I almost thought you forgot. Richthofen laughed and waved goodbye before leaving Colonel Henson to his duties. He sighed, appreciating a bit of silence until he was interrupted by a transmission sent out on the intercom. Colonel Henson, please report to the bridge. He walked up to the bridge, muttering swears along the way. He wondered why they needed him. Had the Lurians actually tried to fight against his Marines? He pushed the thoughts aside as he entered the bridge. There, he discovered why he was needed. Damn, we got there, Admiral. Who's that? He looked over to a mysterious individual wearing a cloak, very much unlike the rest of the Lurian uniforms. Admiral Hawthorne held up a strange device, similar to the Quatonian Manicoms, except visibly more compact and advanced. I have no clue, Colonel. That's why you're in charge of getting intel out of this man until we transfer him to the CIA. Hopefully, we can find enough information to hold on to him. Well, all right then, sir. Consider it done. A wild look flashed over his eyes, terrifying the cloaked man. I've been itching to see some action, Henson said, cracking his knuckles. Government Conference Area, Lotus Garden. Quatoin Principality. And that concludes the report. Bruai looked up from his notes with a nervous smile. What? Foreign Minister Madara asked, dumbfounded. That concludes the report, Bruai said. No, that's not what I mean. Madara furiously shook his head. I mean, what in the ASE is this completely absurd report? We sent you to observe the Americans, not write fantasy stories. Prime Minister Kanata held out his hand. Please call yourself Foreign Minister. Let the man explain himself. A Quatonian general raised his hand. Pardon me, but just how is he supposed to explain this? He picked up a paper and read. 5 ships of the United States Navy, supplemented by 4 squadrons of their fighter jets, laid waste to the enemy fleet. In about 10 minutes, 1,000 Lurian ships were annihilated. Surely, this might be believable if we considered a decisive battle between, say, the Holy Mauritial Empire and the Lurian Kingdom, but to declare that only 5 ships were able to incur this damage is beyond ridiculous. Much less in only 10 minutes. Kanata let the general rant, then returned to Bruai. Observational Officer Bruai, you have our attention. Bruai bowed. Yes, Prime Minister, sir. I believe Madara was correct when he said, "What in the ASE is this?" Whoa, Madara exclaimed. Are you suggesting? The weapons employed by the Americans bear striking resemblance to the weapons described in our ancient tales, Bruai explained. But then, that means we're already in the hands of the ultimate enemy. Madara wailed. Please, Madara, calm down. If they were the ancient sorceress empire, we'd already be dead or enslaved. It's likely a coincidence, perhaps even an extremely lucky coincidence, that they were summoned, Kanata said wisely. Oh, Madara bowed, hiding his embarrassed face. I apologize, Prime Minister. I suppose your analysis is indeed correct. Now, Kanata said. Bruai, please continue. Yes, the American Navy was able to sink at least 1 Lurian ship per cannon shot, with a rate of fire approaching 20 shots per minute. Their aircraft spewed rapid light bullets, shredding the Lurian vessels with each passing strafe. Okay, perhaps they were able to do that, and we may venture out to sea to find the remnants of this battle. But what of the American casualties? You listed here that they emerged unscathed. The general claimed. I actually wrote that they did suffer some damage, Bruai replied meekly. Are you joking? He glanced at the report. Paint damage caused by a fire arrow. This isn't a local tavern where you can indulge in tall tales. Bruai sighed. Prior to the meeting, he considered reporting that the Americans suffered no damage at all, but that might seem too unbelievable. Only now, as he shielded himself against a general's berating, did he realize that the paint damage claim could be seen as a joke. General, if you do not believe the report, you may visit the port in my heart to inspect their ships yourself. The general opened his mouth, ready to rebuke Bruai, but was cut off by Kanata. Kanata folded his hands. But what of the validity of these claims? We can't verify them, as you were the only one present. Oh, Prime Minister, at request, the Americans will send something known as a video to their embassy here. We can go there to watch the events that transpired, which have been recorded by some sort of magic. Alternatively, we may request Ambassador Sanders here, so he may show all of us the video. Kanata tilted his head. It is settled then. We shall request for Ambassador Anders. I would like to see this video for myself. Moving on, what are the Americans' next plans? Sir Yagu spoke up. Prime Minister, the Americans have informed us that they'll be establishing several bases, from a naval base near Mihar to their most recent construction project, a base located on the Daidar Plains, approximately 10 kilometers east of Ajay. They wish to ask permission before they begin construction. The Daidar Plains? There's almost nothing there. Kanata raised an eyebrow. Very well then. Grant them access to the Daidar Plains. Chapter 9, Operation Shock. Ravernal Empire. What the ASE? The transmission was cut off. A man exclaimed, Goodness, what were those sounds in the background? I certainly heard explosions, but that other sound, it was as if the sky itself was being torn apart. Lord Everin, shall I attempt to re-establish contact with Varhal? You may, but I don't think it will be necessary. Judging from the sounds of the conflict, I think it is safe to assume he has been killed or captured. Let us begin work on analyzing his messages. Of course, sir. The first message he sent was a description of the opposing metal ships when they were first encountered. From a distance, he guessed that the ships were somewhere around 200 or 300 meters in length, made completely of metal or some sort of gray material, and seemed to travel at speeds greater than our fastest ships, even when equipped with the tears of the wind god. Then, how do they travel? The ships were not reported to have any sails. Based on the description, I think they match Mu's warships, although 300 meters seems quite excessive. Battleships and dreadnoughts from Mu, then? What of the metal vessel's armament? They boast a single large cannon at the bow. Everin paced around the dark room, his shadows dancing in the background as he moved. He stopped by the glowing orb, similar to a light bulb, in the center of the room, creating a large shadow behind him. Only one cannon? Are they unable to create more cannons? Sir, Varhal also described several smaller cannons around the ship. Apparently, the singular cannon is their main weapon and is used in anti-ship combat. Peculiar. How did the battle progress? The subordinate scratched his head. Well, right before you walked in, Varhal said that the 5 ships were able to lay waste to 100 of the Lurian's vessels in about a minute. So, the reason why they only have one cannon is because it fires quickly and accurately, sir. The 100 Lurian ships were each sunk by a single shot from the Mu lookalikes. So what is this, Mu waging a proxy war on us and testing their new weapons? The subordinate shrugged. I am unsure, sir. Varhal also reported the presence of aircraft. They had no propeller like Mu's biplanes. Instead, they had some sort of light engine at the back, similar to the Holy Mauritial Empire's combat aircraft. Everin sighed. All right then, do we know where these vehicles originated from? The United States of America. What do we know about them? We only know information from merchants' hearsay. The few who have actually been able to visit their mainland, which is about a couple thousand kilometers away from the easternmost portion of Rodinius, describe it as a land of steel and glass, with towers reaching into the sky. One of my friends, who was one of the lucky few, said that their land is about the size of Rodinius, if not larger. Their population sits at over 340 million, and they are composed only of humans. Everin scoffed. Huh, what? He must have gone daft. I might believe it if, perhaps, a small chain of islands went undiscovered. A nation the size of Rodinius? We would have found it and pillaged its riches long ago if that were true. Well, believe it or not, sir, their products do certainly exist, the subordinate said, producing a pen from his pocket. This pen is a writing instrument I purchased from my merchant friend. Much better than quill and ink. Everin tested the pen on a piece of parchment. He nodded in approval. This is of high quality. All right then, flag this United States of America as a target of interest. Let us inform His Majesty of a new nation appearing near Rodinius, but let us also refrain from divulging the report provided by Varhal. I think it is best if we don't send any fantastical information that may have us fired for incompetence. I agree, sir. Jean Hark, Luria Kingdom. In his throne room, King Hark Luria the 34th seethed, simmering with anger and confusion. He gripped the handles of his throne with such an intensity that his knuckles turned white. A sense of uneasiness washed over him as General Patagine continued his report. Were halted by a force identifying themselves as the United States Navy, who warned them against proceeding further. So, they found themselves in a conflict with the United States? That name does sound familiar. Your Highness, I believe they requested to establish diplomatic relations with us not too long ago, but we turned them away. I see, continue. Our ships disregarded their warning and pressed forward, upon which the enemy ships fired their cannons, destroying 100 of ours before stopping. At this point, our fleet requested Wyvern support. After supposedly losing all Wyverns, our fleet became embroiled in a 10-minute engagement, where we lost over 1,000 vessels to the enemy's group of 5 and several dozen of their aircraft. We received no further transmissions following this report, aside from a final message saying they surrendered to the enemies. General Patagine then cleared his throat and read aloud from a transcript message. They requested our surrender, and upon witnessing the arrival of dozens of metal ships much like the 5 that toyed with our fleet, I gave the order to surrender. He looked up to see the king's reaction, worried about the state of the kingdom. King Luria stared into the void, his eyes focusing on nothing as his mind was overwhelmed by the information. He felt his heart drop and his blood turn cold upon the revelation that his entire naval force was now gone. Decades of preparation, only for the fleet of thousands of ships to be squashed like an insect. Awkward seconds of silence ticked by, until he released all he could mutter, "What?" General Patagine felt the sweat on his back pressing upon his body, creating an uncomfortable sensation. Still, it did not come close to the sheer discomfort he experienced trying to come up with a response that might appease his king. Your Highness, The descriptions of these weapons are much too ridiculous for us to believe. Surely something more believable occurred, such as a mutiny? King Loria pondered this consideration. He was familiar with cannons, as the Parpaldians currently employ them, but cannons that can sink a ship with every shot? Cannons that never miss? Guided arrows of light that explode on impact? Unless they were fighting someone who had acquired the secret magical powers of the ancient sorceress empire, this tale was much too unbelievable. So, he allowed himself to find relief in Patagine's hypothesis. Yes, perhaps it was a mutiny. Filthy animal sympathizers. We will deal with them later. For now, what do you propose we do? Patagine bowed. Your Highness, we should continue our operations on the ground. Using Jim as a staging point, we can strike at Ajay. I suggest using the vanguard force under Lieutenant General Adams' command to weaken Ajay's garrison while we amass our troops. And in the minuscule possibility that this report is indeed true, what shall you do then? Patagine did not know how to respond, so he babbled nonsense while he thought of a viable strategy in case the reports were true. Your Highness, I think the most dangerous weapon in their arsenal might be cannons. We may assume that this might be true, as there have been many reports from traveling merchants of nations in the Third Civilization region attempting to undermine the Parpaldian Empire's authority. So, if we are indeed facing cannons and small-scale explosion magic, then we must try to close the distance as quickly as possible and surround them from all angles. The cannons under Parpaldia's employ do not have a fast rate of fire, so we can take advantage of this. We can also use our superior wyvern force to our advantage and seize Ajay as quickly as possible. King Loria still wasn't convinced, and he shook his head. And what of the light arrows? We can reasonably assume that the light arrows are a fabrication. Only the ancient sorceress empire is capable of such weapons, and we know that the United States is not related to them in any way. If we were truly fighting against the dreaded empire, we would not have received any diplomats, much less ones as polite as theirs. For now, we are still reviewing the events that occurred on the Rhodinius Sea. Very well then. I trust that you will carry out the will of Loria. I shall do so with pride. Fortress City Ajay, Qua Toin Principality. A slender man with an angular face and pointy beard stood atop the walls of Ajay, surveying the wilderness ahead. Backed by the combined might of nearly half of Qua Toin's entire standing army along with several squadrons of wyverns, he felt confident in the defensive capability of his fortress. A proud general, Nu was slightly disappointed when he heard of the United States Defense Treaty. Still, as a bright strategic mind, he recognized the value of having them as an ally, especially considering the overwhelming numbers that the Lurians had at their disposal. General Nu, a messenger bowed. What is it? Sir, the Americans have arrived. They are waiting in the castle. He sighed. The famed warriors who forced the entire Lurian navy to surrender. I wonder if they are everything that command says they are. General Nu returned to the castle to meet the mysterious Americans. Upon entering the room, General Nu spotted two distinct men. One wore a stylish blue uniform along with a matching hat, while the other wore a spotted green and brown uniform that was an eyesore to General Nu. Despite their differences in appearance, both men held themselves with dignity, evident in their posture. He scrutinized their uniforms visibly, allowing the two men to see his admiration for the blue one and his distaste for the patterned one. Well then, good sirs from the United States of America, welcome to Ajay. The man in the blue uniform spoke in a distinct accent. Thanks for the hospitality, General. I'm Major General Hammond with the United States 5th Air Force. The other man had a more relaxed accent. I'm Colonel Henson, U.S. Marine Corps. So, General Hammond and Colonel Henson, am I to assume that I'll be seeing the United States military in action soon? General Hammond played along. If that's what you want to see, General, we are happy to put on a show. Perhaps another time then. As you can see, Ajay is quite an impenetrable fortress city. Unless Loria brings their entire armed forces to root us out of Ajay, I don't expect to see much difficulty. As such, I would rather have you fine gentlemen remain in your encampments. After all, placing our allies in harm's way wouldn't be very appropriate. You may provide support and assist us, if need be. Well, if you say so, General. Just let us know if you're in need of an air strike or some demons to unleash on the Lurians. General Nu tilted his head. Demons? That would be us, sir. Colonel Henson replied. I'm a man of God, and so are many under my command. We, however, know how to fight like demons in order to slay our enemies. Well then, I do hope to see that one day. Nu then bid farewell. Oh, and General Nu, Hammond said before leaving. We'll be sending one of our folks down here as an observer. Will that be fine? That is a reasonable request. You may station an observer here. U.S. 7th Fleet. Richthofen twiddled his thumbs as he waited for Admiral Hawthorne's debriefing to begin. Off the coast of Myhark, he watched as dozens of transport ships offloaded supplies and equipment, preparing for the eventual invasion of the Lurian kingdom. Overhead, he saw a flight of several B-52H stratofortresses flying low as a demonstration. They were being escorted by wyverns as they passed through Quatonian airspace. Although the wyverns could hardly keep up. I wonder where they're going, he muttered to himself. Admiral on deck. Someone shouted. Everyone stood up and saluted. At ease, Admiral Hawthorne said. I'm sure you all have heard of the coming storm that will be bringing down on the Lurians. Infrastructure has progressed nicely, and we've just finished completion of an airbase and marine base near Ajay. We've also received word that the Lurians are beginning to make their move. A small army is making their way toward Ajay. We're expecting them to arrive within a couple days. A map of the region surrounding Ajay appeared on a screen. Since the Air Force is still having issues with logistics and establishing airfields here, we will be needed to provide support. Commander Richthofen, you'll be leading an escort for our bombers as they conduct Operation Shock. Richthofen saluted. Yes, sir. Admiral Hawthorne continued. After we clean up this army, we'll be retaking Jim. Once we do so, the fleet will be proceeding to Checkpoint Alpha, near the Lurian capital of Gene Hark, and await further instructions from Central Command. Any questions? An officer raised his hand. Sir, we're going to skip the other Lurian territories. That's right, Lieutenant. According to satellite imagery, the Lurian forces are consolidated along the kingdom's borders, ready to push through to Jim. The Army and Air Force will be in charge of keeping them at bay. Gene Hark is several weeks' worth of travel from the current position of the Lurian troops, so we won't have to worry about them returning. Furthermore, intel from the CIA suggests that there is a lot of internal strife going on in Loria right now. The disappearance of the Lurian Navy has sent many of their regional nobles on edge, so we need to demonstrate that their fears are indeed true. With analyses conducted by several historians, the President has deemed it appropriate to head straight for the crown. I'll be discussing details of this operation later. Any further questions? Several people shook their heads while the rest remained silent. All right, let's get to work, folks. Chapter 10, The Star God. Elven Refugee Caravan, somewhere east of Jim. Under the harsh glare of the sun, columns of refugees marched onward, hoping to reach Ajay. This caravan originated from a small elven village, isolated from the events of the outside world, and thus among the last to flee. Having only received word of Jim's fall many days after the Lurian invasion, they evacuated as quickly as possible. There was no telling just how close behind the Lurians were. Most of the refugees were children, women, and the elderly. The men were called up for war months ago. One of these refugees, Perrin, was luckily still too young to be called upon by the Quatonian military. Now approaching adulthood, it was his duty to serve as a watchman and protect the caravan from any approaching Lurians. He was accompanied by several other teenagers, along with his little sister. Equipped with shovels and bows, they certainly stood no chance against any charging Lurians. They walked for hours, trudging through the silence until Perrin's sister complained about the journey. Perrin, can we stop here for a bit? I'm tired. He gave a warm smile. Asha, we're not too far from Ajay. We just need to keep going, and in no time you'll be able to have all the rest you want. He then pointed in the distance. See, we're almost there. For a few short moments, the pair felt hope, seeing the promised land in the distance. This fleeting optimism faded as someone from the rear guard yelled a warning. The Lurians are here. The Lurians are here. A crippling sensation pierced through the elven refugees as they turned around to see a dust cloud forming in the distance. It seemed that their numbers approached 100, and despite being over 3 kilometers away, they closed the distance in record speeds. The slow caravan was bogged down by cargo and the villagers who did not own horses. As they rapidly approached the panicking refugees, Perrin steeled himself. turning around to face the incoming horde. He gripped his shovel tightly and stood his ground. Meanwhile, his little sister Asha knelt, tears flowing down her cheeks. Thinking back to the tale of the demon lord that she and Perrin listened to as kids, she prayed, "Please, O star god, save us." As if her prayers were answered, the ground in front of her erupted into a fierce explosion, shining brightly like the stars. Then, similar magic occurred among the lines of Lurian cavalrymen, completely decimating them and sending chunks of meat and charred metal flying into the air. Perrin led her away from the blasts as arrows of light flew toward the now scattered and panicking Lurians. She breathed a sigh of relief at the irony of their fate and of the blessing her prayers resulted in. Looking up, she saw several sand-colored aircraft appear over the horizon. She made no sense of the object's design or the rapidly spinning blade on their tops. All she saw was a white star emblazoned on the machine's hulls. The emissaries of the star god. She grinned with delight. The gasps of the elves and the shrieks of the dying Lurians alike were drowned out by the constant rain of light bullets from above. Weapons designed primarily for armored vehicles pounded the Lurian cavalry with ease, and within a few minutes, the stragglers were cleaned up. Recovering from the chaos, the elven refugees looked up at the sky, wondering what just happened. Several metal dragons roared past, causing many of the elves to cup their ears, while the machines from earlier continued to hover around. Then, from behind Ajay, they noticed several more of the rotor-bladed machines appear. These aircraft had 2 sets instead of 1. The new arrivals touched down, unleashing dozens of men in a spotted, dirty-looking uniform from its underbelly. The elves cowered back in fear, confused and awed by the flying machines. Then, 2 of them walked toward the elves while the others formed a circle around the groups. In response, the elven village elder stepped forward. A particularly bulky man introduced himself, speaking with a slight southern accent. "I'm Corporal Baker with the United States Marine Corps. Y'all doing all right?" "Yes, thank you, saviors from the sky." Behind the village elder, several elves stirred up a commotion, muttering about some star god. They pointed at the emblem painted onto the helicopters. The village elder, sensing the rising feelings of his people, continued, "Are you, perhaps, the emissaries of the star god?" Baker looked at the direction where the villagers were pointing, his eyes landing on the white star on the Chinooks. He looked at one of his buddies, who simply shrugged. "Sure." At this word, the elves began to act ecstatically, kneeling and praising them. "All right, come on now, let's get out of here. Please get in the flying carriages." But to ride in the emissaries' divine vessels is unheard of. "We aren't worthy," the village elder protested. For fuck's sake," Baker muttered to himself. His buddy chuckled, "Shit, dude. They're really taking that worship thing seriously. Maybe it's God apologizing for teleporting you butt naked in front of the colonel? You've got some fine-ass elves giving you the googly eyes, man." Baker rolled his eyes at the immature banter. "Nakamoto, you're a real dickhead." He then snuck a glance at the elven women. "Shit, you might have a point though. All right, whatever, let's just get these people in the air." Turning his attention back to the elves, he put on his best authoritative voice. "Elven subjects, by the will of the star god, you are to board the flying carriages and be escorted to Ajay. The emissaries are very busy and cannot dote around in these planes. Our men will take care of your belongings and bring them back once you've arrived." The elves, not willing to refuse the will of the star god, complied and entered the Chinooks. Lurian FOB Gym. Having established their headquarters within a local lord's mansion, the ranking officers of the Lurian Eastern Subjugation Army reaped the spoils of victory. Despite the lavish luxuries available to them, none of the officers were in a good mood. The recently promoted Lieutenant General Adam sat by a magic detector, accompanied by their top magician, Washner, the leader of the Eastern Vassal Army, Duke Jean Filia, and several lords. Adam abandoned his infamous grin and instead adopted a more serious look, which was no less unnerving than his signature evil smile. "It's already been half an hour since our scouts' scheduled return. Perhaps they're busy enjoying themselves?" They did report that they encountered a lone elven refugee caravan. "I wouldn't be surprised if those brigands and criminals in the Hawk Knights abandoned their duties to satiate their primal desires," Jean Phileas said. "I don't even know why we employ such a dastardly group." Because they provide results, Adam said. They may consist of the absolute scum of Loria, but even they wouldn't abandon direct orders to report back. Something must have happened. Jean Filia nodded. On that, I do agree. Something is not right. We're supposed to be fighting the inferior demi-humans of Quatoin, are we not? We shouldn't be experiencing such setbacks. Washner looked down as Jean Philip said that. Then, a door burst open. Apologies for interrupting, sirs. A messenger hastily reported. Speak, Adam commanded, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The messenger trembled as he began the report. Additional scouts have identified the location where the Hawk Knights disappeared. They discovered the burnt corpses of our knights, along with scars across the plains. The scars and craters are very similar to ones created by explosion magic or wyvern fireballs, he said. Explosion magic? Adam repeated. Washner, the detector did not respond at all, did it? Washner stared at the spherical detector. No, sir. The detectors in the magical watchpost also did not respond. If the Quatoinians ambushed the knights with wyverns, we would have detected them long ago. Then what happened? They couldn't have just simply vanished, nor could such power devastate the terrain without us knowing of it. Jean Filia exclaimed. Oh goodness, Washner suddenly said, his eyes growing wide. What's wrong? Adam asked. Washner stammered. I've heard rumors, but I don't know how valid they are. Explosions without magic. Please, get to the point, Adam said, crossing his arms. Yes, Washner said. I heard from some friends from the academy. These friends were in charge of monitoring the state of our navy and the wyverns sent to support them, but all they saw were our magical signatures blinking out, snuffed. So like I said, these are just rumors, with not much validity, but we lost our entire fleet and all wyverns. 1,000 ships and hundreds of wyverns were annihilated, with the remainder of our great fleet surrendering to the enemy. Why? The great fleet that was said to have been able to conquer Quatoin by itself. The same fleet that could have invaded the Parpaldian Empire? Not only that, but the same fleet of 4,000 ships, backed by hundreds of wyverns. That's simply impossible. Jean Filia put a hand on his throbbing head. Dizzy from the claims thrown about, he sat down and gulped some water. Adam paced around, a frown plastered on his face. Surely, there must be some mistake? Washner shrugged. Perhaps. As I've said, these are only rumors, but we have yet to see the wyverns return or hear any response from the fleet. Jean Philip still maintained an expression of shock. No matter what, they should have rolled over Quatoin and reported back promptly. What could have possibly happened? Well, the enemy ships. No, Jean Philip interrupted. I already know what you said earlier. What I want to know is what changed. Quatoin does not have the capability to even take down 1% of that grand fleet, nor do they have the capability to do something so drastic that none of the wyverns ever returned. Washner nodded. There have been rumors of mutiny, that perhaps the leader of the fleet, Vice Admiral Sharkin, was secretly a demi-human sympathizer. I don't think this is true, though. There are also other rumors of the new nation joining the war, the United States of America, boasting phenomenally overpowered weapons, almost on the scale of the ancient sorceress empire. The atmosphere in the room decreased as a frigid wave embraced the officers and lords within, causing them to shiver. Ha. Adam gave a nervous laugh. That's not possible. We would have seen the skies turn dark. Regardless, it has also been said that their weapons gave no magical signature, at least nothing that could be detected. Even if their ships were filled to the brim with archmages, the light arrows and other explosive magic they used are considered to be far beyond the magical capabilities of any known human or demi-human. The only explanation then would be the light-winged people, but even then we would have detected magic. Washner trailed off. I am completely lost in this matter. I apologize. Adam thought back to the orders the Eastern Subjugation Army received earlier. Providing some validity to the rumors Washner suggested, 50 out of the 150 wyvern knights attached to the army were recalled. Pushing these thoughts aside, he focused on the task at hand. No matter, Washner, this hearsay is of no use to us at the moment. We must focus on the orders I provided earlier. There will be no change in plan. Already bogged down by the unnerving rumors, the lords in the room felt as if Adam's redirection of the meeting was like adding salt to their wounds. Despite seeing the evidence of large-scale explosive magic, they were still ordered to set up camp close to Ijay and commence their operation. What if the Quatonians unleashed their wyverns on them? Air support would be almost a half-hour away, and by that point the Quatonian wyverns could simply retreat back to the safety of Ijay after demolishing half of the vanguard force. With heavy reluctance, the officers of the Eastern Lord's Division complied with Adam's orders, fearful of the retribution to come should they refuse. Tasked to fight a numerically superior force entrenched behind a fortress, the 20,000-strong Eastern Lord's Division represented the spear of the Lurian army. The only relief for these commanders was the fact that reinforcements would be arriving soon, once the hundreds of thousands in their ranks finished assembling at Jim. Despite this reassurance, a shadow of doubt loomed over them like a specter, a reaper on a person's deathbed. What horrors could the United States of America bring, if the rumors are true? Chapter 11. The Defense of Ijay. July 20th, 1639. Fortress City Ijay, Quatoin Principality. General Nu rubbed his eyes, growing tired of the constant harassment from Lurian cavalry groups. All throughout the night, enemy forces rode up along the walls of the fortress, creating a ruckus and taunting the Quatonian defenders. He was tempted to send out his wyverns to crush their knights in one fell swoop, but decided against it, fearing a possible ambush. Thankfully, his assistant was approached by an officer from the United States Air Force, who dropped by to confirm that no Quatonians were present outside Ijay's walls. According to his assistant, the Americans planned to conduct an air strike on the main Lurian camp. When questioned on how they would handle the enemy wyverns, the officer simply chuckled and said, "Don't worry about that. We've got everything covered." Despite his initial attitude toward the Americans, he couldn't help but wonder how they plan on conducting their airstrike, especially considering that their nation had no wyverns at all. His assistant walked up to him and handed him a strange object. "General, the American officer gave me a few of these. They're called binoculars," he said as he put them to his eyes. He smiled slightly, surprised at the utility of the device. "They're used for seeing things at a very far distance." He offered one to General Nu. He looked toward the Lurian camp. The once miniature figures in the distance now seemed close, and Nu nodded in approval. "Excellent," he said. Before he could say anything else, a helicopter flew over him, moving toward the Lurian camp. "Is this their airstrike?" Ijay Air Base. Nakamoto looked up from his spaghetti roe meal as he saw someone enter the large tent. "Baker, what's the game plan?" Baker pulled out a map from his back pocket and unfolded it. "Colonel wants us to go here," he said, pointing to a seemingly empty spot in the middle of nowhere. Nakamoto squinted at the spot. "What? We're not going to join the offensive on Jim?" Baker shook his head. "Nah, dude. We got a bigger mission to do." Some of the intel guys found out, from a few of the refugees who fled from Jim, that a small force stayed behind to help escort slave caravans back to Loria. The flyboys worked with this info and sent out a few drones to check out the nearby villages. One of them was that Elven village. That group we saved earlier came from there. Just yesterday, one of our drones found a caravan moving from one of the local villages toward the Lurian border. We're going to head out and investigate that. "All right. When we leaving?" "After the fireworks show. We don't want to get stuck out there while the Air Force is too busy, and these asshats are moving pretty slowly, so we can wait a bit for air support." "Sounds good," Nakamoto said, finishing his juice. Eastern Lord's Division encampment. Jean Filia found solace in the size of the army he commanded. A force of 20,000 was certainly no joke, but then again, there existed rumors that a force of over 4,000 ships crumbled to merely 5. Jean Filia pushed the uneasiness to the back of his mind, but they resurfaced as a strange flying contraption approached, creating a mild gale as it hovered over the camp. With a booming metallic voice, it announced, "This is the United States Air Force. Surrender now, with a white flag, or we will bomb this site to oblivion." The machine remained out of range of even the best archer's arrows, repeating its message several times until it eventually flew away. Although his interest was piqued by the object, he could not shake the foreboding tidal wave of fear that suddenly overcame him. His interest and confusion paled in comparison to the sense of dread that crept up his spine. He looked over to Magician Washner. "Any signatures?" Washner shook his head. "No. No magic signatures at all. Just like the rumors," he muttered softly. Jean Filia felt a premonition followed by a sharp pang of guilt. Trusting his intuition, he whispered to Washner, "I'm going to move my observational tent to the hill on our right." Hmm. I. I have an inexplicable feeling that something terrible is going to happen. Then why not call off the attack or retreat? Sweat trickled down Jean Filia's forehead. They only provided the option of surrender, and we don't have any options in the first place. This dread is uncanny. Washner nodded. I understand. I too fear if the rumors are secretly true. Good then. Let us make haste. He then turned to the lords who were busy debating strategies and discussing the implications of the machine's arrival. Eastern lords, he said, hiding his guilt. The lords all ceased their discussion and turned to face him. The arrival of the machine does not change our plans. We shall begin our assault within the hour, as dictated by Lieutenant General Adams' orders. Please ensure your men are ready. Some of the lords looked like they wanted to protest the assignment, but upon hearing Adams' name, they quickly abandoned all thoughts of dissent. The lords all saluted, then exited the room to rally their troops. Jean Filia and Washner were left alone in the tent, with Jean's hands beginning to tremble. This does not feel right, he muttered. As Jean Filia inspected the orderly columns of troops from his new observational tent, he couldn't help but feel pride at the organization of the Lurian military. The only thing they were missing in this engagement were wyverns. However, the warning from earlier remained in his mind. If the context provided by the machine, United States Air Force, meant anything, then the coming attack would likely be from similar aircraft or wyverns. With the wyverns currently stationed in Jim, Jean Filia made a last-minute decision. Washner, we won't be seeing the American Army or the Quatonian defenders. Air Force, they must be planning to use wyverns against our troops. Quickly, request wyvern support from Jim. Without air power, our troops will be helpless against their attacks, he gasped. He silently cursed himself for only realizing this now. Okay, Washner said, activating his manacom. He requested for 50 wyverns, then awaited their response. He turned to Jean Filia. Okay, command has approved to send 50 wyverns. They will arrive in 10 minutes. Jean Filia sighed, looking up at the sky. 10 minutes is a long time. Skies above Ajay. Harry Richthofen marveled at the scenery below him. Much like my Hark, Ajay was like a historical beauty, boasting architecture only known to the modern world via old paintings and fantasy stories. He wondered when he might be able to mingle with some of the locals, and if the locals had alien STDs, but his thoughts were cut off by his radio. Be advised, a group of 50 hostiles has exited the airspace of Jim. Current trajectory, Ajay. Distance, 30 clicks. Roger that. Thanks for the heads up. Over, Richthofen replied. The new targets flared up on his heads-up display. Leading 4 F-16s, Richthofen ordered his men to engage the enemy wyverns, so that the bombing run could proceed uninhibited. He pushed his F-35 forward, collecting targeting data for his fellow pilots and designating 8 wyverns per person, while he and his wingmen would each take down 9. He looked behind him. The flight of 3 B-52 Stratofortresses shrunk in the distance. With the wyverns coming into effective range, he took a breath, his hand wrapped around the joystick and ready to press down. Speaking over the sound of his plane's engine, he gave the order to fire. Fox 2. Trails of smoke darted away from the wings of the metal dragons, heading toward the direction of the reinforcing wyvern knights. No, Washner said dramatically, his voice riddled with disbelief. Thinking back on the rumors, he didn't want to believe that the metal dragons were capable of such destruction, but the weapons they used clearly fit the description. Homing light arrows, he muttered. Just what kind of sorcery? After expending their munitions, the aircraft banked upward and flew back toward the way they came from, shrieking like a banshee as they cut seamlessly through the air. The speeds at which they performed this maneuver were astonishing, sending both Jean Filia and Washner into denial. Their wide eyes followed the receding shapes of gray in the sky until they shrank into nothingness, disappearing into the background of the blue skies. They looked back toward the wyverns. Moments later, flashes of light and flame erupted in the skies. The resulting sound from the explosion slammed into the Lurians like an earthquake, one that shook the very foundation of their morale and toppled it, causing it to crumble into the void. The effect of the display was evident. Jean Filia saw his army falter as they stopped marching. Shouts arose from the ranks of his troops, signifying doubt and disorder until the regional lords were able to calm down the troops. Then, they heard the droning sounds. It started as a low rumble, almost inaudible when compared to the marching men below the hill, then cascaded into a loud, buzzing noise. They looked up and saw the titanic monsters, boasting wingspans similar to those of legendary divine dragons. Flying low, they seemed to cover a significant portion of the sky. They were escorted by the silver aircraft from earlier. The Lurian army did not falter. They maintained their order and continued to march toward Ajay, unaware of the devastation to come. Jean Filia yelled at Washner. "What are they doing? Send this to the lords. They need to scatter. They need to separate into anti-aerial formations now. Treat the enemy aircraft as wyverns with a powerful air attack unless proven otherwise." Washner complied, and the order within the marching army disintegrated as they split into groups moving in different directions. In response, the approaching aircraft widened their path, putting more distance between themselves. Although large, they traveled at a ludicrous speed, faster than even the quickest Lurian wyvern. Despite the Lurian army's best attempts, they could not escape the shadow of the monstrosities above, and all witnessed as the metal beasts opened up their underbellies. An unstoppable hail of dark objects fell from the sky, blanketing the troops below. Time seemed to slow down for Jean Filia and his observational officers as they watched the objects fall. This is what the warning earlier meant. The Lurian army was literally to be bombed to oblivion. The first bombs did not even touch the ground, to the Lurians' curiosities. Instead, they blossomed into hundreds of submunitions, which then erupted with fierce might. Sparks of light flashed throughout the panicking Lurians, sparing no one. Not even their renowned cavalry was able to escape the reaches of the hellish flames that scorched the plains. The screams of the anguished dying were drowned out by the sound of hundreds of explosions laying waste to men and horses indiscriminately. So, this is the power of the United States of America? Are they in league with demons? Jean Filia cried out as he watched explosions engulf the men he had come to know over the past decade. Survivor's guilt struck him like lightning, forcing him to his knees as tears welled up in his eyes. "I had a premonition. I could have done more," he said shakily. Washner simply stared at the scene before him. Bits of men, horses, and metal flew into the air, almost indistinguishable from each other. Everything became charred, burnt to a crisp, or mutilated to the degree of unrecognizability. The sheer destructive power was surprising, but not as much as the fact that no magical signatures emanated from the catastrophe. Washner tried to reconfigure the detector, but it still displayed nothing. He reasoned that it could be the result of magical inhibitors, which can hide magic, but even then it wouldn't hide the magical signal completely. "What kind of magic," he said with a shock, "is this?" The volcanic devastation unleashed by the metal beasts ceased as the last of the bombs detonated. Plumes of black smoke rose from the ashes of the dead, and when it cleared, Jean Filia couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude that he had listened to his intuition. He paused to observe the results of the American bombing. Craters littered the once beautiful grassy plains, covering the earth like a horrible breakout of acne. Scattered throughout the battlefield were the remains of the 20,000-strong army. "They didn't even have a chance to fight," Jean Filia muttered. "They were just stomped out, like ants in the face of a marching army." Why?" He broke down. General New spectated the event with an open jaw, speechless. "Enjoying the show?" General Hammond asked. New set down his binoculars. Unable to think of anything to say, he simply nodded. "Well, I see Operation Shock was aptly named. Congratulations, General." Ajay held against an army of 20,000 without losing a single man. He clasped his hand on New's back. I appreciate your aid, General Hammond." New replied meekly. "Pleasure of the United States Air Force. I'm looking forward to working with you." He offered a hand. "Likewise. So what comes next?" We're going to be retaking Jim tomorrow. I heard some of our guys were tasked with liberating a few slave caravans from those damn Lurians. Hopefully that turns out well." "Retaking Jim? I wasn't informed of that." New felt his pride injured, as he was not among the first to know. "Oh, you should be getting a message through one of your Manacom things. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some work to attend to. Have a good day, General." Chapter 12. Demi-human liberation. Somewhere between Ij and Jim. Baker and Nakamoto looked out the window, holding on for dear life as their Humvee traversed the underdeveloped road. Dude, these things are hella uncomfortable. Why are they so damn bulky? Why not just use a GoPro or something? Nakamoto complained. Beats me. It's probably part of some new contract. Baker adjusted his body cam. Yo, I heard we're one of the few teams who are getting these things, the driver called out. Oh, for real? What's up with that, Vargas? Baker asked. It's not like we're gonna go around committing war crimes or something. I was in a meeting with that Anders dude, the ambassador. I kinda zoned out for most of it, but I think they wanted us to have these body cams cause they want some good footage. Freeing slaves and all that. Nakamoto crossed his arms. Everything has to be political nowadays, huh? Well, if you think about it, the president probably wants some good stuff to justify the war effort. I mean, shit, we were only in this world for like 2 months before we went to war. Again, Baker checked his gear, realizing that they were approaching the village. The 4 Humvees rolled through the burning village. The few structures that weren't burning were shredded and torn apart as if monsters were set loose. Blood stained the dirt, and a few bodies lay in the center of the village. All adult males who attempted to defend their families, but failed. Baker wrinkled his nose at the sight, disgusted by the blatant evil that took place here. He formed a cross gesture with his hands and gave a soft prayer before radioing to his men. I see some tracks up ahead. Looks like carriage wheels. They followed the tracks for an hour, stopping intermittently to gauge their surroundings. With nothing but open grassland all around, they trudged on with boredom. Eventually, the platoon came to a stop by a smoldering fire, one that was put out recently. Baker put his hand over the smoking wood. Still warm. They've got to be nearby. Yo Nakamoto, get that drone up. Got it. He fished around in his backpack until he produced a small helicopter-like drone, piloting it with a tablet. He directed it forward and followed the fresh carriage trails on the dirt. After a couple minutes of traveling, he spotted something in the distance. I got something. Looks like about 20 wagons, escorted by a group of 50 horsemen. I don't know about the contents of the wagons, though. Could be more hostiles, could be looted goods, or kidnapped demis. All right, their setup is exactly what we learned about last week. Let's do this by the book, folks. There might be civilians in the wagons, so check your fire. After everyone got back in their vehicles, they dashed to the rescue of the Quatonians. 2 of the Humvees veered off, conducting a flank so that the Lurians' escape path could be cut off. The other 2 Humvees chased after the convoy, timing their arrival with that of their allies. Baker leaned out the window from the lead Humvee as they approached the convoy's rear guard, which consisted of 10 knights. He brought a microphone up to his mouth and spoke. Halt. The knights gave their comrades several hand signals, upon which the convoy slowed down and the 10 knights approached the strange horseless carriage ahead of them. One of them disembarked and walked up to the Humvee. Baker opened his door to exit, but was stopped by Nakamoto. Dude, we really just can't shoot him? No rules of war around here. I'm with you on that one, but what if they're just a merchant convoy or something? I mean, I'm 99.9% sure that they're the bastards who sacked that village, but we gotta get confirmation first. Nakamoto nodded. Yeah, that's understandable. Good luck. Baker patted Nakamoto's arm and let go. Always wanted to do some fantasy shit, he said with a smirk. I thought you wanted to do some Japanese girls? Baker chuckled, shaking his head. Bruh, come on, he said as he left the Humvee. Aiming his rifle at the ground, he approached the lone knight who stood in the middle of the road, his comrades maintaining distance behind him. I'm Corporal Baker with the United States Marine Corps. Identify yourself. The burly knight walked up, the sun glinting off his silver armor as he moved. I am Knight Captain Jalvanima of the Lurian Eastern Subjugation Army. State your business. Upon receiving confirmation of the man's identity, he readied his rifle, subtly raising it. Refraining from letting his emotions cloud his judgment, he continued. There was a village down the road, where I just came from. Know anything about that? Jal eyed the mysteriously clothed man and the staff he held. Then he gave a haughty laugh. Huh, you must be the Quatonians' new allies. United States Marine Corps. Yes, I remember now. You must realize, we are the elite vanguard of the Lurian Kingdom. Every man under my command is a Knight Captain candidate, and half of them are Wyvern Knight candidates. I pity your decision-making skills, so I shall allow you the chance to flee. After all, our clients are expecting their delivery of slaves soon, and I cannot waste time toying with barbarians." Baker sighed and muttered under his breath, "What's up with villains and monologuing?" "Hmm," Jal asked, raising his sword and moving forward. "What was that?" I said, "You're a damn cocksucker." Jal and the rest of his knights readied their blades, but they were too slow. Before Jal could even charge at Baker, a shot rang out. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down, seeing blood ooze from a hole in his armor. What in the AS? Jal was cut off by a second bullet, piercing his skull and immediately dropping him. "Waste the motherfuckers," Baker yelled. The Humvee gunners opened up on the knights who were standing on the sides of the convoy, while the drivers went off-road, causing several cavalrymen to chase them. Baker and the rest of the Marines engaged the Lurians who were standing in front of the wagons. In an attempt to avoid potentially injuring a civilian, the Marines pulled back, putting distance between the firefight and the wagons. Carefully leading their shots, the Marines aimed slightly below center mass, so that stray bullets would be more likely to impact the ground rather than objects behind the targets. With precise marksmanship, the charging Lurians were eliminated one after the other. Those still mounted on their horses were killed first, their bodies falling off and getting trampled. Realizing that the Americans possessed ranged weapons that could easily pick them off in the open, the surviving Lurians retreated to the wagons. "Fall back," one of them yelled. Baker immediately held up a fist. "Shit, we gotta be careful now." Nakamoto walked up beside him. "How many more are there?" They had 25, initial plus reinforcements. 10 cavalry went after the Humvees, and we killed 8. So that leaves 7 plus any reinforcements they may have in the back. Baker reached for his radio. "Yo, Michaels, Sitrep?" A voice replied. "Fuckers ran away. They went back toward the convoy. These dudes were idiots. Most of them just charged at us, and we got 20 of them." "All right. Good work, Vargas." Another voice replied. "We cleared out the guys chasing us. We got all of them, but we do have a couple horses who managed to survive. Could be useful in helping the civvies. Hoffman, make your way back here. I left my mic in the car. I'm hoping these assholes will surrender." "Will do, sir. On my way." Baker then gave new orders to the group that engaged the front of the convoy. "Michaels, remain on standby. I'm going to try to get these guys to surrender. Don't want to have a close quarters fight near the wagons." "Copy that." Baker looked to his left, hearing the Humvees pull up. He opened the door to his seat, reaching in and grabbing a microphone and a large speaker. Approaching the closest wagon, he activated his equipment and demanded the surrender of the Lurians. "You saw how easily we killed your buddies. Y'all might be cocksuckers, but I'm hoping y'all ain't idiot retards as well. Come on out, and we will promise you safety as prisoners of war. I'll give you 2 minutes, and anyone who survives will be fed to the hounds." "Bruh, we don't have any hounds though," Nakamoto said. "No shit, dumbass. Just trying to wet their pants. Say, did I sound menacing enough?" Nakamoto shrugged. "Beats me." Bonacane Mortia listened to the loud voice demanding his and the other survivors' surrender. Since he was Vanima's second in command, he took control of the surviving units. He looked at his comrades while the voice spoke. "Will be fed to the hounds." One of his men panicked, a newer recruit in their elite team. "Sir Mortia, what do we do?" He held up a hand. "We have 2 minutes to decide." He closed his eyes, considering his options. He thought back to the engagement prior. The Americans had some sort of rapid-firing magical weapon, similar to the Parpaldian muskets he heard of. With no archers under his command, they had no way of trading fire and therefore absolutely must engage in melee combat. However, with how effective their rapid-fire muskets were, he had no chance at closing the distance. However, the Americans also did not seem inclined to push forth, and he noticed that they fired their weapons carefully. He developed a sinister smile as he thought of an idea. "Lang Sun, pull the slaves out. We will use them as shields." "My lord, do as I say," Mortia hissed. "These items are subhuman filth anyway. Don't tell me you're feeling sorry for them." "I know, not at all, sir." Lang Sun stuttered. "Good. Everyone, grab a demi-human and arrange yourselves in a circular formation. We will push forth with all sides covered." "Someone's walking out." Everyone raised their rifles, but were then surprised to see that it was a hostage. Slowly, the Lurians walked out, hostages whimpering as blades pressed up against them. Those fucking rats. Baker growled. Hold your fire. A laugh emanated from within the shield wall of hostages as they trudged toward the Marines, who were cautiously backing up. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Your morality is your downfall, Americans. This is why the kingdom of Loria is destined for greatness. Through our willpower, we will cleanse this land of these filth. Damn it, we don't have any flashbangs or anything? Baker tried to think of a way around this situation. Nakamoto shook his head. No, if only we did, he sighed. How are we going to deal with this? Baker gripped his rifle, sweat rolling down his reddening face. Fuck. I don't know. Suddenly, a shout came from the Lurian group. This has gone far enough. First the village, and now this? Have you no honor? One of the Lurian knights let go of his hostage and rammed his sword into another one of the knights. The other knights were then faced with the option of maintaining their hostage shields or releasing them to engage the threat within. With their leader dead, they opted for the former, knowing the releasing the hostages would open them up from attack. Seizing the opportunity, Baker reached for his microphone. You are outnumbered, and your leader is dead. Surrender now. Do it. The knight from earlier yelled, pointing his sword at his comrades. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, they surrendered, releasing the hostages and dropping their weapons. Good choice, Baker said. All right, folks, let's round him up. He checked up on the status of the other members in his platoon via radio. Michaels, Sitrap. The Lurians walked out by themselves and surrendered. Got lucky over here. How about y'all? Hostage situation. We dealt with it though. No casualties on our side or on the civvies. We're gonna go call in for some transports for these folks, and probably some medics too. These fellas look hella banged up. All right, sir. We did a good thing today. Baker paused, looking at the relieved and cheering demi-humans thanking his men. Baker smiled and replied, Yes, we did. Too bad these guys don't have any oil for us, Nakamoto said. Damn, dude. Why you always gotta ruin a moment? Baker smirked, shaking his head. Chapter 13, Adam's Retreat. July 21st, 1639. Washington, D.C. Robert, please have a seat. President Lee gestured toward an empty couch. The gruff-looking secretary nodded, his gray hair complementing his demeanor. Glad to be here, Mr. President. How's the progress with the Lurians? The first part of Operation Shock was a success, and we were able to eliminate the Lurian army near Ajay. We even captured a few magicians, who were now in the process of interrogating, and one of their nobles. Lee nodded. Nice. And the Marines? 3 of our Marine groups have successfully completed their assigned objectives. No casualties. The 4th is currently in the process of liberating a slave caravan, and they're expected to wrap up shortly. The footage from the missions are ready to go. We're transferring the data to your press teams right now. Excellent. And the Special Forces teams? Robert laid out a series of reports on the small coffee table between them. DevGru is preparing for the assault on the Lurian capital. We have several Delta Force and Green Beret teams working with the CIA, assisting rebellious lords with local objectives. So far, the Lurian logistics have been scrambled to all hell. With the local lords starting to realize just how outmatched they are, they've been holding their troops. We won't have to worry about any full-scale invasion of Kwa Toin for the time being. Lee sighed. Phew. I was hoping we wouldn't have to wipe out their army. That would have been pretty detrimental for our future plans after Loria surrenders. No kidding, sir. I doubt the locals would have liked us after culling a significant percentage of their workforce, fathers, sons, and brothers. Yep. Makes operation all the more important. By the way, how's that coming along? When is Hawthorne scheduled to arrive at Gene Hark? Robert flipped through a few papers from the Navy. Looks like they'll be getting there in about a week. They're restocking on munitions right now and expanding their amphibious assault units. I sure hope this'll work. It has to. I just hope we won't need to actually invade the city. I think the chances of that being necessary are slim to none. The Lurians will be too worried about our beachhead and fleet of warships to even think about consolidating their forces at the castle. Don't worry about it, Mr. President. This'll all be done in a week or 2. Yep. Lee took a sip of water. Say, did you get that file on the Ravernal Empire? I'm not sure. Who's it from? Should be filed under a Lieutenant Vasquez with the 7th Fleet. One of the observers sent from Kwa Toin brought it up during a conversation. and it turns out that we might not be the only advanced power on this planet. Oh, so I assume that's where all those radio waves and industrial pollutants are coming from, Robert suggested. Actually, no. Those radio waves and the World War II era vessels we saw on the satellite images are from the Ravernal Empire and Mu. We managed to pick up some of their radio waves and isolated a significant number of these references, along with a reference to the Holy Mauritial Empire and civilized region. Huh, interesting. So then, who are these Ravernals? Not sure. The report wasn't that informative, but we did get a gist of them. Turns out they're the big baddies of this world. Genocide, enslavement, all that. I'm not sure how real these tales are, but the general consensus seems to be that the ancient sorceress empire is undeniably real. Honestly, I don't think we can just dismiss this as a fairy tale. I mean, look at us. We were transferred. It wouldn't be much of a stretch for someone else to have also been transferred before us. All right, I'll take a look at the file once I get back to my office. What do you think we should do with this intel? I think we need to take this threat seriously. They were reported to have used a small arrow of light to wipe out entire cities before. Sound familiar? Robert's eyes widened in realization. Nukes. President Lee nodded. Yeah, I sure do wish Reagan's Star Wars program became a reality. That would have been quite the relief. Yeah, well, maybe it ain't too far off, Mr. President, Robert smiled. This time around, we've got magic. We have the potential to get it done, but that depends on any advancements we're able to make. And if we can make these strides before this Ravernal Empire makes their prophesied return. Yeah, Lee checked his watch. Okay, I don't want to keep you here for too long. Let me know if anything important happens with the Lurians. I gotta check up on stuff with Stephen anyway. All right, Mr. President. We can continue this when I've read up on the Ravernals. Robert got up and walked out the door. A few minutes later, Lee heard a knock. He looked at the open door. Ah, Stephen. Any updates? Yes, sir. Dr. Pollen has discovered a few areas of interest. The oceans to the east seem to have constant stormy weather, and certain regions of this world seem to be constantly clouded by clouds. We can't see what's under. Interesting choice of words, Stephen. Go on. Ambassador Anders got your request about the Ravernal Empire, and he will be seeing the Quatonians once they've finished their emergency meeting. On that note, our intellectual exchange has progressed nicely, but the Quatonians want to buy some of our books. I'll let the Department of Education and the Department of Commerce come up with something reasonable. I still think it is best if we, as much as possible, maintain our scientific and technological edge. Anything else? Stephen scrolled through his tablet. Looks like Ambassador Nathan has successfully established relations with two kingdoms north of Alaska, the Kingdom of Finn and the Gahara Theorsy. Ambassador Nathan? Our former ambassador to Japan, sir. Oh, right. Carry on. Finn has formally invited us to participate in their annual military festival, which will be taking place in September. Oh, that's only a couple months away. Right, sir. And you might want to see this, Stephen said, flipping his tablet around to show a satellite image of Finn and Gahara. President Lee gave a surprised smile. Why, that looks just like yin and yang. Indeed. NASA was quite curious as to why it looked this way, and it turns out there is a dense formation in the center, right between Finn and Gahara. We'll need to expand our relations with them before we launch any expeditions or send research teams. Damn, let's move this higher on the list then. I'm itching to know what's down there, unless of course it's Godzilla or something. I doubt it, sir. There's also one final update. A few Gallup polls were released today regarding your handling of the transference and international trade. Over 95% of polled citizens approve of your decisions so far, and over 70% are eager to see the outside world. Lee smiled. Dang, 95%? Okay. He clasped his hands together. Before you go, schedule some appointments with the cruise line CEOs and the airline CEOs. We can do some cruises to my heart for the time being, and then flights once we get the airport set up. Oh wait, have we set up any tourist rules yet? No, sir. All right, let's get that done first then. I don't want any Americans accidentally running into a wild wyvern or a chimera and then getting eaten. I understand, sir. Somewhere between a J and Jim. Wyvern Knight Muller analyzed the ground below as he scanned through openings in the clouds. It sure became cloudy all of a sudden. Quite, his partner replied. Hey, hold on, I think I see something. Muller angled his mount toward a patch of darkened ground. As he approached the anomaly, his heart dropped. Bodies of the dead, burnt and shredded beyond recognition, lay strewn about across the gouged earth. Hundreds of ravens and vultures flocked about, picking apart any meat that survived the hellish catastrophe. He decided to land near a group of trees, where he discovered an intact tent. He dismounted to investigate and entered the tent. There was nothing inside, save for an overturned table and several quills and empty sheets on the floor. What the hell happened here? Before he could even come up with any hypotheses, a shrieking sound pierced his ears. It was like the sound an arrow produced when flying through the air, but much louder. He pushed a tent flap with his arm and looked up, trying to identify the source. Several small dots appeared outside of the cluster of clouds, rapidly closing the distance between themselves and his allies who were still in the air. The small dots became larger as they approached, revealing artificial shapes, metal dragons. A bright object detached itself from the wings of the aircraft, leaving a trail of smoke as it rapidly accelerated into the clouds. Muller couldn't see his allies through the thick weather, but that didn't mean the enemy couldn't. Several explosions rang out, lighting up nearby clouds with an orange glow. Muller waited anxiously, hoping that the light arrows miraculously missed, but his dreaded expectations were confirmed when he saw chunks of red falling from the skies. He broke down, falling to his knees. He wanted to cry out for the loss of his comrades, but kept his mouth shut for the sake of remaining hidden. After a couple minutes of lament and grief, he moved toward his wyvern, leading it into the forest. He clutched the protective charm around his neck, realizing that he avoided certain death and vowed to make it back home to his family. It's following me. I can't shake. The transmission cut to static. Within the Eastern Subjugation Army headquarters, the top officers crowded around a manacom. After hearing the latest message, they were speechless. That's the fourth or fifth time we've heard about these homing magical light arrows, General Pander muttered, worried about the consistency and frequency of these reports. Magician Talon, please have all Wyvern Knights grounded until further notice. Sir, it is too risky to keep them in the air. Have them grounded, but ready to take off at a moment's notice. As you wish, my lord. The magician relayed Pander's orders to the Wyvern Knights, who immediately began to descend and return to their base. General Adam. Pander gestured toward the door. Let's go outside. Adam followed Pander to the manor's garden, where they spoke privately. I've received many reports of delays, Pander began. Our reinforcements will not be arriving for a while, if at all. If at all. There have been rumors of local lords purposely sabotaging the deployment of their troops or otherwise causing the delays. It won't be long before someone finds out. For their sake, I hope none of that is true. Adam grinned sinisterly. Now, Adam. Let us focus on the war. What do you think of these Americans? Adam's evil grin disappeared. I think they are a force we've gravely underestimated at the start of the war. I know not why they helped those filthy demi-humans, despite being a human-only nation. I think I should return to Gene Hark to request reinforcements. Pander raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's quite an unexpected surprise from the aggressive Adam. Yes, I see the situation for how it truly is. I would have sent a runner, but then our request for expedited reinforcements may not be filled. If I were to ask myself, however, then HQ will recognize the gravity of our predicament. A wise analysis, General Adam. You should make haste, then. Adam nodded and left for the stables to retrieve his horse. As he walked alone, he tried to calm himself. He needed to relay this new information to that snaky Parpaldian envoy. Chapter 14, Pander's Surrender. Eastern Lurian Subjugation Army, Jim. Pander eyed Adam as his silhouette slowly shrunk into the distance. He was concerned by Adam's abrupt change in behavior. Adam was usually not one to cower from a fight. Despite his nasty personality, he was still a brilliant tactician. Naturally, Pander became worried about the United States of America. Due to the absurdity of the reports regarding their Navy's surrender, he had doubts. However, as time progressed, clues surfaced, evidence pointing to the validity of these rumors. Not a single ship or transmission from their great fleet returned, nor did any of their forward scouting elements return. While he was strategizing, one of his assistants walked up to him. My lord, the Quatonians are marching here. We could not ascertain exactly when they departed due to the loss of our scouts, but they are currently maintaining a position 5 kilometers from Jim's walls. General Pander raised his eyebrow. And the Americans? We have not discovered any of their strangely uniformed men, nor their vehicles. Pander breathed a sigh of relief. Well then, he said smiling, let us meet the Quatonians on the battlefield. What have they brought? Their army consists of 10 groups of 3,000 men total, with 24 wyverns. Huh, that's laughably small. They've had one victory with the help of their allies, and now they have grown overly confident. I pity the men who have to follow such an idiotic commander. Pander walked back to the manor to inform his subordinates. Using a manicom, he relayed his orders to the entire station garrison of 10,000 men. They were to assemble outside the city walls and wait for their own wyverns to strike the Quatonians. With a mage bombardment and volley of arrows to follow, the Quatonians' numbers would be hopelessly thinned. In doing so, he could turn his advantage in numbers into an overwhelming, unscalable cliff. This could reduce the chances of his army suffering casualties from magic-proficient elves and other physically strong demi-humans. With the order given, he ventured out to survey his troops. The opposing army still maintained their position, unmoving. With an army as vast and well-trained as his own, he wondered if the enemy was having second thoughts about their assault. Of course, he'd rather crush this army so he wouldn't have to deal with it when assaulting Ajay. But if they were to retreat, that would signify a great victory with regards to morale. From the manicom, he was informed that his wyvern knights were ready to strike, and he gave the order to commence the operation. Simultaneously, his men marched forward, intending to reach firing range for their spells and arrows by the time the Lurian wyverns completed their attack run. Then, he saw trails of smoke in the distance. The same trails of smoke described by all the fallen Lurians throughout the past few weeks. His blood ran cold as he watched the trails move toward the sun, where his wyverns were positioning for a strike. He put his hand up to his eyes, squinting to maintain visibility of the light arrows, which curved to follow his wyvern knights. Their evasive maneuvers were helpless. The manicom became saturated with the panicked screams of the dying. Blasts echoed one after another as the light arrows found their targets, reducing the pride of the Lurian military to mere chunks of burnt flesh and shards of destroyed armor. His troops heard the explosions as well and glanced upward. Pander sighed deeply. He could sense the morale of his men plummet, wondering what had happened to their aerial support. While Pander wallowed in regret, desperately trying to salvage the operation, he noticed several dots appear in the distance. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the behemoths eventually came into view and struck a neuron. He realized their identity. These were the same harbingers of death that felled the Eastern Lord's division. He felt a sharp pain in his heart as he recognized that he was in fact the idiotic commander. The Quatonian army was used as bait to lure out his army and goading him into thinking that it would be an easy victory. He quickly yelled into his manicom, "Scatter! Scatter! Don't clump up!" His troops obeyed his orders, but he had underestimated the speed of the flying behemoths. They were already upon his forces. How could something so large fly so fast? He hopelessly asked. The bellies of the beasts opened up, revealing their instruments of death. Pander sunk to his knees and felt the wet grass press against him as he fought back tears. No. Despite his disbelief, he couldn't help but watch the bombs fall down like rain during a heavy storm. With thunder that even a heavy storm couldn't surpass, the bombs split apart into thousands of gnat-like submunitions and ignited. A cascade of light erupted from the position of his army, engulfing nearly everyone. A few who had heeded his commands early managed to survive, but not enough to make a difference. Horns echoed, signaling the commencement of the Quatonian assault. They marched around the smoldering craters, ignoring the dying men. They approached the walls of Jim, and one person stepped forward, a man with a pointy face dressed in elegant armor. "I am General New of the Quatoin Judgment Force. Surrender now, or perish." His eyes red and watery from the horrific massacre, Pander felt utterly defeated. No, he was utterly defeated, and nearly his entire army was wiped out. Seeing no other options, he gave the order to surrender. Gene Hark. For men sat around a table, discussing the news of General Pander's surrender. The information, relayed via manicom, came as a grave shock. The Americans allowed Pander to submit a report of his surrender and the circumstances that brought it about. The enemy used the same attack twice and annihilated both of the armies we assembled? A blond, bearded man adorned in armor asked. This certainly cannot be possible. General Patagine shook his head. The report came from Pander himself, one of the three great generals. General Miminal, surely you at least have trust in your comrade. You make a fine point. However, what if he was forced to say such things? Pander is an excellent tactician, but not a trained spy who can stay resilient with a blade at his neck. What happened to Adam? I believe he fell back. He departed to ask us for reinforcements directly, but it appears that he left too late. The enemy attacked right after he left. Lucky him. If there is one man I trust with regards to authentic battle reports, it would most likely be Adam. Miminal rubbed his beard. A short, balding man spoke up. I might not be the most knowledgeable in military affairs, but even I can see that our reckless disregard of the information at hand has led us to lose three major forces already. First, the Great Fleet. We did not take time to research the Americans and charged at them despite the overwhelming technological disparity. Second, the Eastern Lords Division. While we did not inform them of the fleet's surrender, they themselves experienced American firepower firsthand when they lost their scouts. Third, the Eastern Subjugation Army. Despite knowledge of the enemy's capabilities, they still engaged in combat. Well, Lord Mouse, that does make sense. Miminal nodded in agreement. Yes, we should tread with caution now and assume that these absurd reports are true, lest we lose more men to ignorance. Patagine said, let us then analyze these absurd reports. Lord Mouse, what kind of weapons did the Americans employ? Each major defeat included the use of a weapon that our men have described as light arrows or homing light arrows. Fired from their iron dragons and iron warships, these weapons are primarily used against our wyvern knights, following them at unimaginable speeds before making contact and exploding. The wizard among them, Yamirii, raised his eyebrows. What else? Their warships boasted a cannon, much like the Parpaldians, except this single cannon could fire rapidly and accurately. Finally, the attack employed by their behemoth iron dragons was a bombing run. We've tossed around the idea of throwing bombs from wyverns, but decided against it due to the weight capacity of wyverns and the effectiveness of their fireballs, which completely negate the need for bombs. It seems that these Americans, having no wyverns in their arsenal, went a different route. General Patagine hummed, deep in thought. Yamirii, what do you think? He turned to look at Yamirii, who was wide-eyed in severe shock. Yamirii? What's wrong? Homing light arrows, magical cannons, raining bombs. No, it can't possibly be. Yamirii? What is it? Mouse asked, worried. The United States of America must be the ancient sorceress empire of old. The Ravernal Empire. Good heavens, no. Miminal recoiled in fear. Wait, Mouse interrupted. If they truly are the Ravernal Empire, why bother engaging in diplomacy in the first place? The legends depicted them as brutal overlords, masters of the slave races, which consisted of all other races but themselves. Furthermore, the legend said that when they return, darkness will envelop the skies for a brief moment. Yes, you do have a point about diplomacy. Their envoys did seem rather polite. And the skies, there was an incredible storm to the east, but I know of no darkness that occurred. I apologize. Perhaps I was out of line with this hasty assumption. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a voice called out from the hallway. Pardon me for interrupting, but I used to be a scholar before I found my passion for cooking. Head chef Wileman. General Patagine immediately recognized the man. That all makes sense now. You sound quite sophisticated for merely a chef. My lords, he bowed. I was able to catch some of your conversation as I was walking by, and I must pose a consideration. The Ravernal Empire was a transferred nation. The United States of America claims to be a transferred nation as well. Both employ iron dragons, iron warships, and homing light arrows. Therefore, would it be safe to say that their power levels are similar? Yes, that is a quaint observation, Miminal said. But that doesn't explain why we cannot detect their magic. Yamirii picked up on this, suggesting, what if their magical power levels are so great that they cannot register on our detectors? The four men muttered in agreement, realizing that at the very least, The United States had a level of power comparable to the feared legend of old. While they talked, Wildman excused himself. "You'll have a nice day? I've got to go get some ingredients for the meals tonight." The four men waved him goodbye. "Strange fellow, isn't he? I've not heard many people say y'all. Come to think of it, I haven't heard anyone say that word," Mouse said. "Well, he did tell me he was from a remote island south of Nahanath. Bunch of barbarians down there, so it wouldn't surprise me if he uses barbarian terminology," Patagine said. "Anyway, how are we going to give this news to His Highness?" Ymiri shuddered. "Either way, he will not like it. Perhaps if I emphasize their magical prowess, we may yet be able to avoid catastrophe." The four men knelt before their king, none uttering a word. "So," King Loria said, his voice echoing throughout his throne room, "what news do you bring?" The four men looked at each other, silently beckoning the others to go first. Eventually, Patagine decided to take the initiative, unwilling to allow the awkward silence to continue. "Your Highness, we received an update from General Pander regarding the Eastern Subjugation Army." King Loria smiled. "Ah, so we have finally taken Ajay, I assume?" Patagine bowed down further to hide his face. "Your Highness, the Jim garrison was wiped out. The Eastern Subjugation Army divisions stationed there suffered over 90% casualties." The atmosphere in the room simmered as King Lauria radiated silent anger. "How?" Patagine looked over to Ymiri, signaling him to elaborate. The old wizard began. "Your Highness, we face a transferred nation just like the Ravernal Empire." King Loria stared down at Ymiri, who was visibly terrified. "If we were truly fighting the Ravernal Empire, we would not have had the opportunity to even surrender. I meant we are fighting a force like—" King Loria cut him off, preventing Ymiri from giving a vital explanation. "Miminal, why have we lost our position in Jim?" "Your Majesty, it is because Pander was unable to receive reinforcements. He only had access to about 10,000 men. 100,000 should have been on site for preparation to push further into Qua-Tonian territory." 10,000? What is the rest of the army doing?" "Your Majesty, the army has received numerous setbacks. Many of the lords within our army are refraining from sending their troops." This time, it was Mouse' turn to feel the heat. King Loria glared at the frail man. "Mouse, have you not conveyed my will to the lords?" Your Highness, please forgive me. I have conveyed your will, but none wish to." "No matter. Let them know that if they do not meet expectations, they will earn my ire. I will personally strip them of their titles if this continues any longer." "I shall let them know, Your Highness," Mouse replied meekly. "Now go. The next time I receive news from you lot, it better be good." Chapter 15, Estherant. July 30th, 1639. Estherant, Perpaldian Empire. A blond man in his early 30s with an elegant mustache sat in his office, sifting through piles of documents. Nahanath, insignificant. Topa, ending their slave trades? Ho, I'll take a look at that later. He placed the reports to the side. Fen, still deciding. This lease deal is the best thing we've ever offered to a barbarian country. Bunch of ungrateful savages. Finally, he settled on the report from the Rodinius continent. "Ah," he smiled. "Loria's war of conquest and genocide. How typical of savages to engage with the ethnic cleansing of demi-humans. Well, that doesn't matter as long as we secure Rodinius under our thumb." He read the reports, which had been set aside for the past few weeks due to an overload of bureaucratic work. He raised an eyebrow. They lost their fleet. To the Americans? Who the hell? The more he read, the dizzier he got. Iron ships, iron dragons, transferred country. What sort of fantasy nonsense is this? He scoffed at the absurdity of the report, failing to see any semblance of reason in it. Still, he realized that his subordinates wouldn't throw away their jobs for some joke, so he decided to investigate. He looked through his cabinets for files involving Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire, since he knew they had metal vehicles. While he was busy combing through a drawer, he heard a knock on the door. "Come in," he said. One of his subordinates entered, the receptionist out front. "Lord Chaos," she said. "You might want to come to the pier. There's something you should see." Chaos sighed. "Rita, I shall admit, you are indeed pretty, but I'm quite busy here." "Oh," she blushed. "That's not what I meant. There's a fleet of metal ships out on the water." "Metal ships? Chaos immediately put his materials back in the cabinets. Let's go. One day ago, U.S. Third Fleet en route to Estherant. Ambassador Anders walked along the deck of the USS Carl Vinson, snapping pictures with his phone to send back to his wife. As he moved his camera around, trying to find a good scene to capture, he noticed someone walk in front, waving his hand and smiling. He lowered his phone to get a good look at the man, a bearded Hispanic colleague of his. Holy crap, Miguel. Anders broke into a smile. Yeah, bet you thought I was gone forever, huh? I thought you were vacationing with your folks down in Mexico? Yeah, I was. We happened to be in the embassy when the storm hit, though, so we got lucky, haha. I'm gonna want my 500 now, though. Anders couldn't even be mad. He pulled out his wallet and forked over 5 bills. Seriously? You see me, and the first thing that comes to your mind is the bet. Anders chuckled, shaking his head. Hey man, couldn't let you forget. You know, just in case God pulls off another teleportation act. Gotta cash in while we're both still in the same plane of existence. Always the logical one. They shared a laugh as waves splashed onto their ship's hull. Miguel broke the silence. So, what are you doing here anyway? I heard you were our guy for the Quatoin folks. Yeah, I was supposed to still be down there, helping to find more info about these Ravernal guys. But that shady prisoner we picked up from the Lurian fleet finally cracked. Turns out he's from the Ravernal Empire, so the president decided that now's a good time to pay them a visit. Picked you probably since you've got the most experience with this world's foreign affairs. Eh? Yeep. Bit strange how we're sending a whole fleet to establish diplomacy, Miguel commented. Did you check the message from Washington earlier this morning? Miguel shook his head. Well, essentially the Parpaldians are incredibly stuck up and arrogant. Guy we captured from the Lurian fleet assumed we were some weak barbarian nation, since we're located in the uncivilized regions and have no magic. Miguel smirked in surprise. Seriously? Just because of our location and lack of magic? Yeah. Ingrained into their mindset and culture, I guess. So, the president wants to conduct gunboat diplomacy from now on. Seems that most of the so-called civilized countries of this planet consist of a bunch of ignorant folks. The intercom interrupted their conversation. Ambassador Anders to the bridge, please. A white bearded man called out to Anders. Ambassador, we've detected a group of ships on radar. They're hailing us now on the Manicom. How the hell do you even use this thing? Anders walked over to the device. Parpaldians. Yes, that's what they've identified themselves as. All right, thank you, Admiral. I'll take it from here. He answered the Parpaldian communication request. Unidentified metal vessels. You are approaching Parpaldian territorial waters. State your identity and intentions. Ahem. I am Ambassador Anders with the United States of America. I am traveling aboard the USS Carl Vinson with the United States Navy Third Fleet, and our purpose is to establish diplomatic relations with the Parpaldian Empire. A moment of silence followed while the Parpaldians on the other end shared several whispers. United States of America? I've never heard of that nation before. The captain scratched his head, trying to remember the history lessons from the academy. His second-in-command was similarly lost. Perhaps there's some barbarian nation that was newly formed? Perhaps. Let's inform HQ. Maybe they'll know something. Oh, I see ships along the horizon. The pair used their spotting scopes to analyze the ships, nearly dropping them in shock as the fleet came into view. The captain approached the Manicom. I see some giant metal ships over the horizon. Yes, that's us, a voice replied. He let go of the Manicom to discuss with his XO. Metal ships. Those can only be found in the second and first civilized regions. And that one in the middle looks like a carrier, with metal aircraft, just like Mu. Indeed, Captain. The magical detector is barely registering their vessels. What is a second-class nation's fleet doing all the way out here? We're not paid enough to figure that out. Let's just send this into command and let them deal with it. He turned the Manicom back on. Before we allow you to proceed, we require you to answer a few questions. First, where is your country located? The polished voice from earlier responded. Our mainland is located several thousand miles to the east of the Rhodinius continent. The captain put his hand over the Manicom, speaking to his comrade with a hushed whisper. Isn't there only open ocean out there? Yes, but it's also possible the early explorers missed something. After all, the waters out there have been since saturated with krakens and other beasts. These newcomers must be fairly formidable to have gotten past the monsters. The captain removed his hand from the manicom. And, you're a new nation? Do you have any affiliation with the first or second civilized regions? Yes, we're a new nation. What do you mean by the first and second civilized regions? I guess that's a no. Very well. You may anchor your fleet offshore and send a smaller boat to dock at the port of Estherant. Follow our vessels. July 30th, 1639. Estherant, Parpaldian Empire. Rida pointed to the metal vessels. My, they are huge. Chaos crossed his arms. Huh, so size does matter, he muttered. What was that? She turned her head. Oh, nothing. Just saying how they really are sizable. Lord Chaos, they really do look like Moo's ships, but larger. Despite being several miles from the shore, the aircraft carrier out on sea clearly dwarfed the small Parpaldian escorts beside it. The carrier was accompanied by several large vessels with a single cannon in front of a boxy castle-like construction and numerous smaller vessels, also with a single cannon. Chaos gawked slightly as he realized that even the smallest of the metal ships were larger than the Parpaldian gunboats by a significant margin. Far past the carrier, dozens of ships maintained their distance along the edge of the horizon. Among these vessels, he could count at least 2 more carriers. Surprised at the sheer scope of the fleet, he wondered who would be crazy enough to send such a force, which can be compared to a full-scale invasion force, simply for diplomatic purposes. Unbeknownst to him, the Americans had, with the recommendation of the captured observation officer Varhal, enacted a policy introduced by one of their greatest leaders. Thanks to the arrogant nature of this world's nations, the United States saw it fit to carry a gigantic stick of unmatched proportions. Good heavens! 3 rowboats emerged from the carrier. As they approached the port, he noticed that none of the passengers were rowing and that the small crafts were moving much faster than any rowboat might be capable of. Could they be using the tears of the wind god to propel their craft? Rida squinted her eyes to get a better look. They don't have sails, so what would the tears even be used to push? Right. Let us greet these newcomers. Sir, shouldn't this be the mission of the Second Foreign Affairs Department, seeing as how these ships are likely from Mu or one of their neighboring countries? Chaos thought back to his early ambitions for becoming the director of the First Foreign Affairs Department. He subtly clenched his fist, not wanting to lose another opportunity of greatness. No, these Americans have stated that their nation is east of Rodenius. Technically, this falls under my department, and this shall continue to be the case unless otherwise stated by my superiors. 2 metal dragons flew off the carrier and went out toward the sea, then rapidly accelerated upward before disappearing out of sight. The sound of objects cutting through the air reached the port, where people gasped and pointed at the event. They returned from the right, producing a cloudy blossom as they broke the sound barrier overhead. 2 distinct sonic booms echoed throughout the port, shocking many of Estherant's onlookers. Rida smiled. That was quite the exhilarating spectacle. I sure hope we retain jurisdiction over these Americans. How shall we treat them? Certainly not with hostility, after seeing this demonstration. My concern lies with preventing the second or first departments from taking this prize away from me. Imagine if I could pave the road for unlocking their metal secrets. We would no longer live under Mu's shadow. Clearly, these aircraft surpass Mu's Marin fighters. I'm sure glad it's you who is giving these newcomers their first impression of the Parpaldian Empire. I couldn't imagine how awful it would be if someone as snobbish as Elto was assigned to this. Heh, definitely. Chaos wondered if Rida knew about his rivalry with Elto. Their boats are docking. Let's go and welcome them. The pair pushed through the crowd that had gathered along the docks. In front, dozens of Parpaldian musket men stood at the ready, parting to let Chaos and Rida pass. The dark-colored boats moved up, producing a strange sound as it cut through the water. Their men held weapons quite similar in design to muskets, but were much more slim. With professional efficiency, the Americans secured their boats to the dock, culminating in the disappearance of the strange noises. 2 of them wore different attire from the others. They wore sharp, stylish suits. The Parpaldians couldn't help but think about the people from Mu, who also wore such apparel. Chaos walked up to greet the man leading the American team, a tall Caucasian with light brown hair. Greetings. I am Director Chaos of the Third Foreign Affairs Department. On behalf of the Parpaldian Empire, I welcome you to our capital city of Estherant. He bowed. Thank you for the warm welcome, the man replied, reciprocating his bow. I'm Ambassador Anders, and the man beside me is Ambassador Rodriguez. We'll be conducting diplomacy on behalf of the United States of America. Well then, the third Foreign Affairs office is not too far from here. Mind if we walk? I don't mind, Anders said, surveying his surroundings. KOs paid close attention to Anders' movements and behavior. The man appeared to be admiring the scenery, but not in a fashion that envoys from barbarian nations would normally do so. Rather than gawking at the glorious, wealthy splendor of Esthereth, this man simply smiled and nodded in approval, as if he were a renowned critic scrutinizing yet another piece of expensive art. To Anders, this view was incredible, but not overwhelming. KOs made a mental note of this. Anders' reactions affirmed his suspicion that the Americans were certainly not like their neighbors in terms of technology and culture. As they walked, they engaged in idle chat. KOs initiated the conversation. Ambassador Anders, I've heard several rumors of your nation. I'm wondering how accurate these rumors are. Oh, sure, the man chuckled. Go ahead. First, I heard you are a transferred nation. Really? Anders shrugged, maintaining a relatively serious expression. Yeah. One day we're on Earth. The next day a storm engulfs the entire world and then vanishes. Next thing we know, we're here. Anders' guards also had no reactions, hinting at the validity of the claim. Interesting. We've had tales of transferred nations in the past, such as the ancient sorceress empire in Mu. However, these events happened so long ago, before any of the great powers had industrialized or even come into existence. Such tales are, expectedly, hard to believe. The other man, Rodriguez, cut in. If you're having any doubts, we'd be happy to set up a trip to the United States for you. I may have to indulge in this offer. Could I ask you to wait a few days while I reorganize my schedule and request leave? Anders nodded, then looked up. He remembered something important. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, one thing. What's this world called anyway? What is the name of this planet? Oh, Alicia. Name originated from Mu, I believe. Quite similar to Elysium, Anders commented, turning to Rodriguez for an opinion. Related to Greece, perhaps? He said. KOs interrupted, confused about the discussion. I apologize, but what are you talking about? Anders recalled the automatic translation mechanism of this world. I suppose the word Elysium must be translated to paradise or something of the sort, since there likely is no origin for the word Elysium on this planet. However, if the translation were to cease, you could tell that Alicia and Elysium share the same origin. Fascinating, KOs said. He found himself at the stairs of his office building. Well then, I hope the scenery was admirable. Sure was, Anders replied casually, taking one final gander at the splendor outside before heading into the building. As they walked in, the Americans noticed the interior's uncanny resemblance to Renaissance-era European design. They even saw Romanesque columns. The only thing different was the lighting, which appeared to be powered by magic. Much like the magical lampposts outside, the sparkling chandeliers overhead similarly used magic gems. Several vents were built into the walls, providing a cool wind much like an air conditioning unit. These were operated by hidden tiers within a complex ventilation system. All of the amenities and decorations in the lobby were intended to affirm the superiority of the Ravernal Empire over any third region countries or barbarian countries who came to visit. KOs could tell the Americans were barely impressed, as if this splendor was common. Indeed, in the diplomatic line of work, Anders and Rodriguez have visited many exquisite buildings, from castles in Europe to palaces in Asia to the homes of the ultra-wealthy. KOs told them to wait for a bit while he and Rita adjusted their schedules to accommodate the new arrivals. After a couple minutes, he led them to his office. Please have a seat. A window sat behind KOs, showing a beautiful view of the city. Anders and Rodriguez sat on the two open chairs, finding them to be quite comfortable. Anders then opened his briefcase, pulling out several copies of an informational package about the United States. All right, let's begin. Chapter 16, Operation Awe. July 30th, 1639. Washington, D.C. President Lee sipped his coffee as he walked through the halls of the White House. He nodded at a few passing workers, too tired to return their greetings. As he walked toward the Oval Office, he noticed a tall, gray-haired man leaning against the wall. He was tapping on a tablet, eyes seemingly glued to it, yet noticed President Lee's arrival. "Morning, Mr. President." "Director Klein," Lee yawned. "What brings you here?" he asked as he opened the door to his office, gesturing for Klein to come in. "Well, sir, I've got good news and bad news." President Lee sat on a couch. "So that's how it is, huh? It can't just be good news." "At least it ain't just bad news, sir." Klein chuckled. Lee sighed. "Guess you've got a point there. Let's go with good news. We've got a good idea of the sentiment among the Lurian elite, excluding the king. A lot of the nobles are now wary of us, especially after seeing the fleet pass through their coastlines unchallenged." "Unchallenged? What? Don't tell me they put all their ships into that one fleet." Lee smiled in disbelief. "Actually, haha, no way. Yeah, over 90% of their ships were in that one fleet. The rest stayed behind for anti-piracy and whatnot. A few tried to intercept the fleet right by one of their port cities. According to my agents, that sealed the deal for most of the Lurian upper class. Most of their armies are being recalled to their lords' hometowns. With the threat of a naval invasion, Gene Hark can't afford to send out its troops to restore order among the lords and nobles." "Incredible. Things are going rather well, eh? What's the bad news?" "Well, we tried to get the Lurian leaders to come to their senses. We managed to get their top generals and advisors scared, but the king is a bit stubborn. My assets have also identified several targets of interest, people who we should take down during, or hell, even before we storm the castle." "I see. Local counter-espionage." Klein shrugged. "If they can even be called that," he said with a laugh. "Still, there's no telling if they've got enchanted armor, invisibility cloaks, or pocket spells ready to go. It seems so far that they've got to recite some long chants. But hey, you never know." Yeah, that's true. "Oh, you read the memo from a couple days ago, right?" Klein nodded. "My assets are ready when you are." "Sir, if we're going to be doing this more often, we're going to need more gas masks. And preferably ones that aren't as bulky." "Yeah, already working on that." "Sir, no nerve agents, right?" In a meeting with the military chiefs several days prior, he lifted bans imposed by the Geneva Convention, authorizing the usage of any stockpiled weapons, but only if deemed absolutely necessary. Research into non-lethal chemical agents was expanded, while destruction of old stockpiles of the deadlier toxins and chemicals was halted. Tear gas was scheduled to be mass-produced due to its comparatively minor effects. President Lee thought back to the orders he gave to DevGru. "Right. Don't want to show too many cards just yet." U.S. Navy 7th Fleet. USS Gerald R. Ford. The newest supercarrier in the United States Navy cut through the tides like a behemoth as it sailed alongside the USS Ronald Reagan. Boasting the latest generation of hardware and software, the vessel represented a mighty addition to the 7th Fleet. Surrounded by dozens of cruisers and destroyers, the two supercarriers reigned like a king and queen, marching toward victory. Aircraft launched from both carriers. They neared the shores of Gene Hark and were ready to strike the foolish king and shatter his dreams of conquest and extermination. Admiral Hawthorne looked at the digital map on his table. Radar data was constantly fed into the device, providing real-time strategic information. Most of the 7th Fleet participated in this exercise, titled Operation Awe. Some of their units stayed behind to guard Kwa Toin and Quila in case of any unexpected surprises. 30 miles away, the desperate Lurians were fortifying their port, arranging their wooden ships in a line to form a barricade. Hawthorne thought the image on the radar was laughable, tiny dots trying to form a wall against a tsunami. If necessary, they could even ram through with their sheer tonnage. Although a fan of dramatic entrances, Hawthorne dismissed the idea, opting instead for pure efficiency. "All vessels," he announced, "after years of extended conflicts with little to gain, fighting enemies of our own design, we now have the opportunity to follow in the footsteps of our forefathers and those before them. The people of Kwa Toin and Quila face extinction and slavery, with those in Jim having already suffered these horrors at the hands of the Lurians. Today, we will end this threat once and for all. Sailors of the 7th Fleet, we shall now commence Operation Awe, and may God have mercy on these cavemen, cause we sure as hell won't." Gene Hark Royal Castle. Bells rang as explosions permeated the atmosphere, filling terrified Lurians' eardrums with distant thunder. Even inside the sturdy castle walls, King Harkloria could hear the detonations along the port. Curious, he stood up to view the northern base. Since his castle was situated upon a hill, sights were abundant. His female attendants followed him, doing their best to calm him down. He pulled the drapes aside and looked outside. The port was already engulfed in a raging fire, and the prominent eyesore of the region, Lurian Naval HQ, had vanished. Where the proud building once stood, only a crater remained. The few ships he had left over after the great fleet's crushing defeat were swept away like ants. Not one of his last couple hundred ships survived. In their place, giant metal behemoths crammed into the small ports, unleashing swarms of smaller landing craft due to the sheer size of the mother vessels compared to the shallowness of the primitive port. King Harkloria closed the drapes and turned away as iron dragons annihilated a group of wyvern knights. "Hala, get me dressed." One of the girls bowed. "Yes, Your Highness." After King Loria donned his ceremonial royal armor, he made his way toward the war room. His generals and advisors bustled like a busy beehive, except for one group, his inner circle. Patagine, Miminal, Ymirii, and Mouse stood over a map sprawled out on a table, pointing and discussing softly. They noticed his approach and ceased their discussion. Ymirii walked forward with a heavy heart, his eyes poorly hiding fear. "My king," he bowed. "These Americans, how could we have underestimated them this severely?" King Loria's tone was freakishly calm, sending shivers down the spines of his subordinates. Ymirii opened his mouth, as if he wanted to mention something, but then decided against it. Instead, he allowed Patagine to explain. "Your Highness, based on our analyses of their tactics and weapons, we believe we are fighting a nation on the same level as, or perhaps even more advanced than Mu." "Mu, you say?" "Yes, the second civilized region's dominant superpower, who can crush even the Parpaldian Empire without breaking much of a sweat. We never stood a chance." "Oh, and you only say this now? What were you doing when we lost the Great Fleet? When the Eastern forces were annihilated?" Patagine wanted to protest, since they did bring up the Americans' power several times in the past, but were always cut off by His Majesty. Not wishing to incur his wrath, they remained silent. Despite their loyalties to King Loria, they saw themselves more aligned with the nation itself, not the ignorant ruler in front of them. Recalling their conversation after Chef Wildman's comment, they wondered how they could potentially save their beloved country from destruction. While King Loria continued to berate them and unleash his anger upon several unfortunate sets of furniture, several explosions shook the castle. Bits of the ceiling fell as the entire building was hit by the pressure waves from the bombs. They quickly rushed to a window, carefully navigating around the broken glass strewn about the floor. Wyvern HQ was taken out, along with the barracks beside it. What astonished the Lurians was how tightly the destruction was confined. The commercial blocks around Wyvern HQ were spared, only having broken windows. However, they were not safe from the occasional shower of blood and gore. Overhead, a group of iron dragons soared past them, emitting a shrill howl as they cut through the air. They released several light arrows, resulting in a bloody display of fireworks above a residential district. The unfortunate group of wyvern knights were instantly misted save for one, whose wyvern panicked and crash-landed in the streets below. King Loria's royal guard rushed into the room to help maintain their ruler's safety. "Your Highness, we must retreat to the throne room. It is the safest there." "Very well. Patagine, come see when you've successfully repelled the invaders." He allowed the royal guards to escort him to safety, leaving his administrative and military leaders alone. "General, what do we do?" one of the military staff asked Patagine. Patagine looked at his comrades. "We need to save our country. Send all available men to the port. We must prevent the enemy from pushing in. Have them garrison the merchant district near the beach, and remember, refrain from charging out in the open. We must learn our lessons from Jim and Ajay." Skies above Gene Hark. Harrison Richthofen checked his radar. No wyverns remained. The airspace was now crowded with dozens of American jets, patrolling the area like hawks. "Damn, it's only been what, like 2-3 minutes?" His squadron's comms became filled with the chatter of disappointed pilots who barely got to taste combat. The opposing wyverns really didn't pose much of a threat and were annihilated almost in one fell swoop, since most of them were still in their stables, unable to deploy due to the destruction of Wyvern HQ's runway. After their channel settled down, they received a command from the fleet. All squadrons, skies are clear of bogeys. Regroup at Point Alpha once your respective mission objectives are complete. All right, Richthofen said. That's us. Let's head back to the fleet. He looked down below, noticing a group of people form up along the castle's balconies. Looks like they're trying to fire arrows at us. His squadmates laughed, but the sound of their laughter was drowned out by thunder. A bolt of lightning shot out in front of him, mere feet above his canopy. He instinctively dove to avoid the bolt, which quickly disappeared. Shit. All units maintain altitude. Don't get close to the castle. Jean Hark Royal Castle. Ymiri fell to his knees, panting. Water, he weakly requested. Several attendants from the castle helped Ymiri and his magicians recuperate from their attack. Despite channeling their energies, they had only managed to graze one of the enemy aircraft. Still, seeing them retreat back toward the fleet and ascend to higher altitudes was a victory in terms of morale. The tired magicians cheered as they watched the jets fall back, but Ymiri knew better. They weren't falling back because of their spell, they were falling back because there was nothing left to blow up. All military targets within the city's walls were destroyed, all except for the walls themselves. They had total air superiority, leaving behind a dozen aircraft to maintain it. In the courtyard, troops were amassing, ready to march to the front lines. As Ymiri drank his cup of water, he watched General Patagine and General Miminal coordinating their forces. He immediately recognized the Lurian heavy infantry from their distinct look and heavy shields. One of them in particular stood out, with a shield of a more rounded design compared to those of his comrades. He sighed, falling back to report his recent combat engagement to King Luria. As he approached the doors to the throne room, he passed by a pair of cloaked men exiting. Their hoods turned to face him for a moment, making him feel uncomfortable. Feeling more trepidation from the report he was about to give, he disregarded them and walked into the room. King Luria seemed to be in an extremely sour mood, likely from those cloaked Parpaldian emissaries. He stood by one of the windows, radiating hatred and anger as the blood-red sunset illuminated his figure. Royal Magician, have you made any discoveries? Ymiri knelt, almost shaking from fear. Your Highness, the enemy's magic is unending. I gathered my magicians to cast a lightning spell, but we still were unable to destroy their aircraft. It looks like they're retreating. You've done well to make them fall back. And with General Patagine's strategy of creating a defensive line in a merchant district. Oh, how devious. Those soft-hearted fools have already halted their assault. Ymiri looked down. He knew what Patagine was doing, and yet the stubborn king continued to hold on to his belief of superiority, like he could never lose. Ymiri mustered all the courage he had to speak. Your Highness, the Americans have total dominance of the seas and skies. I recommend we explore alternatives before they set their sights on the castle. I will consider that if they ever manage to confront me here. Until then, we fight. Why not have some faith, Ymiri? We've managed to hold them back thus far. But Your Highness, we don't even have reinforcements from the lords. I shall deal with them later once I've triumphed over the invaders. He waved his hand, shooing away Ymiri. Of course, Your Highness, the disgruntled magician replied. He exited the throne room, wondering how a man could be so ignorant of the collapsing world around him. He led his magicians toward Patagine. He hoped Wildman's assault has not started yet. Jean Hark Royal Castle Gardens. A group of dark-clothed men silently moved under the cover of the night, navigating through the maze of bushes and trees. One of them looked up toward a balcony, where he noticed a man in a chef's outfit stretching. He pointed up, letting his comrades become aware of the signal. They nodded and began their assault. The magical torches exploded as they received impacts from precise bullets, drawing attention from several guards who walked up to inspect the torches. With their backs turned to the specters in the garden, they did not even have the chance to look death in the eye before they ceased to exist. Airstrikes pummeled random sections of the walls to provide audio cover, preventing the Lurians from recognizing suppressed gunshots in their backyard. The men moved in, wearing their gas masks and awkwardly fitting them under their night vision goggles. Every time they came across a light source, they extinguished it. They kept the castle defenders in the dark, both literally and figuratively. Curiously, they didn't run into any of the castle's staff just yet, and there were an astonishingly low number of guards. When they entered a dining hall near the kitchen, they realized why. A man in a chef's outfit stood over dozens of slumped individuals. "Took you guys long enough." "Jesus," one of the special operatives said. "What the hell? You CIA bastards are something else," another one said, shaking his head in disapproval. "What? It's not like I killed them or anything. Just taking a little nap." He patted an unconscious maid on her head. "What happened to the guards?" Wildman shrugged. "Wishing they had toilets and Pepto-Bismol, probably. Gave M enough to make Taco Bell look like child's play." "Goddamn. All right." Wildman pointed to a hallway to the left. "Royal chambers are that way. I haven't been able to get any of the royal guards, and they're probably expecting you." He put on his gas mask. "Good luck." The operatives moved into the chamber leading into the throne room. It was empty and filled with too many lights to shoot. They took off their night vision goggles and readied their equipment, anticipating an ambush. The man in the lead put his fist in the air, signaling his men to stop moving. They scanned the perimeters, and one of them noticed a shadow behind some of the pillars. Almost immediately after he noticed the shadow, smoke dispersed throughout the room. "Gas! Gas!" The American operative in the lead suddenly found himself in a melee, blocking a strike from a sword with his rifle. The swordsman immediately pulled back into the smoke and readied another strike, but was unable to. Tear gas flooded the room as the DevGru operatives unleashed their arsenal of grenades. "What is this poison?" the swordsman yelled before he was struck down. The remaining ambush forces, disoriented and leaderless, were cleaned up easily. With gas flooding into their system, they could not scream and had little ability to properly engage in melee combat. A lucky few survived. The ones too busy coughing their lungs out sprawled on the ground. The operatives pushed into the throne room, where they found King Loria sitting, his head resting on his hands. "So this is how it ends." He began laughing. "After all this work, some cheat nation shows up to beat me down." "Dude's crazy," an operative muttered. The team leader stepped forward. "King Hark Loria, you should have known that your evil acts of genocide angered the gods." He stopped laughing. "So, you're my divine punishment, then? Here to make me atone for my sins?" "No, that's up to Quatoin and Quila. We're here to end the war. Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And let me tell you, we're angels compared to the demons we can send you to." "And what do you propose?" King Loria asked, gritting his teeth. The leader made a gesture with his finger, beckoning one of his men to come forward. The man pulled out a manicom from his backpack and walked up to the sitting king. "Anyone with a manicom will be able to hear this message. You can declare your surrender. If you don't, that's fine. We'll have a bit more work to do, but we won't be too happy about it." The leader twirled his pistol in his hand. "Either way, you're coming with us." "Very well, Americans. I will declare my surrender." Chapter 17, The Envoys of Mu. Third Foreign Affairs Office, Esterant. Chaos skimmed through an informational packet while the two men across the table set up some sort of folding device. He eyed the device for a quick moment, then returned to reading about the basic statistics of the United States, from population to the size of their territories and average military spending. One piece of information that caught his eye was the sheer number of firearms present in the United States. Ambassadors. Anders looked up and allowed Rodriguez to continue setting up the video. "Yeah." Chaos rubbed his temples while he found the right words to express his doubt. "I'm familiar with exaggerations and propaganda, but 400 million firearms? Couldn't your government come up with a more believable number? Or perhaps, is this a translation error?" "Oh," Anders said with a smirk. "I agree. That number isn't believable. Honestly, it should be way higher, but what you see written in the packet is the truth. There is no translation error. Americans own 400 million firearms, and with a population of about 330 million, that comes to about 120 guns per 100 people. And that's just our civilian population. You can imagine how well-armed our military is." I see." A cool breeze swept through the room, causing Chaos to shiver slightly. Anders looked up in recollection as he explained further. To put things into perspective, the average firearm in the United States is about $500, with some being as cheap as $100. Meanwhile, our military spends about $700 billion a year, but this has ramped up to past $1 trillion due to let's just say that getting transferred into another world is a dangerous situation. I don't quite remember how this translates into your currency, but there should be some exchange rates listed on the packet. Yes, I see it. 1 kilogram of pure gold is worth about $60,000. It should be about $57,000, but the recent transference had an impact on our economy. A lot of people drove up the price of gold as they sought to put their savings in something reliable. KOs wondered about American currency. Sir Ambassador, what do you mean drove up the price of gold? Your suspicions are correct. The United States dollar once operated under a gold standard, where vaults of gold backed the value of our currency. We stopped a few decades ago, and now the dollar is a fiat currency. KOs nodded, thinking that such a change was unthinkable. He wanted to ask how the currency survived without being backed by any precious metals or even any physical commodities, but held off on that. He instead returned to the previous topic, informing Anders of the equivalent price of gold in Parpaldian currency. Okay, what's your nation's gross domestic product? For reference, I don't recall the exact number, KOs said, but it should be about 13,000 kilograms of gold. Rodriguez chimed in, his eyes and fingers still glued to the laptop. That's like triple that of Napoleon's empire, double that of the British Empire in the late 1800s. KOs felt a tinge of pride upon hearing the comparison to what he assumed to be well-known empires throughout their history. However, this positive feeling soon turned negative as Anders continued. Oh, cool. Well, Mr. KOs, our annual military budget is just a bit over your nation's total gross domestic product. How quaint. Thank you for the elaboration, Ambassador Anders. Anytime, Mr. KOs. All right, Rodriguez said. Ready to go. He moved the laptop to the edge of the table and centered it horizontally, so all three could view the screen. KOs rested his chin on his clasped hands, his elbows forming a triangle on the desk as he watched the video provided by the American ambassadors. With new information provided by the Quatonians, the United States adjusted their foreign policy accordingly. Present in the video were emphases on American military, economic, and technological might. The video began with a short introduction, detailing basic statistics from the informational packets. Images of human eras on Earth, from the first agricultural revolution to the Industrial Revolution, were displayed while a narrator provided a short history lesson. KOs raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the lack of magic and other species. He was particularly surprised by the fact that humans were the only sapient species on Earth. They had no demi-humans accompanying their rise. The slow technological development of humanity on Earth came as no shock to him, as his own planet shared many parallels. The Parpaldian Empire itself was on the cusp of an industrial revolution, whereas Mu and the Holy Mauritial Empire have already experienced theirs. A map of the United States on Earth appeared, followed by a map of the United States on Alicia. The narrator summarized the events leading up to the initial transference, including the spontaneous storm and its sudden disappearance. Then, footage from the war against the Lurian kingdom came up. A small fleet of metal ships formed up on one side, while a gigantic fleet of thousands of wooden vessels filled the seas. A warning was given, but the Lurians disregarded it. 100 ships were annihilated in just a minute by 5. KOs immediately thought back to the report given to him by Lord Everin, the man assigned to their activities in Rodinius. Weeks ago, KOs dismissed Lord Everin's warnings as an amateurish mishap by the relatively new officer. Now, he recognized that he was the one who had conducted a blunder. He should have looked deeper into his subordinate's report. After all, his position could only be achieved by someone who had graduated the Imperial Academy with top marks. KOs, slightly regretful that he didn't listen to Everin, brushed the thought aside as he focused on the present. Now, the video displayed hundreds of wyvern knights being swatted out of the sky like flies in the face of a wyvern. The Lurian forces stood no chance, perishing in explosive fireballs as missiles hammered them from miles away. KOs analyzed the battle as best he could, comparing the Lurian forces to his nation's own and estimating whether the American weapons and tactics would be effective against them. The narrator explained how the American weapons functioned. After seeing the distance at which the American forces detected and engaged the Lurians, along with the speed of their war machines, he deduced that any Parpaldian forces facing them in a battle would be annihilated. Parpaldian ships, even when equipped with the best tiers, could only move at a fraction of the speed that United States Navy vessels could move at. Meanwhile, Wyvern lords were incomparable to their aircraft. He reasoned that these Americans might be telling the truth about their unique origin and circumstances, as there is no possible way for Mu to have developed such technologies so quickly. The video then showed America's arsenal, weapons that she could use to bring retribution upon those who would threaten her people. From armored vehicles to cruise missiles, nearly everything was covered. Nukes were not disclosed, but other weapons of mass destruction, such as nerve agents, were mentioned. KOs watched the demonstration of each weapon, looking more resigned as the video continued. Nightmarish thoughts plagued his mind. With all their missiles and cannons, the Parpaldian Navy and Wyvern Air Corps could be wiped out in a single day without even firing a shot. Their armored vehicles are impervious to musket fire, and their land dragons could certainly not get close enough to the Americans during combat. Then, what would prevent them from unleashing their bombs upon their glorious cities? He shuddered at the potential of napalm. Estherant was a tightly packed city and primarily made of wood. Just a few small bombs hitting the right areas could potentially lay waste to the entire city, especially if their water mages couldn't get there in time. With the use of their poisonous gases and chemicals, their soldiers could march in and take the city without having to lift a finger. Chaos resolved to do everything in his power not to anger these Americans. If the arrogant, ignorant snobs operating the higher echelons of Parpaldian foreign affairs somehow manage to incur the wrath of the Americans, then hope may be lost. In that case, the only hope they would have is if the rumors about their wartime manners were true. They don't sack cities like barbarians, and they treat even captured enemies with respect. The video concluded with a short overview of American cities, showing clips that would normally be present in a tourism advertisement. What began with one scene of glittering spires and towers of glass split into 4, then 16. All videos played simultaneously on the same screen, and KO struggled to keep up. Between all the clips, however, he could clearly identify a common denominator: opulence. Just how many of these shining cities did the Americans have? How wealthy could they possibly be? The screen faded to black, and Anders spoke. When we go back to the States, we could visit a few of these cities if time permits. We'll be visiting the first one for sure, though, San Diego, since that's where our plane will refuel. Chaos felt his composure dwindling due to the inexplicable power demonstrated throughout the video. Still, he managed to act professionally. Thank you, Ambassador Anders. He pulled a file from under his desk. I must say, everything I've seen was beyond impressive. I hope one day, our two nations will be able to share a friendship. Regrettably, I don't have any fancy magic videos to use, so I will provide an oral presentation on the Parpaldian Empire. This file, he said, giving it to the American envoys, is usually reserved for second- and first-class nations. In it, you'll mostly find the goods and services available within the Parpaldian Empire, along with basic details of our culture and people. Anders and Rodriguez began to peruse the file's contents, but as soon as they flipped to the first page, KO's assistant knocked on the door. I apologize for the intrusion, my lords, but Miss Ramil has summoned all foreign affairs directors to an emergency meeting with the envoys of Mu. KO's nodded. Very well. I'll be departing shortly. He then looked to the ambassadors. I sincerely apologize for having to cut this session short. I hope we may continue our conversation sometime soon. Everything you need to know is within that file. Thank you, Director Chaos. It's been a pleasure, the American said. Likewise, Chaos said, getting up from his seat. Rita, please see these gentlemen to the exit. Oh, and organize a tour of the city if possible. Miss Ramil, a beautiful woman in her mid-20s and an accentuated form, paced around the meeting room as people slowly trickled in. Ambient lighting created terrifying shadows as she moved around, drawing dark forms along the walls. The director of the First Foreign Affairs Department was the first to arrive. Elto, the man long considered a rival by Chaos, was in charge of international relations with the superpowers of the Central Continents, including the Holy Mauritial Empire and Mu. After a few minutes, the meeting was ready to commence. Ramil began by relaying Emperor Ludius' decree and his thoughts. His Greatness, the Emperor, has commissioned me to conduct this emergency meeting regarding the sudden appearance of a metal fleet along our shores. They came from the barbarian civilizations, but it was plain that barbarians could never develop such a fleet on their own. Initially, we assumed this was a Mu fleet and therefore did not attack. However, Recent details have led us astray from this conclusion. Now, we are not so certain that these people are from Mu, especially given that they themselves are called Americans from the United States of America. Director Chaos, as the first person to meet with these arrivals, what can you tell us about them? Mistress Remil, he bowed. The United States of America is the same nation that thwarted the Lurian kingdom's dominance over the Rhodinius continent. Official battle reports from both the Lurian and Quatonian governments state the loss of ridiculous numbers of troops in a similarly preposterous amount of time. Almost the entire Lurian navy surrendered to 5 metal ships and dozens of aircraft, or iron dragons as the locals have called them, he said as the Mu ambassador, Mugi, raised his eyebrow. Meanwhile, 2 Lurian armies were completely annihilated by what is now known to us as a bombing run conducted by large metal aircraft. As Chaos continued to list the accomplishments of the American military, Mugi couldn't help but wonder if they used mechanical war machines as opposed to the magic-driven machines of the Holy Mauritial Empire. The description of their homing light arrows was magical, but it contradicted the other claim that the Americans produced no magical signatures. He wondered if a homing light arrow was even possible without magic to guide it. Chaos then discussed the United States itself. The United States is a country to the northeast of Rhodinius, consisting of over 330 million individuals, 50 states, and almost a dozen other territories. The nation operates under a constitutional republic, and I must say I had difficulty understanding the complexities of their governing system. Director Chaos, Remil loudly interrupted. A nation with hundreds of millions, and we only realize its existence now? Additionally, this large nation is apparently inside of the most dangerous waters known to civilization? Remil was incredulous, doubtful of the mere existence of the nation Chaos described. Perhaps their homeland is indeed somewhere else. The men I met with, Ambassador Anders and Ambassador Rodriguez, have both claimed that they are a transferred country, a nation that has been misplaced from their home world and summoned here. Their accounts correspond to the massive storm we witnessed in Rhodinius' northeastern ocean. The other Parpaldians looked at each other, then began laughing hysterically. Only Chaos and the Mu diplomats did not laugh. Mugi shook his head at the ignorance and blatant rudeness of the 3 other Parpaldians. The laughter settled down and Remil continued. Sir Mugi, we apologize for the conduct of Director Chaos here. We have no clue how such a gullible fool managed to climb his way up to this rank. A fool who almost usurped the title of director for the first Foreign Affairs Department, no less. Elto added, scorning Chaos. Chaos fumed with anger, thinking of an appropriate, yet professional retort, but he found it unnecessary. The Mu ambassador came to his aid. Mugi spoke. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the legends of Mu, but our people believe that we were a transferred nation as well. Almost 12,000 years ago, we documented an incredible disruption, one that moved us from one world to this one. It explains why we have weak magical aptitude compared to the other human civilizations around us, and why we focus on mechanical technologies. I suggest you listen to what your coworker has to say. Humph. Chaos, continue. The Americans provided me with a helpful cache of information about their homeland. It is also written on the finest quality parchment I've ever seen, he said as he produced the informational packet he acquired earlier. Everyone clustered around the document, standing over it as they slowly read through it. The details of commercial products such as cars and planes were astonishing, particularly the sheer amount of them present in the United States. Mugi was most surprised about this, and immediately recognized their economic and technological superiority over Mu. Should this information be true? Then, they saw the numerous weapons employed by the Americans. The power of each weapon was detailed enough without disclosing sensitive data. Most of the weapons were described with an estimated range, in kilometers, power output, in joules, and rate of fire where applicable. Clearly, the rifles far surpassed the abilities of both Parpaldian muskets and Mu machine guns. The naval vessels described in the document boasted a main weapon other than cannons. Missiles. Remil pulled away in astonishment, clearly in disbelief. Guided bombs that can fly and travel faster than sound. Not even the Holy Mauritial Empire fields such weapons. Chaos, please tell me you haven't fallen for such blatant propaganda. Mistress Remil, he replied. Surely you've seen their aircraft flying over their fleet? Why, I have. Then, you've also witnessed their speed. Everyone in Estherant heard those deafening booms when they blew past the speed of sound. Remil stared at Chaos as she contemplated his words. Chaos stared back, embracing her challenge. Eventually, Remil decided to accept the man's explanation, albeit at a great cost. She conceded that her and Emperor Ludius' plans of world domination now faced considerable obstacles. Meanwhile, Mugi continued to concentrate on the details provided, memorizing as much as possible. In the entirety of Mu's recorded history on Alicia, they have not encountered a mechanical civilization like themselves. Everyone else believed magic to be superior. The existence of the United States, to him and Mu, represented a unique opportunity for learning, maybe even economic growth. On the other hand, the Parpaldians viewed the new nation with apprehension and suspicion. Chaos helped alleviate some of the concerns of his fellow foreign affairs leaders. Directors, Miss Remil, I was also offered a trip to the United States. They had anticipated that we would be skeptical about the validity of their claims, and so they wanted us to see for ourselves. Remil thought. Very well. Chaos, if you wish to indulge yourself in barbarian propaganda, then by all means, go forth. Ambassador Mugi, as a representative of the only mechanical civilization in the central continents, what say you? Mugi scratched the back of his head as he answered awkwardly. Well, madam, my staff in the embassy have received several radio transmissions, and we have begun talks with these Americans. I was actually in the midst of a conversation when you called for this meeting. As for their technologies, I do not know how much more advanced they are. Remil eyed Mugi with scrutiny. Sounds to me like you're testing weapons, waging a proxy war in Rodinius by sending a new force to fight the Lurians. Mugi held his hands up. No, not at all. I guarantee that I know nothing of the fleet outside your city, nor of the country they represent. How sly, Remil muttered. Time will tell. Let me be clear, Ambassador. We will not take kindly to any disrespect of our influence over this region. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you take no responsibility for these warships. That means they are alone and will receive no support from your motherland. I have my doubts about this, transference being real. She walked up to Mugi and stood over him in an intimidating manner. I find it quite convenient that you use this transference excuse to justify the presence of this fleet. Eventually, you will run out of conveniences, and we will discover your intentions. Do you understand? Mugi wanted to deny her allegations and explain that he really did not know the identity of these Americans, but her intimidation worked well. He meekly replied, Yes, Miss Remil. You will have no trouble from me. Good. Chaos, you are a decent director. I implore you to not give in to insanity. It would be quite a hassle to find a replacement. Chaos shrunk in his seat. I understand, Miss Remil. I will cancel my trip. Good. I knew I could rely on you. Now, go on and continue your work in Fen. We are thirsting for new lands to exploit. Ambassador Mugi, thank you for attending this meeting. I do hope you will cause no trouble, she said with a menacing undertone. Of course, Mugi said. As he left the building, he vowed to figure out the identity of these Americans and uncover the shroud of mystery surrounding them. Chapter 18. The Republic of Loria. August 7th, 1639. Jean Hark, Loria. Mouse, Patagine, and Ymiri walked through the hallways of the castle. Several groups of workers were scattered about, cleaning blood off the walls and repairing the broken windows. Some of the groups had American contractors, who brought with them electrical tools and strange devices. Others brought long wires, placing them around the castle for an unknown purpose. The trio headed for the throne room, where they were to meet with a group of nobles that the Americans had gathered. As they walked, they discussed the recent events. Mouse broke the silence. Say, where is General Miminal and General Pander? Patagine answered, they are still being held by the Americans and Quatonians. It appears their questioning is longer than ours, on account of them having more involvement on the battlefield. Unfortunate. I do hope they return soon. They are good men, Ymiri said. A lot of our men are being tried for something they call war crimes or human rights violations. Many of those involved with Jim have already been transferred to Quatonian authorities, Patagine explained. Mouse tilted his head, recalling something. Oh, that reminds me. What happened to that creepy man? What was his name? Adam. Yes, yes. Patagine shrugged. I heard he was caught hiding out with a local lord. The lord turned on him after discovering his identity, and he was immediately sent over to Kwatoin. I'm fairly certain he is being tortured by the survivors of Jim as we speak. I see no loss there, Ymiri said. That man was quite unsettling. Yes, indeed, Patagine agreed. On the bright side, as these Americans say, Admiral Sharkin and the surviving sailors from the Great Fleet are currently on their way back here. We still have 100,000 sailors and 3,000 warships, so we need not worry about instability or piracy. Mouse let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank the heavens. I would have resigned if I had to manage such a crisis. King Loria barely did any of the work himself. He pushed his duties onto me while he spent his days with women or in his bath. Goodness, why is he always naked anyway? Patagine and Ymiri laughed. They felt free as they loosened up and complained about their previous king. However, without a designated ruler, they now had to hold a conference with the other nobles and high-ranking leaders of Loria. Guided by the Americans, the conference's purpose will be to produce a plan for Lurian governance moving forward. As they entered the throne room, they found it completely filled with tables and chairs. The tabletops were covered with wine glasses and alien, but fancy-looking foods. I wonder what happened to that Wildman fellow. Ymiri wondered. Oh, I'm still here. I'll be heading out to Parpaldia in a couple weeks, though. Just need to wrap some stuff up down here. A voice said behind them. They turned around, slightly startled. Well then, I wish you well on your endeavors. And let me say, Ymiri added, I had my suspicions that you were a spy from the beginning. Oh, Wildman asked. I detected no mana from you. Whereas the average person, even in this part of the world, will have at least some mana signature, you have none at all. If you are going to engage in such activities, I suggest you resolve that issue. Perhaps a small magical charm might help. That's interesting. Thanks for the advice, Sir Ymiri. I hope I'll see y'all again sometime, but I'm quite busy. Maybe in a few months when I'm on vacation, I'll visit Jean Hark. That would be nice, he replied. As Wildman left to continue serving food, they lamented about how they would miss his cooking. They found their reserved seats and began to enjoy their food while sharing gossip about the planned republic. August 8, 1639. Washington, D.C. So how'd the conference go? President Lee asked, his hands busy scrolling through a tablet. Stephen stood by his desk, giving his daily report. Sir, the conference went off without a hitch. We came to an agreement with the local nobility to form a republic, with the nobles holding temporary positions until the first election. Election? How would that even work? In a medieval society like that, isn't like 90% of the population illiterate and uneducated? Yes, that's true. We came to an agreement to allow only the educated, property-holding population vote. They must pass a literacy test before being given a ballot. Lee rubbed his chin. That seems a bit unconstitutional. Considering the constitutionality of this proposal centuries ago, along with the stability of the region, the governing body deemed it necessary to go with this plan. I'm reading off one of the reports they sent us. Ah, Lee said, searching for the keyword Loria. Okay, I found it. Yeah, this does make sense. We'll need to get a school system set up before we expand voting privileges. We need to make sure the population knows who they're voting for and why, lest a demagogue come up and persuade the masses. What else do we have? We've continued to work with the contact we met during our first visit to Estherant. We now have promising relations with Mu and are planning a diplomatic mission to their homeland within a few weeks. Lee nodded, looking up from his tablet. That's excellent news. And what about the Parpaldians? Stephen sighed and read off his tablet. Unfortunately, we seem to have hit a roadblock. A week ago, Director Chaos was forced to cancel his trip to the United States. He informed us that his superiors and co-workers all doubt the existence of our nation as it truly is, instead believing that we are some force or barbarian nation supplied by Mu. Supplied by Mu? He explained that Mu is the only mechanical civilization on Alicia, and so the upper echelons of Parpaldia's leadership deduced that the Seventh Fleet was a force sent by Mu, meant to wage a proxy war against the Parpaldian Empire. We've given some communications equipment to Chaos and sent him some agents to monitor the situation, but it seems that the Parpaldians are quite arrogant. Almost blindly arrogant to the point of ignorance. What a shame, Lee said. I just can't believe the fleet and airshow wasn't enough. Just how blind can these people be? According to several agents, the fleet and airshow did have the intended effect on the residents and merchants who are willing and eager to visit the United States. Their large companies are also hoping to engage in trade with us. Something clicked in Lee's head as he realized the implications of such a relationship. So, we've got support from the general public? Let's continue to build on that. If there ever comes a time where their arrogant leaders prove to be less than ideal for us, we can just set their own people against them. Introduce high-quality goods to their market, but refrain from flooding it with cheap goods. We don't want the local craftsmen to hate us. We want people to slowly love us. Maybe some shipments of our sugary stuff will do the trick. Coca-Cola, and so on. I'll write that down, Mr. President, Stephen said as he jotted down notes on his tablet. Aside from Parpaldia, we've also made some progress with Finn and Gahara, the Een and Yang countries. Oh, yes, I remember those two. Quite a strange shape, he said. Both nations have approved our scientific surveys. Also, a new interesting detail has come up with Gahara. Our ships detected electromagnetic waves from their wind dragons. Wind dragons? Not wyverns. No, sir. These are actual dragons, and are far more powerful than wyverns. We found them to be communicating via electromagnetic waves, and are likely capable of radar detection. All the more reason to continue our stealth programs, as if the threat of this Ravernal Empire isn't enough. We have also been informed by the Sword King of Finn that Parpaldia has, out of nowhere, decided to attend their military festival. This is apparently quite unusual for a civilized nation, let alone a superpower, and thus many other civilized nations have decided to attend as well. This could be a great opportunity for meeting new nations. Lee raised his eyebrow. Could be. I wonder what Parpaldia is planning. I'm not sure, but it would be a bad idea for them to assault Finn while the other civilized nations are watching. I expect they intend to hold a demonstration, likely test their new weapons against some targets as a show of force. Haha, two can play at that game, Lee grinned. They're trying to take a page from our book. Let's show them who the authors are. President Lee planned to one-up the Parpaldians by hosting a more extravagant demonstration. Well said, Mr. President. Continuing the reports on international relations, we've also made contact with the Kingdom of Topa, situated between the continents of Phalades and Gramius, north of Alaska. He showed the map of Topa on his tablet. Looks like a land bridge. Indeed, sir. The people of Topa claim that the Gramius continent is filled with demons and monsters, and that they are the guardians of the world. Is it really? Stephen played footage of a reconnaissance plane over Gramius, flipping his tablet to show President Lee. On screen, untouched fertile plains could be seen, stretching as far as the eye can see. The plane then flew over a forest, where smoke rose from within. As the aircraft reached the site of the fire, a camp came into view, populated by goblins and pig-like orcs. Hovering over the fire were several bodies, which looked very human-like. What in God's name? Are those people? President Lee pointed at the figures roasting above the fire. We believe so, sir, Stephen said solemnly. Looks like we found the perfect place to conduct weapon testing. What else has Topa said? Currently, they're preparing another defense against the demon army and their leader, Noskarath. They have sent an envoy to request aid from Parpaldia. I see. Keep an eye on the situation. I will relay that to Ambassador Hendricks and his team. Also, to the west, we've made contact with the Kingdom of Alteris. Ambassador Riker will be having talks with their representatives shortly. All right. Anything else? Sir, our facilities in Quatoin and Quila are now mostly operational. We are expecting the first shipment of oil from Quila by next week, along with rare metals from the mountains separating Quatoin and Quila. Seeds for exotic crops are somehow growing well in Quatoin, as if the soil is perfect for crops of all climates. We're currently teaching the locals crop rotation methods. Some of our experts thought about introducing fertilizer, but it really seems like the soil has built-in fertilizer. Interesting. Can we get some samples of their soil? We have last week. It's currently being studied, although not much progress has been made. I doubt we'll be able to replicate it. Shame. How about Loria's economy? Once we get the Republic up and running, I wonder what they'll be good for. We may consider their large populations, sir. President Lee experienced a moment of realization. They can be China. Their land isn't as special as Quatoin or Quila, but their population is. Millions of unskilled laborers working in factories. This will free up more of our people for more high-tech industries. Good idea, Mr. President. I'll write a note. Anything else for Rodinius? We found a suitable launch site for our rockets, but we're holding off because there are several islands to the south, closer to the equator. We're currently sending diplomats and survey teams to the small island nations south of Rodinius. Excellent. Finally, we have detected strange radio signals coming from Loria. The CIA is dispatching Agent Weilman and his men to investigate. Somewhere in Gene Hark, under the evening moonlight, several men clad in dark outfits crept through the shadows. Their target, the small house in one of the residential districts. Seemingly indistinguishable and insignificant, the house was unique in one way: the presence of radio signals. The CIA operatives moved up, stopping when they heard a door open. They hid behind a row of bushes, perfectly out of sight from the house's stairway leading into the street. A man walked past them, unaware of the figures blending into the darkness. One of them began to follow him. Weilman trailed the man as he walked into a local pub called Dragon's Ale. He followed the man inside, who took up a spot by the bar and ordered a beer. Weilman grabbed the seat next to him. "I'll have what this guy's getting," he said in a southern drawl, pointing his thumb to the right. The man beside Weilman spoke. "Interesting accent. You must be one of those new American folks." "I sure am, bud. Name's Weilman. You can call me Vin." "Well, Vin, I hope the noise of the machines hasn't bothered you too much. We're working hard to build this place up to American standards, you see." "I haven't been too aware of that. I take it you're a local? Or perhaps a traveling merchant?" "Merchant, actually. I came from Reem, a kingdom in the third civilized region." "Interesting. What do you trade?" "Ah, we trade some of our technologies in exchange for resources, similar to how Parpaldia does its business." Two beers were placed in front of Weilman and Vin, and they took sips. "So," Weilman said, "y'all selling radios or something?" Vin began exhibiting signs of nervousness, such as palpitation and erratic breathing. Weilman, a trained operative, sensed success. "And no radio? What's that?" Vin tried to feign ignorance. "Beats me." Weilman shrugged. "Say, you reckon that this beer tastes funny?" What?" Vin felt his vision turning to black. "You." Vin fainted and was caught by Weilman. "Oh, buddy, I think you've got to lay off the drinks there. Come on, let's get you home." Chapter 19. The Gra Valka's Empire. August 8, 1639. Gra Valka's Empire. In a spire overlooking the beautiful industrial cityscape of the Gra Valkan capital, Ragna, a man in an authoritative trench coat stood by a window, admiring the scenery. He lifted a mug to his mouth, sipping his coffee as he took a short break. After a moment, he sighed, returning back to work. He exited his office, emerging into a chaotic, yet organized workspace full of bulky radios, electronic equipment, and busy technicians. Deputy Director. A technician saluted before him, holding a telegram report. "What do you have for me, Mr. Brish?" Deputy Director Akin asked. "Sir, we've received the reports from our spies in the easternmost continent of Rodinius. Several hours ago, they sent a data package containing information about the new country that had turned the tide against the Lurian forces. Because these spies were situated in the capital and subjected to a local Lurian information quarantine and propaganda campaign, we haven't been able to find out about these newcomers sooner." Director Akin took another sip from his mug as he pondered the news. That is fine," he waved his hand. "What matters is that the information arrived. Who are these newcomers?" Brish read the report in his hands. The newcomers identify as a transferred nation known as the United States of America. They claim to be a mechanical nation, but the reports from our spies are quite in the realm of fantasy, maybe even science fiction. Akin set his mug down and leaned his back on a table as he grabbed the report from Brish's hands. "Science fiction?" He began reading through the battle reports. "Yes, sir." Brish placed his hands behind his back as he recited the information from memory, a skill reflective of the Gra Valka's Intelligence Bureau's talent. "These Americans possess technologies similar to ours, albeit differing slightly. Their fleets are predominantly composed of what we assume are light cruisers, with few heavy cruisers and carriers in the mix. The primary armament of their naval vessels consists of a large cannon, about 4 to 6 inches in caliber. It seems that they primarily rely on their carrier-based aircraft for offensive and defensive missions, considering that their cannons are pea shooters. Akin placed the paper down on the table and looked up at the ceiling, deep in thought. Fascinating. I've heard rumors about the overwhelming effectiveness of naval aircraft. Of course, these were only battle simulations against the divine kingdom of Cain and not actual combat. How exactly do their planes justify such a drastic difference in naval doctrine? Their planes are capable of breaking the sound barrier. They employ a swept-wing design and rely on some sort of propulsion at the back, rather than a propeller in the front of the plane. These planes can either be equipped with bombs, which implies that the Americans are likely familiar with the use of bombs during naval combat, or a magical weapon. The locals call it a homing light arrow, along with a few other variations. These arrows are capable of following hostile targets and destroying them via an internal payload. Atkins sighed. I was wondering when magic would become a pain in our asses. Things like this make me slightly fearful about the people of this world, he said, shaking his head. Send this information to the Information Technology Department. Let them handle this nonsense. Yes, sir. Brish turned around, preparing to go to his desk and grab a copy of the report. Oh, wait. Do we have any updates on those barbarians and what's it called? Paganda? Sir, the analysis of their forces has been completed and the National Oversight Army is ready to deliver punishment. We have a battleship and carrier task force currently heading to Paganda as we speak. That sounds a bit overkill given the primitive nature of these barbarians. Atkins' lips curved upward, but they definitely deserve it. If only I could witness their demise. Gra Valka's National Oversight Army. En route to the Kingdom of Paganda. A gaunt veteran viewed the incoming wyverns from the bridge of his ship. Captain Luxdal of the GVS Grade Atlas Star rubbed his sideburns and adjusted his cap as the wyverns began to split. Overhead, Antares fighters roared past the fleet. The iconic sounds of their propellers reverberated throughout the once calm waters, invoking a sense of fear in the primitives and instilling a sense of pride in the champions of Gra Valkas. The wyverns spit their relatively fireballs at the Antares fighters, proving the accuracy of their intelligence reports. The incoming projectiles were easily dodged by the speedy fighters, whose pilots spared no additional expense aside from banking upward slightly. In what could be called a one-sided, almost laughable, exchange, the proud monoplanes swept down on the fleeing and panicking wyvern knights. Streams of light were emitted from the planes, resulting in a shower of blood that was, until now, unknown to the denizens of Paganda. Sailing ships came into view, forming a blockade. Luxdal scoffed at the sight. How pathetic. They still employ sailing ships, and yet they have the audacity to call us barbarians? TSK, we should have never sent a sailing vessel to make first contact. Some idiots we have in the Foreign Affairs Department. Idiots indeed, sir. How would you like us to engage? An officer asked. Luxdal responded with a metallic certainty in his voice, reflecting his cold, unforgiving demeanor. Ram them. Give the order to clear the decks, he said. After a brief pause, he elaborated. Wasting shells on their backward, primitive canoes is unnecessary. Save the ammunition for the bombardment. The destroyers can eliminate the survivors, he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. The officer was aghast at his captain's decision, standing silent for 2 seconds before uttering a response. It will be done, sir. Glory to the Gra Valka's Empire. He saluted, then left to relay Luxdal's orders. The Great Atlas Star pressed onward, followed by her destroyer escorts and a carrier close behind. Meanwhile, Antares fighters moved toward the shores, looking to eliminate any remaining aerial units. Lines of light shot out at varying directions as tracer rounds heralded the initiation of combat over Paganda's capital. Even without wyvern support, the stalwart defenders stood their ground on the open seas. The monstrous castle of a ship approached them, and they prepared their ballistae and fire arrows. Admiral Laro of the Pagandan Royal Navy quivered where he stood, in awe of the sheer size of the metal behemoth rapidly sailing toward them. Because of the size, he was unable to accurately determine the distance between his own fleet and that of the lead enemy ship. Forcing himself to stop shaking in fear, he regained his composure and announced his orders. Wait. We must wait until it gets closer. Do not let its size fool you. We are still out of range, he spoke into a manacom. Defenders of the king, we shall let loose our arsenal. He paused, counting down mentally. Now. Dozens of ballista bolts and thousands of arrows were unleashed from the fleet of 50 Pagandan sailing ships. Several cannon shots even joined the fray. These were weapons procured from their mighty benefactor, the superpower Leifer. Admiral Lero now felt confident in his fleet's power, no longer afflicted by the doubt he had several minutes ago. The combined weapons' fire impacted the large metal behemoths, bouncing off the armor. Most of the ballistae and cannon fire missed the upper decks of the vessel, only hitting the armored hull along its bow. After seeing his assault do no damage to the metal ship, Lero felt his heart drop. His fear returned tenfold upon the additional realization that the alien vessel, despite sustaining ship-destroying damage, was continuing forward at full speed. They're not slowing down. Admiral Lero stepped backward as the shadow of the immense ship began to engulf his own. They're going to run into us. Quickly move. Sir, we can't. The other ships in the blockade have us trapped, and our rowers cannot move us away in time. The captain cried out. What the fuck? He screamed at the captain. I'm sorry, sir, but we ack. Admiral Lero's ship, along with a couple others around it, were shattered by the force of a 70,000-ton ship plowing straight through the blockade. Wooden splinters flew from the snapping planks, impaling dozens of Pagandan sailors who were desperately trying to jump into the water. The few who did manage to jump overboard before the monstrous battleship ran into them found themselves in another unfortunate scenario. 70,000 tons of displacement traveling at 27 knots was a painful experience for those caught in the vessel's path. Blood and wood rose up from the depths, along with the shredded remains of those who had a personal encounter with the great Atlaster's propellers. The 47 surviving ships of the blockade were subsequently annihilated by the GRA Valkan destroyers, who waited until the great Atlastar was at a safe distance. After the almost immediate destruction of the blockade, the fleet of metal ships carved through the watery graveyard to rejoin the flagship. 2 destroyers were set aside to assist with rescue operations, much to the dismay of numerous enraged officers who wanted to disregard their old rules of war, rules that no longer applied in this barbaric world. Captain Luxdal lit a cigar while cannon fire echoed in the background. Relishing the sounds of war, he took an enjoyable puff before removing the cigar out of his mouth, holding it with his right hand. He smiled as he exhaled the smoke, eyes glistening in anticipation for Paganda's punishment. Sir, the blockade has been eliminated. What are your orders? Luxdal took another puff from his cigar. He paused dramatically as he released more smoke. Considering that they showed our royal diplomats no mercy, I think it would be fitting if we gave them the same treatment. His eyes drifted to the castle in the distance. What an eyesore. You see that castle over there? He pointed his finger. Yes, sir. I don't want to see it anymore. Understood, sir. Not even the foundation shall be left standing. Captain Luxdal smiled as he watched the main guns of the great Atlastar fired, engulfing the Pagandan royal castle with the furious vengeance of the Jare Valka's empire. Off the coast of Leifer, aboard the LES Holly, a man clad in a seemingly Napoleonic-era uniform held a scope to his eye. He tracked the singular vessel as it traversed the waves, stoic and undeterred by the 43-ship fleet rushing to meet it. From what he could discern, although massive, the vessel had about a dozen cannons. Comparatively, his flagship had 100 cannons, 50 for each broadside. The other ships in his command had a similarly staggering number, with most of them being 80-gun ships of the line. He almost felt pity for the lone vessel that had dared provoke the Emperor. General, a voice called from behind him. General Ball put down the scope and turned around, twirling his mustache as he did so. Yes, Captain. Our Wyvern Knights found no other vessels in the vicinity of the metal ship. It is traveling alone. Huh. General Ball broke into a smile. They've already grown arrogant due to their victory against the kingdom of Paganda. Do they not realize who they're facing? We are one of the great superpowers. Let us dispatch these fools post-haste. Sir, the captain said with a worried look. It looks very similar to Moose ships. General Ball mused on the appearance of the ship and its mechanical elements. Yes. Given the design, I think it is safe to assume this vessel is similar to those of Moose, so we should exercise some caution. We might expect casualties, but we should be able to overwhelm it with numbers and firepower. I know not how barbarians have come to employ such a sophisticated vessel, but even Mu's mechanical navy is not invincible. Have all ships move forward and launch a combined naval and aerial assault with the Wyvern Knights. Have them coordinate with Knight Captain Dirk. The Wyvern Knights flew in circles above the Holly while the other ships sailed forward, propelled to 12 knots by Lee-first domestically produced tiers. After a few minutes, the Wyvern Knights flew away to join their comrades at sea who were now 10 kilometers from the enemy. At 15 kilometers from the metal ship, the Wyvern Knights expected to arrive slightly early, but this mattered not. Considering the history of Elysian warfare, 40 Wyvern Lords are more than enough to squash any single enemy, even without the support of a fleet. However, the flashes of light and smoke from the ship's guns shattered their antiquated perceptions. A new reality now befell this world, birthed by distant thunder from a ship that would go down in history. The legendary Grade Atlas Star. Chapter 20. The Fall of Leifer. August 16th. Myhark Beach. Under the calm summer sun, several figures played around along the beaches of Myhark, while some lounged about. On a nearby patio, elegantly dressed men and women enjoyed wine and the cool ocean breeze. President Lee set his glass down and asked an elven waitress for a refill. While she performed her duties, Lee felt a simmering heat coming from his left. He turned around, finding his wife staring at him with malicious intent. "Whoa, come on now, Mary. Honey, look, I'm just curious, you know. Haven't seen an elf well, ever. I swear it's nothing bad or anything." "Haha," she grinned evilly. "You're so cute when you're all flustered like that." "Oh, huh." Lee glanced at the table across from them and saw a few of his buddies in the Secret Service sharing a few giggles. He didn't know if they were laughing at him or something else entirely. "Well, anyway, you think it's time to open up Quatoin for tourism? Seems pretty nice here." Mary placed her hands on his. "Yeah, the sunsets are pretty nice too. This is a good place to visit, but by opening this place up, I don't know. I'd hate to see this place get all crowded like those beaches in SoCal or Florida." President Lee sipped his wine as he rubbed his wife's soft hands. "Yeah, this place is pretty perfect. Looks better than Quila, safer than Loria. It'll be hard finding another good spot like this." "What about that empire up north? The big one? Perpaldia?" "Well, I did see the pictures and videos from Ambassador Anders and the sailors. It looks amazing, like a real fantasy city, but with like European touches. But I mean," Lee sighed, "I don't have great feelings about Perpaldia. The diplomats we sent are a bit iffy about the place, and the people are pretty arrogant, according to that Chaos guy. On top of that, their capital looks so great, but look at their other territories. It's like they milk them dry." "Oh, those poor people," she said. "Yeah, makes North Korea look good in comparison. These Perpaldians seem off. I wouldn't want any of us getting stuck there." "Yeah, makes sense. How about the untouched lands above Alaska? Wait, that makes me wonder. How is Alaska still cold, but those countries above it have like good weather?" Lee shrugged. "I don't remember. You can look for Dr. Pollen at NASA if you're really interested, but I think it's because of currents. Something about being lucky with a cold current, even though it's lower in latitude here in Alicia compared to Earth. And I wouldn't really go for those untouched lands. Haven't been touched by humans or elves or anything, but they're full of monsters and stuff. We could read the Topa Kingdom file as a bedtime story if you want," Lee suggested. "Eh." Before Mary could answer, Lee's phone rang. "Can I not catch a damn break?" he muttered as he checked his phone, looking for the identity of the caller. Oh, he picked up the phone saying, "What is it?" He listened to the man on the other end speak, taking in the new information. Mary noticed President Lee's expression. "Is it urgent, Tommy?" "Yeah," Lee sighed. "I'll be back in a bit." "Okay, dear," she said. Lee got up and walked toward the beach, away from the other partygoers, to privately discuss the new situation. So, he spoke into his phone, the sound of waves crashing echoing in the background. "The GRA Valka's Empire, huh? Strange how two nations have been summoned already, ours and theirs. Are there any more?" "To our knowledge," Stephen said over the phone, "not yet. The captured spies have been quite helpful in accidentally revealing information. They're quite arrogant and boast about their technological prowess. We know that the GRA Valka's Empire, which is the large continental territory with the large quantities of atmospheric pollutants, is from a planet known as Yggdra. There, they were the premier superpower. It seems that conquest was the name of their game, and they have applied the same concepts from Yggdra to Alicia, subjugating nearby primitive nations and even challenging a local superpower, one known as Lifer. Must have been a grueling war, Lee said. On the contrary, Mr. President, the Leoforians surrendered after a ship quite similar to a Yamato-class battleship bombarded their capital. Our local intelligence in the region is lacking, but we can see the GRA Valkan flag being raised in numerous Leoforian regions. This news is also corroborated by reports from our Mu associates in Esthrant. Smaller bombardments and bombing runs have been reported, likely due to resistance groups. That sounds unsettling. What else do we know about this faction? Aside from the general level of their technology and economy, we know that they may have rules of war. According to the captured spies, the GRA Valka's empire was a signatory to numerous international treaties, but their actions in Lifer suggest that they have abandoned any agreements made in Yggdra. We should be able to find out more information as the GRA Valka's campaign progresses. President Lee kicked some sand as he sighed. So much pain in this world. We ought to let them know that we won't take kindly to such barbarous and savage crimes. That reminds me, how are the contact procedures coming along? Still working on it, sir. Foreign Affairs is a bit wary about establishing contact with an aggressive nation like GRA Valkas. They are considering radio as an alternative means of official first contact and are currently drafting up plans and scenarios. All right, that's good. Damn, crazy how a local superpower fell in a day. Sure is, sir. Well, I've got to go get back to my wife. Oh wait, how are the kids doing? They're still enjoying the magic show, sir. President Lee smiled. Good. Now make sure they don't sleep too late. Keep me updated. I will, sir. Holy Militial Empire. A certain bar in Kartalpas. Located along the southern coasts of the Holy Militial Empire, Kartalpas was an important trade hub. Positioned almost literally in the center of the world, as far as the denizens of the central continents are concerned, and in a densely populated strait, Kartalpas is also a center of culture and information. The skyline of the city reflected this, with bright skyscrapers stretching to the sky. Magical lights illuminated the streets in a number and elegance fitting for what is currently regarded as the greatest superpower in Alicia. In all of Kartalpas, one bar in particular was quite popular among the merchant and corporate communities. Agents from large companies and traveling merchants settled in this bar whenever they were in town, for this bar was also frequented by the most knowledgeable and talkative of men. A mere whisper uttered in this bar could send companies tumbling and markets crashing, or provide an insight that could lead to innumerable wealth. One such delicate topic was that of Lifer's downfall. On a colorized magic screen, yet another reflection of militial magical superiority, an elven reporter spoke into a microphone. I'm Alana Ferlen, and welcome back to Militial News Network. Here at MNN, we pride ourselves at providing you news almost as fast as news happens. For today's story, we'll be taking a look at the rumors from Lifer. The camera focused on the building behind her as she spoke. I'm here at the Leoforian Embassy in Runiopolis with the Leoforian ambassador, Horan Talmot. Mr. Talmot, the central continents are quite worried about the situation in the west. Who is this new foe, and what exactly is going on over there? She offered the microphone to the man dressed in fancy Victorian-era attire. Horan bore a grim expression, one befitting of a man who had just lost his home. The rumors you hear of Lifer's demise are true. This new foe, the Eighth Empire or the GRA Valka's Empire, or whatever they call themselves, are a scourge. Like savages, they descended upon the defenseless island nations to the west, subjugating them with no regard to our relations with said island nations. We failed to defend our vassals and protectorates. The GRA Valka's empire was simply too powerful. They wiped out the fleet and wyvern lords we sent to intercept with just a single ship, then proceeded to lay waste to the capital. Our imperial palace was targeted, and His Greatness the Emperor was unable to escape. He and his family were killed, along with thousands of others who were unlucky enough to be caught by their indiscriminate attacks. Horan shook his head slightly, his expression clearly demonstrating vehemence and hatred toward the GRA Valkans. I'm so sorry to hear that, Mr. Talmot. What will become of Lifer itself? With the Emperor gone and no clear line of succession, we have little options. Our generals wanted to coordinate resistance efforts against the fleet of landing vessels that soon followed, and one did. However, those scum simply laid waste to miles of residents along the beaches. Thousands of innocents died, along with our valiant warriors who never even had a chance to land a blow. After that incident, it was decided that we should simply surrender, lest more of our citizens suffer this unjustness. So what will you do now? Alas, with the loss of my country, I have no job. He shrugged. I suppose I shall ask some associates if there is anything I could do to support myself. As the televised interview pulled away from the topic of Leifer and focused on the details of the Valka's empire, the merchants began discussing. The room erupted into chatter as bewildered customers took in the news that Leifer, a superpower, had lost to an unknown barbarian's nation in a single day to a single ship. After a few minutes, a beer-bellied man stood up and loudly proclaimed, "Is there anyone who knows a thing about this Valka's empire?" The bar quieted down as a man in a dark suit stood up, his clothes designating him as a Mu national. "Yeah, I was in Leifer signing a deal for my company. We were buying Tears of the Wind God for experimental purposes. As we were out on company testing waters, we heard several loud explosions toward the open ocean, where we saw those wyvern knights and ships go earlier. We felt that it was a bit dangerous, so we hid behind a cove. Then, we saw the ship." The drunken merchants leaned in, rife with anticipation. The Muin businessman held on to his drink. Speaking with disbelief and the inability to fathom what he had seen, he described the vessel. It was large, much larger than even the La Kasami, which can be considered a dreadnought comparable to the Holy Militial Empire's battleships. This other ship, though, it was like a super dreadnought. The cannons were gigantic, probably close to 50 centimeters in caliber. The speed was also ridiculous for a ship that size, but not unrealistic. I talked to a few analysts from the company, and they think that Mu and the Holy Militial Empire could probably produce such a ship in the near future. A confused patron asked, "When you say near future, just how many years are you talking?" The Muin shrugged. "A decade, maybe." "So, you're saying that the Valka's empire, at least in terms of shipbuilding, is more advanced than even the two greatest superpowers of the central continents?" "Well, not necessarily. We theorize that we can construct such a vessel, albeit at great cost. They likely only have one of these superweapons. Still, the overall sophistication of the design is worrying." A new voice chimed in, a man in Napoleonic attire. "This talk of unrealistically and disproportionately powerful summon nations is quite a headache, isn't it?" The beer-bellied man responded, "What do you mean? Valka's isn't the only summon nation. To the Great East, past Rodinius, there is a nation known as the United States of America. I have not visited their lands myself, but I've heard of their achievements. A fleet of 3,000 Lurian vessels surrendered to only 5 ships and several dozen aircraft, which, by the way, also travel faster than sound." "Faster than sound," the Muin said, aghast. "Do they use magic?" The Parpaldian shook his head. "Maybe, but all sources I've spoken to claim they are a purely mechanical nation, having had no exposure to magic on their home world." He then produced a wristwatch and offered it to the Muin, who analyzed it with surprise. "I've had the luxury of doing business with their corporations, and my heavens are their products of high quality." The Muin raised his eyebrow, making an impressed face as he nodded. "Why, you're completely truthful. This craftsmanship is uncannily precise. And not only that," the Parpaldian added, "they have incredible sciences unknown to the rest of the world. I was at Esterant when their fleet arrived, and let me tell you, the Valka's empire is no match for them. They may be able to swipe down Leifer's wyverns, but America's iron dragons? I doubt it." While the patrons of the bar discussed the implications of the summoned nation's emergence, news of these so-called barbarian countries spread. Doubt proliferated, with many dismissing these stories as unbelievable rumors and hearsay, but none were able to argue against the effects these nations left on Alicia. A lingering question was then left in everyone's minds. If these nations were summoned, then why? Chapter 21, Military Festival. September 25, 1639. Foreign Affairs Audit Bureau. Ever since Parpaldia's first encounter with the United States 1 month ago, Mill and her staff have been utterly confounded at the appearance of this mysterious nation. Throwing a wrench in their plans for domination, this new nation showed up almost out of nowhere, fielding fleets that are at least on par with those of Mu's ships. For the past several weeks, the Mu delegates have continued to deny any involvement with the Americans, only claiming that they too have recently found out about them. Worryingly, the Muans seem to hold these newcomers with interest. They think American technology is superior to their own. If Remil had heard this from some commoner, she might have dismissed it as propaganda. However, these opinions came from the Muans themselves. After studying the properties of the aircraft they saw last month, even her analysts were convinced that the American planes are better than whatever Mu currently has in active service. Because of the overall lack of information and the general concern among her subordinates, Remil decided to play cautiously. Despite their geographic location being in barbarian territory, she couldn't deny that they were indeed civilized. However, as the premier superpower of the third civilized region, the Parpaldian Empire cannot be pushed around. As such, Remil invited the American diplomat, Ambassador Anders, to visit her office. She placed a crystal ball on her desk, which was connected to magical recording equipment in Finn. The American diplomat would not only be able to see their advanced magical capabilities as demonstrated by the crystal ball itself, but also realize how powerful the Parpaldian Empire is once they conduct a demonstration for the festival. Her original desire was to intimidate Finn into submission by attacking the festival and striking fear into the hearts of the barbarians. However, with the knowledge that many civilized countries were also attending, she discarded the idea, unwilling to create a diplomat incident should her forces accidentally harm someone from a civilized country. Instead, she resorted to a simple demonstration. By targeting a fleet of decommissioned vessels, she should be able to cement Parpaldian influence over the third civilized region. Additionally, such pressure could help Finn come to a decision regarding KO's generous land lease program. She sighed, leaning her head on the top of her cushioned chair as she waited for the military festival to begin. Aminoki, Finn Kingdom. The capital city of Finn bustled with activity as its citizens prepared for the day's festivities. Many were excited to see the new military hardware that the participants were sure to flaunt, while others were worried about how Parpaldia would exercise its power. Everyone, from ordinary Finn citizens to representatives from the other barbarian nations to the Sword King himself, were surprised to see the civilized nations taking an interest in the event. As the sun rose higher in the distance, the citizens gathered along the docks, gawking at arriving ships. The first to arrive were those of the uncivilized countries. As constant participants, these nations' ships were nothing out of the ordinary. Still, they remained awe-inspiring as those outside of the civilized regions found something to be proud of. The next set of ships to arrive were those from the civilized nations. Boasting cannons, these vessels garnered several U's and AHS. Their mighty warships were considerably larger than the other docked vessels, armed with their primitive, barbarian ballistae. Everywhere their disembarked personnel went, restrained atmospheres soon followed. Prior to this military festival, none of the participants were treated unfairly or with disgust. However, this changed with the arrival of the pompous citizens of Reem and the other civilized nations. Although distasteful, the disrespect thrown by these civilized men failed to match up to the sheer arrogance radiated by the Parpaldians. Arriving with a grand oversight fleet bolstered by wyvern lords, they were without a doubt the epitome of gunboat diplomats in the eyes of the Finnese. Settling their fleet outside of the small bay, they pushed many of the other vessels away and ate up an egregiously luxurious amount of room. Whereas the Remians exhibited some form of courtesy, the Parpaldians showed none, sometimes bullying the locals and even some of the participants from the other barbarian nations. Interestingly enough, they dared not bully the Americans. Parpaldian Imperial Oversight Army, Eastern Fleet. Aminoki, Finn Kingdom. On the docks beside a Parpaldian landing craft, Director Chaos and Admiral Poctor looked out toward the small bay, watching a coordinated Wyvern Lord airshow with pride. The 20 Wyvern Lords of the Eastern Fleet performed aerial maneuvers in groups of 4, demonstrating the expertise of not only their knights, but also the Wyvern Lords who were able to perform banks and turns that were way beyond the capabilities of standard Wyverns. They flew over the Sword King's palace, subtly reminding the Finnese of Parpaldia's reach and power. Meanwhile, The rest of the fleet set up the target ships for the demonstration later. Fascinating turn of events, Proctor commented. The time I see Wyvern lords flying over Fen, I had always expected it to be due to conquest, not diplomacy. Chaos chuckled. I once thought the same, but ever since the arrival of these Americans, our world has been flipped upside down. And then when you also consider the appearance of this Gra Valka's empire to the east, you start to wonder how true the ancient stories of transferences are. Yes, these instances do lend credibility to these tales, but Proctor trailed off. He didn't know what to conclude with. If you think about the Holy Militial Empire and Mu, even they recognize transferences as possible, if not real. Mu, the land of science and logic, and the Holy Militial Empire, the land of ultimate magic. Yes, but I suppose you do make a fair point there. Perhaps we've just been too complacent in our part of the world. Still, although some parts of the tales might be genuine, others are much too unrealistic. A flying magical pillar that can decimate an entire city? That's got to be an exaggeration of what truly happened, such as a magically generated storm that happened to destroy poorly constructed buildings. Chaos shrugged, thinking of a response. He looked out to sea, and before he could reply, he noticed several large vessels in the distance. The same ones he had seen in Estherant. They're even larger the second time. Admiral Proctor, who wasn't in Estherant at the time, was shocked. He immediately thought of Mu's vessels, much like his comrades 1 month ago. Their approach toward the shore was heralded by dozens of red, white, and blue fireworks. Soon after, the Americans conducted their own air show, which was much more dazzling than the one performed by the Parpaldian Wyvern lords. Shrill shrieks emanated from the aircraft as they pierced through the air, leaving behind colorful trails. In the distance, music blasted from the ships. Chaos was able to identify it as the same music he heard during his first meeting with Anders and Rodriguez. This music was their national anthem. Already aware of how well the Americans had outdone them, he sighed inwardly. Looking to the docks, he noticed crowds of people cheering as the aircraft made another flyby over them, gracing them with a mighty gale and a light drizzle of seawater. This action further excited the crowd, causing them to cheer louder. Chaos frowned at the thought of these barbarians' support for the United States. Over the past month, the Americans cultivated relationships with the barbarian nations of the Third Civilized Region, from the Kingdom of Alteris to Sios and even Topa. Securing generous trade deals with the Americans, these regions simply gave away precious resources such as oil and rare metals, items that they didn't even know the worth of. In exchange, they were brought into the American sphere of influence and given access to the American market and even some of their technology, although only for civilian purposes. Understandably, just like the Parpaldian Empire, the United States was wary about giving away any advanced technologies. However, one outlier seemed to be firearm technology. Several barbarian nations with desirable resources, such as the Alteris, were able to trade magic gems for guns. Due to the sophistication of American firearms over even those from Parpaldia, they were able to dictate overwhelmingly favorable trade terms, exchanging only several hundred of these weapons for tons upon tons of magic gems. A few spies in Alteris and other nations were able to gather intelligence on these new weapons. Their functionality seemed to be lever action and boasted a greater fire rate and magazine capacity than Parpaldian muskets, which were single shotguns and were reloaded comparatively slowly. Although these weapons obviously outstripped the capabilities of Parpaldian guns, Chaos knew that these weren't the full potential of American technology. They wouldn't give away their latest weapons, so these rifles and revolvers must be antiquated technology. These deals were similar to how Parpaldia conducted their own deals, selling old technology that was decades behind and buying slaves and other precious resources from the barbarian nations that they had not yet subjugated. The simple fact that the United States had no slavery, and thus bought no slaves, was already preferable to the nations of the Third Civilization region. They pulled away from Parpaldia, cutting ties and refusing to provide slaves, claiming that the technology provided by the United States was ahead of the old tech sold by the Parpaldian Empire. With the living conditions of the Rhodinius continent drastically improved, and the knowledge of such an improvement spread to the corners of the world by merchants, many nations sought to establish ties with this mysterious, advanced nation that appeared out of nowhere. Even some of the civilized countries' representatives were visibly admiring the American demonstrations. He noticed a few officials from Ream, not too far away along the docks, pointing and giving impressed nods at the aircraft overhead. Already, KOs could see the Parpaldian Empire's grip loosening, their fingers being pried away by American influence. He racked his mind, trying to think of a way to maintain Parpaldian influence, but came up with nothing. The Parpaldian Empire had nothing over the United States, except for magic, if their claims of magical ineptitude were true. But even then, their technology was so advanced that they wouldn't even need magic. Just what could the Parpaldian Empire do to maintain its glory and prestige? Foreign Affairs Audit Bureau. Ambassador Anders walked through the building's halls as he navigated toward Remil's office. He and Rodriguez had just been summoned for a small demonstration regarding the military festival in Finn, with Remil rudely requesting his immediate presence. Wondering what surprises she may have in store for him, he stood outside her door in contemplation before knocking. "Ah," Remil said. "Ambassadors Anders and Rodriguez, you know it is rude to keep a lady waiting." Anders ignored her snarky remark. "What have you called us for, Miss Remil?" He noticed the crystal ball on her desk, and his thoughts ran wild with the idea of fortune-telling and magic. "Is Remil a psychic?" Remil answered Anders' question with evident annoyance and slight disdain. "What you see before your barbarian eyes is a magical viewer. This marvel is technology straight from the Holy Militial Empire and allows for anyone to view events from far away in the current time. No longer is a magician required for such feats. Now," she gestured at the device, which flared up and began to form an image. "Witness the power of the Parpaldian Empire." On the crystal ball, a scene from the military festival materialized. Although blurry, the colored images were of decent quality for such a small device. One Parpaldian ship could be seen, roughly 2 kilometers away from a static fleet of 10 target vessels. Then, light and smoke erupted from the ship as it unleashed a broadside of 40 cannons upon the target vessels. The tightly packed ships were annihilated by the bombardment of cannonballs. Remil looked away from the display of power and analyzed Anders and Rodriguez's bewildered faces. "Humph, so have you finally come to realize the extent of our power?" "Why, we sure have, Miss Remil." Anders looked away from the ball. "Just a little surprised that y'all have this kind of tech despite the overall level of your empire's technology. Granted, the video quality is a bit bad, but still, it was a bit impressive." Anders' expression easily turned from bewilderment to mild surprise. Remil, confused about Anders' expressions, recognized that he wasn't shocked by the might of Parpaldia. Rather, he was surprised about his original expectations, but overall unfazed by their displays. She gave Anders a curious look, not knowing how to respond. Anders broke the awkward silence and continued to explain. "Did Director Chaos not tell you of our devices?" "What devices?" Anders pulled out his laptop, showing Remil a live stream from Finn. "This is what a good quality video looks like. Yeah, we sure did grasp the power of Parpaldia. Turns out it's about 200 years behind us, with some of your little trinkets being pretty advanced, but nonetheless primitive." Remil's face turned red with anger as she sought to counter Anders' insult, but she couldn't deny how advanced the device was compared to her crystal ball. The video on the screen was displayed in much higher detail, with the entire scene indistinguishable from reality. She remained silent as she watched the lone American ship in the video approach a set of 4 target vessels, positioned 6 kilometers away. Then, while continuing to move at a speed faster than possible with tears, the vessel fired 4 consecutive shots, each finding their marks. The target vessels were essentially cut in half by the force of the attacks, becoming driftwood in a matter of seconds. Simulations played throughout Remil's mind as she analyzed the video, remembering what the Muin ambassador had said about American technology. Fraught with disbelief and denial, Remil simply stared blankly at the screen as Anders talked in the background. "Are you even listening, Miss Remil?" Remil snapped out of her daze and looked up at the tall American ambassador, wondering how long he had been talking for. "Ambassador?" "Aye," she sighed, taking a breath as she figured out her next move. She could continue applying pressure, as was the case with Parpaldian barbarian diplomacy for the past few decades, or she could take an approach more in line with those of civilized countries. With the seconds drawing out like hours, she eventually settled with a neutral response. beckoned by a voice in the back of her head, warning of calamity. Ambassador, that was an interesting display. Still, you have many more miles to go before you prove yourselves. Officially, you are still barbarians, but this may change depending on the course of action you take. As such, I am offering you an exclusive deal. In exchange for your technology, you will receive the blessing of the Ravernal Empire and an elevation to the status of civilized country. Anders and Rodriguez looked at each other, dumbfounded. Their expressions were enough to convey what they wanted to say out loud. What the fuck? Anders turned back to Ramil and politely declined her offer. Miss Ramil, while this is likely a generous offer for the relatively primitive nations under your thumb, we are not such a nation. Ramil steeled her tone, lacing it with a cold harshness as she responded. What a shame. I recommend you reconsider. You wouldn't want to displease the Emperor. If there's nothing else you'd like to discuss, we intend on excusing ourselves. Very well, Ramil said, her mind still running wildly. Chapter 22, Vacation. October 9th, 1639. Orange County, California. Under parting clouds, the sun shone upon a residential neighborhood. Anders looked out his Mercedes, rolling his windows down and enjoying the breeze as he coasted down the roads. The homes and sidewalks were completely different from the last time he was here. Trash and debris no longer cluttered the area. Everything from the storm several months ago had been cleaned up, and the neighborhood looked as if nothing had even happened. The only difference he noticed was an increase in for sale signs. He passed almost a dozen such signs before he pulled up to his driveway. Noticing his neighbor Greg watering some plants, he walked up to him. Hey, Greg. Greg looked up from his plants and cracked a smile when he saw Anders. Oh, hey, Sam. I take it you're on vacation? Yeah, I've got a couple weeks. Been pretty crazy working with all these new fantasy folks. Oh, yeah, I've seen some stuff about that on the news. Wish I could go check out this Quatoin place, but I've been busy with getting the company back together. Tough times. Greg shrugged, turning off the water. Somewhat. The first couple of months were pretty bad. A lot of folks around here got hit hard when the economy and labor market tanked. He gestured around, pointing at the various for sale signs. Damn, Anders muttered. I'm glad you're still kicking around, though. I'm one tough bastard. So how are these new folks? They're a bit arrogant. I don't think they'd try anything stupid to maintain their influence, though. But then again, these guys are pretty aggressive with their policies, so I'm not so sure. Everyone else is fairly polite, though. We've got a few new nations requesting contact. Huh. Well, that's something. Yeah. And I also heard about a specialized group of Marines and Special Forces teams getting sent up north. This Operation Doomslayer has been quite the talk of the town, on the fleet at least. Doomslayer? They going to kill demons or something? Something like that. Kingdom of Topa wants our help, and being the good Christian nation that we are, we pretty much accepted their request right away. Sounds fun. I wish I could have done that back in the day, but man, I'm getting old. Wife just said my beard's turning white the other day. Well, you still look fairly young to me. Greg chuckled. No need for flattery, Samuel. I'm already planning on embracing the new look. Maybe getting an eye patch, haha. Samuel smiled and shook his head. So anyway, how are things overall? Well, gas is fucking $8 a gallon. Used to be $9, but it's been going down recently, thank God. Oh, and pineapples are through the roof. I gotta say, I never expected to have to pay like $10 for one of those things. Everything else seems fine though. Economy's back up and running. Stock market's recovering decently. Magic shows are becoming more popular. Can't tell who's a phony and who's real. Unless, of course, they're one of those furry fellas or pointy-ear fellas. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if we're going to see some new celebrities popping up. Oh yeah? There's this new elf girl who got on the news a few times. I'd tell you more, but the wife gets jealous whenever this elf girl gets on the screen. He laughed. Gee, I wonder what my wife would think about the girls I've been running into lately. The diplomat from the Ravernal Empire, that arrogant country, is like a supermodel. I bet that womanizer Riker would have loved to get posted there. Oh, speaking of which, I should go tell my wife I'm home. All right, bud, I'll catch you later. Greg waved Anders goodbye. Anders knocked on his house door, prompting his wife to come running to the door. Excitedly, she opened it with a big smile and hugged Anders tightly. Oh, I've missed you so much. Anders reciprocated her embrace. I've missed you too, darling. I wish I could go with you. She looked up to him with puppy eyes. Yeah, I do too, but it's Too dangerous, I know. So, come on in. Tell me about your adventures. I've got your favorite ravioli ready on the table. Anders walked in with a loving smile and began to tell his wife about his adventures. San Diego, California. Director Chaos stepped off the large metal ferry, accompanied by his assistant, Rita. Afraid of Remil's wrath if he had traveled to the United States as a diplomat, he decided to travel during his break. Due to restrictions on international travel imposed by the Americans, he had to travel first to the Rhodinius continent and then, using Qua Toin as a conduit, secure a ride to the mainland. With the rising influx of Elysian tourists, a helpful tourist center was propped up to help associate the new guests with American culture. A gigantic sign in English and Alicia's common languages helped direct the tourists, along with the help of several native guides, who had learned English and American customs with astonishing speed. Merchant vessels were also docked alongside them, contrasting greatly with the giant cargo ships. When their ferry's passengers finished disembarking, they were split into several groups, and each assigned a tour guide. After taking a few moments to admire the scenery and discuss amongst themselves, the guides brought the tourists to a cool, air-conditioned, dome-like structure. Multiple screens were posted around the building, each displaying instructional videos to groups seated on rows of chairs. Chaos and Rita were brought to the first section, where they learned the basics about the American economy. What form of currency is used, what goods and services can be bought, and where to exchange currency. Afterwards, they were led to a section where they learned about basic traffic rules and emergency services. The remaining sections almost leaked out of their heads, but they tried to retain the information in order to make the most out of this alien place. So, Rita, how long have we been here? Close to 2 hours, sir. Chaos groaned. Ugh, that felt as if time was passing at half the usual rate. Goodness, it almost seemed like an eternity. I will be honest, I do not remember much of these important details. That's all right, sir. I kept track of everything. Well then, excellent. What do we do now? First, we should go to the currency exchange booth so we can trade our pesos for dollars. We're going to have to find a room at a hotel, and then we need to buy a phone for Uber or a bus pass to go places. Chaos held up his hand, causing Rita to stop talking. Okay, I'll have you handle these complications. I'll just follow you. All right, director. After trading their pesos for dollars, they walked outside of the building and emerged into a crowd of tourists, fantasy enthusiasts, and enterprising businessmen. Chaos noticed a group of furry demi-humans engaging in active discussion with some giddy Americans, and even posing for pictures with them, as was demonstrated in one of the educational videos. It then struck him that these people from Earth were new to the existence of demi-humans, although they peculiarly were not new to the concept itself. Their literature seemed to contain numerous references to what they deemed fantasy. Rita explained that the world these people originated from was populated only by humans, although things such as magic, dwarves, and elves existed in tales. He wondered if there must have been some sort of connection between Alicia and Earth at some point in the past to explain such a strange coincidence. Noticing that Chaos was staring, Rita pulled his arm to bring him back to reality. Chaos followed her to a small stand, where a man conversed with a group of elven tourists. Well, Mr. Kanata, I'm glad you liked our services the last time you were here. Here's the address, and be sure to show this paper when you reach the lobby. Have a nice day. Rita walked up to the man. Hey there, young lady. Looking for a place to stay? Yes, I'm looking for a room for two. All right. The man gave her a pamphlet. We've got a few slots open for rooms with one bed. Only $150 a night. Chaos ignored the discussion, continuing to look around. After a few minutes, Rita brought Chaos to the side and explained their hotel details. I booked a room at a hotel, and we need to take one of those yellow cars over there and give them this slip of paper. This is the address to the hotel. We need to make sure we don't lose it so that we don't get lost. Chaos simply nodded and allowed Rita to hail a taxi. After getting in, the driver turned around and analyzed his new passengers. Interesting getup y'all have. Where y'all from? Rita answered him. We're from the Parpaldian Empire, sir. Parpaldia, eh? Oh yeah, I've heard about Parpaldia. Got that interesting 18th century style stuff. Would love to visit myself, but the travel restrictions are still in place, he said as he pulled away from the harbor and entered a freeway. We can only visit Qua Toin and Quila, unless we've got a special work permit. Oh, 18th century. Yeah. So right before we got whisked away, we were in the 21st century. So about 300 years ago. Ko's heart dropped as he heard that. Was the Parpaldian Empire truly that far behind the United States? He continued looking out the window, but increased his attentiveness toward the conversation. I see. So you'd essentially want to visit our country as a historical experience, then? Oh, certainly. I'm pretty interested in history, and going there would probably be the closest thing I could get to time traveling back to the 1700s. Rita prodded the man for more information by asking questions. Interesting. But then why won't the government let you indulge in this? Why are there travel restrictions? The driver looked into the mirror and shrugged. Beats me, he said, driving with one hand on the wheel. They just want to make sure it's safe out there. In our history, medieval and even Renaissance-era civilizations weren't that safe. I guess what I'm trying to say here is, we don't trust this world enough to let our citizens just go out all willy-nilly, you know? Just imagine if a group of tourists, got caught in a war somewhere and were executed or something. That'd give President Lee a real bad reputation. That makes sense. All right, folks, your stop's gonna be right there. He pointed to a large multi-story structure. It was nice meeting ya. Your fare is $6.80. Rita gave the man $8, making sure to adhere to the local culture of tipping. After bidding the man goodbye, several hotel staffers came out to assist them with their luggage. Would you like us to bring these up to your room? Yes, please, Rita said. Then, turning to Chaos, she said, let us go to the lobby so we can check in. There, they found the same group of elves from earlier. After the elves finished checking in, they noticed Chaos and Rita. One of them walked up, apparently recognizing the Parpaldian duo. Oh hey, aren't you Director Chaos from the 3rd Foreign Affairs Department? Yes. Chaos wondered who the elf was, then realized his identity. Prime Minister Kanata, was it? Indeed. So what brings you here to the United States? I was under the assumption that Parpaldians didn't visit barbarian countries. We don't. However, something tells me that the term barbarian is slowly becoming anachronistic. After seeing their technology for myself, I was convinced that there is more to the United States than just their location outside the civilized regions. It dawned on me that geographic location shouldn't be the dominant factor in determining whether a culture is barbarian or not. Kanata nodded, impressed by Ko's words. To hear that from someone of the upper ranks of Parpaldian society, I never could have expected that. Well done, Director Chaos. You've shed your arrogance since the last time we met. Don't push it, Prime Minister. Kanata held his hands up. Very well, Director. I will say, though, you made the right choice by coming here. We couldn't believe their tales when they first met us. But here we are, surrounded by towers of glass, horseless carriages, and majestic aircraft. I'm not here for official Parpaldian business. I'm here for vacation and for myself, to see whether or not the rumors were true. The rumors are true, all right, and so much more. I suggest checking the front desk for recommendations. They have programs explicitly for new arrivals. Thank you. I'll take that into consideration. I hope you also consider what your leaders are going up against. Loria made the mistake of underestimating the United States. Certainly, although my superiors may not think the same way. Kanata gave a dejected look, almost putting chaos. That's unfortunate. In any case, I wish you well, Director. Good luck with your duties. Chapter 23, Realization. San Diego, California. Chaos hummed in pleasant surprise as he noticed the chilly air inside. Thinking about the tier-based ventilation systems in Estherant, he wondered how the Americans' so-called air conditioning worked. For a nation that claimed to have no magic at all, they were certainly able to replicate effects created by magic. Was this truly the potential of science? Rita led him to an elevator, where one of the hotel staff showed them how to operate it. The machine was simple. All they needed to do was press a button to reach the floor they desired. Chaos immediately thought of the towering spires in Estherant. This elevator would have been quite the innovative and desirable tool for such tall buildings. The numbers on the buttons were alien to him, but bore an interesting resemblance, one that he could not identify. He looked toward Rita, who was learning the Americans' numerical system. After a couple minutes, Rita seemed satisfied with her knowledge and, comparing the buttons to a slip on her hand, pressed the corresponding floor number where their unit was located. With a soft jolt, the elevator rose upward, accelerating and then calmly slowing down as it reached its destination. "Oh dear," Chaos said, his knuckles white from holding the rails. That felt peculiar. He immediately let go, slightly embarrassed that he had overreacted to something that Rita seemed unfazed by. Rita asked. "It was of no concern," Chaos dismissively said. They walked out of the elevator together. "So, Rita, where's the room?" "It is just around this corner," she said as she walked up to a door, keycard in hand. With a soft beep, the door unlocked and she opened it, walking into an even cooler environment than that of the hallway. The temperature of the air surprised Chaos. Although he was familiar with the technology itself, he didn't realize how cold the Americans could make the air. Parpaldian cooling technology was erratic, limited to the purity of the magic gems that powered their tier systems. Although mages themselves could cool an entire room to such drastic levels, they could only maintain this magic for minutes. Chaos finally began to understand just how advanced these barbarians were. He looked around the room, somewhat unimpressed by the small size, but simultaneously intrigued by the design and amenities available. Although small, the room held a certain elegance to it. Then something caught his eye. "Ah, Rita." "Yes, sir." "Is there only one bed?" "Yes." They had no other options available, Rita said with a mischievous smile. Chaos blushed. "Very well." While Rita unpacked the luggages, Chaos inspected the room. The beds were satisfactory, even better than the best beds that nobles in Estherant could buy. The restroom contained several alien items, but he recognized lotions and toothbrushes. After studying the objects and the picture cards associated with their uses, he moved on to the bathtub. Eyeing the hose-like appendage above with great curiosity, he turned the knob. The faucet below ran with water and expectedly began filling the bathtub. Not much difference there," Chaos said to himself. He then pulled a pin on the faucet itself and was surprised as his head was drenched with cold water. "Oh," he recoiled backward in surprise. Rita came rushing in. "Sir Chaos, are you all right?" "Yes, Rita." He grabbed a white towel and dried his head. I could see the potential of this device with respect to hygiene. Their plumbing must be extraordinary if every household is equipped with something like this. Compared to Parpaldian plumbing, of which only Estherant and a few other major cities had installed, American plumbing seemed to be much more developed. Even the water system in Estherant was still unable to heat water before coming out of the faucet. There were a few savvy innovators who had come up with a heating system that employs red magic gems, but none have been able to market it. With an uncomfortable feeling creeping up in his mind, he reasoned it away, convincing himself that these amenities were likely restricted to wealthy establishments such as this hotel. Still, what if he was wrong? He exited the restroom and walked back into the main room, where he took interest in a black mirror on the wall. "What a peculiar mirror," he said. "Strange how the one in the restroom is a normal mirror, but this one is incredibly dark." Rita looked back as she sorted clothes on the bed. "If I recall correctly, that is not a mirror. These seem similar to the screens from the dome building. They display moving images." She scanned the screen's surroundings, eventually finding a remote. "I don't quite remember how to use this device." The man only explained it slightly. She pointed to the power button. "I do know that this button is used to turn on the device, and the arrows are used to navigate through the different channels, as he called them. Here, try it out." The screen sparked to life as he pressed the red button, immediately displaying a menu. He toyed around with the arrows for a few seconds before achieving a grasp of how the device worked. Intuitively, he figured that the central, circular button allowed him to select items on the screen, and he clicked on a random channel, ABC News. The screen demonstrated an abrupt shift as the image transformed from the menu to a scene from Quatoin almost instantly. Chaos recalled his time in the Holy Militial Empire, noticing that the American newscaster was similar to the militial newscasters. As the man discussed economic policies and industrialization, Chaos tuned out, wondering if the United States could even surpass the Holy Militial Empire in terms of technology. Throughout the central continents, militial magic screens are heralded as the near pinnacle of technology. Displaying moving images in color and with great fluidity, they easily outshone the black and white screens of the few other nations that were advanced enough to even conceive of such a device. Although relatively bulky, magic viewers allowed for the real-time transfer of visual data across vast distances, even surpassing the capabilities of the Agarthan mages. The screen before him, however, was almost entirely flat, like a mirror. The resolution was also clearly superior, with colors also being more vibrant. Rita, noticing Chaos gawking at the screen, chimed in, "Sir Chaos?" "Oh," he snapped out of his trance. Sighing, he lamented on the superiority of American magic viewers. Operated by magic or not, these devices clearly dwarf those from even the Holy Militial Empire. That airshow we saw in Estherant was an informative first impression, a warning to not provoke them. But with this, he gestured around the room and the skyscrapers outside the window. It is evident that they have a greater industrial capacity than we do. I used to think that we could overwhelm their fleets, but now, it dawns on me that this would be impossible. I just hope Miss Remil doesn't antagonize them. Estherant, Parpaldian Empire. I trust that the transactions are buried. A feminine voice asked, the silhouette of her figure accentuated by the lights in the background. Yes, Miss Remil. None of these items can be traced back to you or the Imperial family, a man said, bowing deeply. Good, Remil said. When can I expect the pirates to begin? They shall set their sights on Aminoki by tomorrow's eve, Miss Remil. It won't be long before the Finese come crawling back to use in exchange for protection. A sinister giddiness flowed through Remil as she excitedly awaited the fruits of her endeavors. And for their prior insolence, please direct the pirates to cause as much havoc as possible as they plunder the city. I also heard that the Americans gifted the Sword King with several products from their homeland. Find these if possible, and bring them back for analysis. It will be done, Miss Remil. Aminoki, Kingdom of Fen. After the demonstrations from the Parpaldians and the Americans, word of the military festival spread throughout the barbarian regions. Because the witnesses were all high-ranking officers and other trusted personnel, the events were taken seriously. As the festival waned over the days and its participants wrapped up, Fen saw a significant influx of diplomatic personnel, all of them looking for ways to come into contact with the United States of America. They were told to wait for the next scheduled arrival, a science vessel called the USS Intrepid and her escorts. As the vessel docked along the shores of Aminoki, they were immediately swarmed by diplomats from numerous nations, all of them brimming with anticipation that had been cultivating for days. After a couple hours, the storm settled down and the diplomats agreed to wait for another ship, which would come in a week to help sort everything out. The Intrepid pulled away from the docks after loading up on supplies, but halted, much to the curiosity of the Finese onlookers. In the distance, dozens of newcomers appeared flying black flags. They surrounded the cove in such numbers that escape was impossible. USS Barry. Captain, we have about 30 unidentified ships surrounding us. I thought Finn wasn't at war with anybody. Master Chief Barnes wondered. Captain Winslow frowned as he analyzed the radar. Now, just where the hell did these guys appear from? A radar technician replied. Sir, magnetic storms and inclement weather are prevalent around here. They must have slipped past. Kovich, open a channel to the Intrepid. They're still around the docks. Have them check in with the Finese if they're expecting any visitors. On it, sir. While they awaited the Intrepid's response, the unknown fleet sailed inward, closing in on their position. Fearing an incident, Winslow contacted his superiors. Knowing just as much as he does, they left the situation to his discretion and emphasized the safety of the Intrepid. As the ships edged closer, Winslow felt more and more apprehensive. His anxiety reached a summit once he noticed the flags of the ships. Say, black flags. Are they pirates? It would appear so, Captain, Barnes said. Winslow scratched the back of his head, thinking about his next course of action. No response yet from the Intrepid? Kovich replied, No, sir. They're still en route to the shore. They were kind of far. Damn it. Winslow clenched his fist. Taking a deep breath, he weighed his options. Trying to make a run for it could potentially put the lightly armored Intrepid at risk, especially considering that the potential hostiles were armed with cannons. However, they were slow enough that if he could break through one end of the blockade, the Intrepid might be able to slip past and flee. Of course, if push came to shove, he could simply wipe out all the ships, but he also did not want to accidentally cause a diplomatic incident. Coming to a decision, Winslow ordered his ship forward to issue a warning. Maintaining a distance of 4 kilometers, he made sure that the ships of the line were out of combat range. We should probably bring one of those manacoms next time, huh? Anyway, Winslow turned his attention to the blockade. Unidentified vessels, you are interrupting the maritime activities of the United States Navy. Form an opening so that our ships may pass through. Winslow watched the ships ahead begin to turn. He breathed a sigh of relief, which then became stuck in his throat as he realized that the ships weren't turning to make way. They were turning to open fire. Smoke erupted from the sides of the ship as cannonballs fell short of their target. Fucking bastards. All hands, prepare for combat. Have the Intrepid form up alongside the Benfold. Sink all ships ahead of us, but hold off on the missiles. The Mark 45 gun on the Barry's bow turned to face the lead ship of the line and then fired. The shell pierced through the wood and iron plating of the pirate ship, coming into contact with their ammunition stores and igniting it. With an incredible explosion, the lead pirate ship was turned into confetti, showering wood and other debris onto its comrades. The Barry pulled back as it fired, ensuring that no counterattacks could reach it, but Winslow realized that they were running out of water. They were being backed up into the shoreline, and the rest of the blockade was currently closing in on their position. On the open ocean, this wouldn't be a problem. With the agility and range of the Arleigh Burke class, they could fight until ammunition ran dry. However, they now had little room to work with. They could easily pulverize all 30 ships, but not before one of them was able to get close enough to fire upon the Intrepid. Seeing no other alternatives, Winslow authorized the use of missiles. While the Mark 45 guns annihilated the nearby ships, scores of missiles soared overhead, engulfing the destroyers in smoke. 10 missiles headed for the reinforcing pirate ships, which had already blown past dozens of Finney's merchant, fishing, and patrol ships. The survivors of these downed boats witnessed vengeance as what seemed like meteors came crashing down upon the pirates, annihilating their ships with fiery doom. The power of the detonations were so severe that not even the hull could be recognized. The aftermath consisted only of driftwood and burning debris. Those who had been to the military festival immediately saw the connection between the American ships and the destructive power that befell upon the pirates. They were satisfied with the retribution that punished the pirates, but were also terrified with the power wielded by the Americans. To wipe out ships of the line so easily, just how powerful were they? Estherant, Ravernal Empire. Remil held her head as she wondered the same question. If it had been a simple report, she might not have believed it, perhaps even reasoning that the scum pirates simply made off with their gifted ships. However, she watched the entire scene unfold via her crystal viewer. The pirates that she hired to strike Finn had, by a stroke of poor luck, come into contact with an American military vessel. They were then undoubtedly annihilated by a small escort of only 2 ships. Thankfully, she ensured that the pirates couldn't be traced back to her or the imperial family. Anyone with a brain, however, could likely determine the source of this heavily armed fleet, which appeared out of nowhere and boasted technology that only a nation like Parpaldia could produce. She hoped the Americans would be too ignorant of this world and simply assume that they were actually pirates without looking into the matter. Regardless, the entire mission was a catastrophe. Due to the heroic actions of the Americans, despite their aid to the Finnese being unintentional, her plan likely ended up pushing the barbarians further into the American sphere of influence. To make matters worse, she saw no possible plan to take against the Americans. If 2 of their smaller combat ships could do this to a fleet that was strong enough to take out an entire country, then what is their entire navy capable of? The minutes dragged on, turning into hours as she held on to her thoughts. Eventually, she experienced a moment of realization. Parpaldia cannot challenge the United States directly. If anything, now is the time to act. To prevent the barbarian realm from falling into the hands of the United States, she resolved to subjugate as many barbarian countries as quickly as possible, although with great caution. She didn't want the same mistakes as Loria. She didn't want to accidentally declare war against a country that the Americans already had a defensive treaty with. With this in mind, Remil marked Parpaldia's next target, the Kingdom of Alteris. Chapter 24, Doomslayer. October 25, 1639. The Gate of the World, Topa Kingdom. Posted upon an observation tower, a young man with unkempt dark hair yawned. He leaned back on his chair lazily while his friend paced around, radiating anxiety. The shuffling of his friend's armor eventually became annoying, causing the young man to finally speak. Moa, will you quit that? How is a man supposed to get some rest around the restless? The Americans said that a large group of 10,000 demons is currently marching here. Guy, I know not if all mercenaries are as carefree as yourself, but are you not terrified? Moa said with exasperation. Guy shrugged. What's there to be terrified of? He asked rhetorically as a squadron of metal dragons flew overhead, escorting several larger aircraft. Here, he offered a pair of binoculars. I heard from some friends who were at the military festival in Fenn that these Americans possess powerful explosion magic and repeating muskets that can shoot dozens of times faster than Propuldian weapons. They also have these guided light arrows that explode on impact. Moa, still unconvinced, shook his head. I think those are exaggerations. Nah, just take a look. Guy used his binoculars to spectate the fleet of American aircraft. Moa followed suit and trailed the flying gargantuans as they made their way toward Demon Lord Noscarath's camp. The American aircraft pulled up, shrinking into tiny specks. Looking back down at the camp, Moa clearly saw Noscarath shuffling about, somehow aware of the coming attack. Noscarath began chanting and hastily erected an incredibly large Kaiser golem, a large autonomous mech-like rock golem. Wow, I've never seen powerful magic like that before, Moa said with a shiver. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. Just wait, Guy said. Noscarath looked up, seemingly eyeing the aircraft. Moa was astonished at how the Demon Lord was able to locate the threat. What eyesight does he have? We can barely see the flying machines with these scopes. Noscarath then cast a shield over himself, just moments before small dark objects rained down upon his camp. An area larger than several acres was soon engulfed in flames and ashes as mighty explosions ripped through his troops without mercy, even shattering the exhaustively created Kaiser Golem. Moa's jaw dropped at the sight. An entire demon army was leveled with air superiority. Without even meeting their foes on the battlefield, the Americans simply laid waste to the demons, not risking a single soul against them. Moa watched as the aircraft flew back toward the gate, their mission completed. At first, he was skeptical of these newcomers and their magicless technology. For some reason, his superiors deemed it necessary to secure a defense treaty with the Americans as fast as possible. Now he understood this reason: overwhelming firepower. The columns of smoke rising up from the distance only served to cement this revelation. Nothing was left unscathed, not even the mighty Noscarath, who stumbled about as the dust settled and the smoke cleared. His flickering magic shield faltered. Realizing his vulnerability, Noscarath quickly ran into the smoke, disappearing from sight. Guy whistled at the spectacle, clapping his hands. Well, a demon lord turning tail. Would you look at that? Moa could only shake his head with his mouth agape. Speechless, he was still awestruck by the punishment inflicted upon Noscarath and his minions. The last time Noscarath was fought back, the allied race's greatest heroes were sacrificed. In comparison, the Americans sacrificed nothing, aside from whatever sustenance they provided to their aircraft and the weapons they deployed. Additionally, their power wasn't just limited to 4 invaluable warriors. According to his superiors, they had thousands upon thousands of aircraft at their disposal. So, times really have changed. Moa finally took in the information he was exposed to. For the better? Maybe for the races of the world. As for me, I'm just hoping I still get paid. Guy's carefree demeanor helped alleviate some of the tension building up within Moa. He chuckled at his friend's comment. Of course, but I'm willing to bet that's not the only thing you've been hoping for. Guy turned red as he realized who Moa was talking about. Well, yes, that too, but it can't be helped if I'm hired and sent somewhere else. Ugh, I really hope I can keep this position here while the Americans do the hard work for us. Keeping this position isn't really important if you're not making the most out of it. You've got to do more than just visit her and say hi. Guy sighed. Yes, you're right. I'll try to think of something. Thanks, Moa. Demon Lord's army headquarters. Master, what happened? A tall humanoid with a reddish appearance asked. Noscarath panted as he walked into his command chamber, his tired figure illuminated by the flickering torches along the walls. Although he suffered no scars or scratches from the battle, due to his innate healing abilities as a demon lord, he suffered a mental defeat. Clearly, something had shaken him. His normal arrogance and disgust of the inferior races, along with his constant comments on the tastiness of humans, were replaced with fear. "Master," a tall bluish humanoid asked. "Red and blue ogres," Noscarath muttered while he plopped down on his throne, resting his elbows on his knees as he leaned forward. He curled his hands into fists, shaking with rage and disbelief. "The star god's emissaries were already waiting for us. It's been centuries, millennia, and they are still present? And what's worse, their technology seems to have progressed. I remember their metal land dragons and the bombardment from their metal ships. I fear that we may face certain doom, especially if they have brought more forces than last time." Noscarath nodded in understanding. "Even so, I can sense that our creators will soon return. No matter the strength of the star god's lackeys, we must complete our tasks. Now more than ever, it is imperative that we stay true to our objectives. The star god's messengers have clearly grown more powerful from last time, judging by the speed of their flying ships." The blue ogre wilted at this. "How are we supposed to defeat them? Could the creators even defeat them?" Noscarath laughed at the preposterous question. "Without a doubt. It is obvious you lot are ignorant, since you have never seen them personally. I can assure you, though, the creators are the apex civilization. I was worried earlier because the star god's warriors had somehow managed to develop aircraft that travel faster than sound. But this is still beneath the mage's fighters, which can travel twice as fast as the speed of sound. While the star god's warriors pose more of a threat now than before, they are still a foe that cannot hope to meet up to the standards of the mage emperor's forces." As Noscarath spoke, he noticed the ogre's attitudes lifting. They were motivated by his explanations. His explanations were so convincing that the more he listened to himself, the more he believed that the star god's emissaries were not a threat. Despite this, a tinge of logic remained, a reminder that reality is never as forgiving as one would hope it to be. Tormiz, Topa Kingdom. A fortified castle town, Tormiz represented a key line of defense should the gate of the world ever be breached. Due to the size of the American forces deployed in the region, the Topans allowed the Americans to set up their airfield and other facilities in Tormiz. It was the closest town large enough to accommodate their forces and equipment. Horseless carriages roamed through the narrow streets, while the American Iron Land dragons were limited to the main roads and the city outskirts. Flying carriages fluttered about with items dangling from their underbellies, supplies for the upcoming mission. One of these flying carriages headed straight for Cast Tormiz and set down upon a field, unloading several sharply dressed men, along with their security detail. Moa easily identified the men in stylish coats as high-ranking officers, but wondered why their subordinates had such barbaric uniforms. Their security detail wore no armor, but were equipped with black staves that looked more menacing than Parpaldian muskets. He reasoned that, like Parpaldian infantry, these men had rejected the metal armor commonly associated with knights because their weapons simply rendered such defenses useless. Moa held his hand up as he walked toward the carriage, fighting against the gales produced by the turbine above. "Welcome to the Kingdom of Topa. I'm Sir Moa, and I will be escorting you to the meeting." "Well met, Sir Moa." A man in a white dress uniform stepped forward to shake his hand. "I'm Admiral William Hawthorne of the United States 7th Fleet." "Colonel Henson, United States Marine Corps." The other well-dressed man shook his hand. Colonel Henson's uniform was dark blue in contrast to Hawthorne's white, clearly differentiating their respective branches. "Well then, I truly appreciate your assistance in fending off the Demon Lord. Seeing your power with my own eyes convinced me that hope still exists," Moa said. "No problem, Sir Moa. Although, you ought to be thanking the Air Force for that one. Unfortunately, General Hammond can't make it to this meeting, but you'll have an opportunity another time." "Understood, Admiral." As the group made their way inside the castle, they encountered numerous cheering civilians. Word of American achievements throughout Rodinius, and even the most recent defense of Fen against pirates had spread throughout the Third Civilized region. Among those who were interested in the Americans, the Topans were at the top of the list due to pressure from a potential demon invasion. As such, they became infatuated with tales of American heroism and figuratively likened their soldiers to knights in shining armor. Of course, the barbaric appearance of the security detail did not diminish the Topan residents' hope. The attitudes of the Topan military officials were similarly upbeat. They greeted the Americans with smiles and healthy compliments. A gray-haired man in silver armor and a fluttering crimson cape introduced himself. Esteemed American warriors, I hope this doesn't get too annoying, but we once again thank you for your help, unlike those arrogant Parpaldians. Anyway, I'm Ajiz, commander of the Topa Kingdom Demon Lord Subjugation Squad. After a round of introductions and brief pleasantries, the meeting commenced in earnest, quickly diving into the topic of demons. Much to the surprise of the Americans, the descriptions of various demons such as orcs and goblins heavily resembled those of modern fantasy, with a few exceptions. Aides noted key details of enemy capabilities while the officers chatted, discussing history, geography, and strategy. So then, are you offering to allow us to purchase your weapons? Ajiz asked after a short silence. Not quite. As part of the agreements our diplomats signed with your king, the defense of this country will be a joint operation handled mostly by our men. Instead of defending, though, we would like to propose an offensive. If we were to eliminate this demon lord, how would that affect the remaining demons? Ajiz thought about the suggestion. If such a proposal had been brought up years ago, he would have deemed it suicidal. However, with the strength of the Americans, the impossible was now possible. That could work, he said with a hint of optimistic surprise. Sir Moa, what do you think? Although this has never been attempted due to the sheer ridiculousness of the idea itself, I think the Americans have a reasonable chance at succeeding. We would just need. Moa was cut off by the sound of screaming outside. What the hell? A dark object crashed through the window, landing away from the meeting room's table. All eyes turned to face the object, and the American Marines readied their weapons, with even Colonel Henson and Admiral Hawthorne drawing their sidearms. A tense couple of seconds passed by as the object grew in size, forming into a hooded humanoid figure with claws and talons. With a sinister laugh, it announced its presence. Filthy humans. Trying to attempt the impossible, are we? Moa gasped in shock. The demon lord's aide, Malastris. Someone who appreciates Isekai. Upon the confirmation that the creature was indeed in league with the demon lord, a flurry of bullets flew toward Malastris. The Topan knights had no time to react, and upon seeing the torment brought down upon the demon, they maintained their distance, not wanting to get in the way of the hail of bullets. They could only sit back and watch in silent awe as the evil creature was torn to shreds. One of the Marines was fortunate enough to be equipped with a shotgun loaded with magically enchanted dragon's breath rounds. Blue sparks scorched Malastris as he screamed in agony, gurgling blood. The wall behind him was peppered with bullet holes and scorch marks, a testament to the sheer firepower that American infantry wielded. Within seconds, the demon slumped to the ground, unmoving and bleeding from nearly 100 places. Is it dead? Hawthorne asked. Ajiz walked up to the body and poked it with his sword. Should be, he said with wide eyes. Goodness, he turned to the Americans. I can't thank you enough for what you've done here. No problem, Hawthorne said. And sorry about the wall. Oh, don't even worry about the wall. The demon that you've just slain here has been an incredible thorn in our sides. He's killed over 100 knights, and a destroyed wall is a more than desirable price for the demise of Malastris. Mind if I add something else to that price? I'm listening, Ajiz said. Could we take the body for research? We'll probably also ask for your expertise during the autopsy. I find this offer acceptable. Excellent, Hawthorne smiled. Now, where were we? Oh, right, Sir Moa. You were saying? Right. We would just need to identify the base of Nosgarath. We haven't done much scouting, but if he hasn't relocated since the last time the allied races pushed him back, then he should be here. He pointed to a spot on a map. Using your aircraft, I believe a simple bombing run might suffice. I'll relay this to the Air Force. Are there any civilians in this stronghold? Moa shook his head. No, they are likely out of food supplies, which is why they've sent a force to the gate of the world. I see. Well, these were some interesting talks. I just hope this Nosgarath doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 25, Doomslayer 2. Demon Lord's Army Headquarters. Sensing impending doom, Nosgarath issued an abrupt order to regroup his army in the forest. Recognizing the threat of American aircraft, he moved his army through the extensive caverns that featured throughout the nearby mountains. Leaving only a small group of orcs and goblins to maintain his headquarters, he rounded every other unit for the assault. While traveling through the tunnels, he found himself pestered by the red and blue ogres, who were struck with trepidation. "Master, why are we moving underground? We must remain hidden from their flying ships. Normally, they would not pose a threat. This is if we have our standard arsenal from the creators. I sometimes forget that the inferior races may sometimes pose a threat, such as those 4 heroes. The ones who killed our brothers? Yes. Although I doubt they have such powerful individuals in the modern era, it is clear that they don't need them anymore. They've advanced more slowly than I expected, only managing to go from propellers to light discharge engines in the span of millennia. I anticipate that they'll deploy similar tactics, so we must refrain from engaging in direct combat until we are as close as possible to their walls." "How will we do that?" Nosgarath pointed to the scarlet dragon, who carried crates of magic gems on its back. "I would have used the magic gems we've looted so far, but the gems produced by the inferior races are well inferior. Using the creator's gems, I will create an immense shield to protect us until we reach the gate. Until then, I do not wish to waste mana, so we must make our way through the forests." "Oh, what an intelligent plan." The red ogre praised him. "The demon lord Nosgarath, our very own master, is a genius." The blue ogre added his thoughts. Before Nosgarath could accept the praise, an immense rumbling shook the tunnels, causing small rocks to fall down. Soft, but discernible thuds echoed through the caverns as the shaking continued. "They must have found our headquarters," Nosgarath lamented. "Now there's no turning back." Tormiz, Topa Kingdom. Moa felt his heart skip a beat as he saw the fleet of B-52 bombers head for the Demon Lord's base. Just 3 were enough to completely decimate the Demon Lord's first army. Surely 10 is a bit much. "Not at all, Sir Moa," the chubby general stated, his eyes hidden behind a dark pair of sunglasses. "See, we don't take too kindly to demons. We don't know much about them, aside from speculation from our culture and the information you've got, so we decided to make sure they're dead. Can't take any risks with the minions of the devil." "That's reasonable," Moa muttered. "And we also don't get the opportunity to practice large-scale bombing. Last time we did that was a century ago, but since there ain't any rules of war here, we're now running some exercises. Just in case, of course." Moa nodded, finding General Hammond's attitude and reasoning to be fascinating. He's heard rumors that the Americans were wealthy enough to siege a town by simply dumping money on it. If these rumors were even remotely true, then dropping tons of bombs wouldn't make the slightest dent on their wallets. Just how much did these people spend on their military budget? Pay close attention to the drone feed. Moa, Guy, and other members of the Demon Lord Subjugation Squad leaned in, watching the moving pictures closely. Snippets of radio chatter flared up as the bombing fleet approached the vast demonic base. Figures scurried about down below, goblins and orcs rushing to prepare defenses. Their reactions were for naught. It was impossible for them, armed with their crude, primitive weapons, to reach the high-flying bombers. Whistles of death permeated the air as hundreds of bombs fell upon the base, each packing enough explosive power to level a small building. The falling objects, from the perspective of the recording drone, were so numerous that the sight was similar to a rainstorm in the distance. Indeed, the bombs fell like rain, impacting with incredible splashes as the base became painted with a cobbled mess of orange flames and dark ashes. The Topans remained silent, wondering how such destructive power could even be possible. The only comparison they could think of were the weapons of the ancient sorceress empire, which led them to fear the Americans. They were grateful that although the two nations shared similar technologies and weapons, the latter was kind enough not to use such power on them. Their might was instead focused on Nosgarath's base, which suffered damage so heavy that almost no traces of the base remained. The entire plain upon which the barracks and other camps were built was completely decimated. The bombing run left only ugly craters and scars of what used to be a beautiful natural environment. Even the nearby caves became irreparably damaged, with their entrances blocked off by tons of debris. "Well, that should do it." General Hammond smirked at the scene of destruction, satisfied with his men's work. Somewhere near the Topa Kingdom, after several long hours of traversing through the mountain range, Nosgarath's army emerged into a forest along the southern edges of the Gramius continent. With most of his troops tired from the long trek, he allowed them to rest near the coastline and finish up their rations after establishing a camp. After a short rest, he noticed something interesting, a smell that he recognized. He smelled humans. USS Gerald R. Ford. Admiral Hawthorne yawned, almost dozing off on the bridge. You'd think there would have been sea monsters or something up here. Eh? Guess I can't complain that it's boring. Could be worse. Yes, sir. I'm all for a good fight, but I wouldn't want to fight Godzilla. You do have a point, though. It's strange that there aren't any krakens up here. Colonel Henson replied, smoking his cigar. Yeah, aren't krakens part of the octopus family? So theoretically, the cold waters shouldn't be an excuse, unless there's some other sort of predator around here. Henson shrugged. I just want something to do. An officer looked up from his station, seemingly frantic. Sirs. What is it, Lieutenant? Dr. Jackson's team is requesting immediate assistance. They spotted a group of orcs along the shore and are currently retreating to their boat. A new voice popped up before Admiral Hawthorne could give orders. Sir, one contact just appeared over the forest. It's flying toward the scientists right now. ETA. 2 minutes. What the hell? Wait for target confirmation. Have the Barry get her SAMs ready. Launch the next available squadron and patch me through to General Hammond. Looks like the Air Force missed a spot. Nosgarath flew through the air, seeing the prey desperately running toward their boat. Wonderful, he thought. His mouth watered at the thought of having a human for lunch. It has been almost a week since he last ran out of delicious inferior beings. Clouded by hunger, he rushed at the white vessel, preparing to launch a fireball at it. I hope the food doesn't get too charred, he thought. Suddenly, his instincts begged him to put up a shield. Just under a second after he deployed a magical barrier, a missile impacted it, producing ripples throughout the translucent yellow shield as it flickered. Nosgarath felt himself pushed back and groaned as he tried to determine the source of the attack. It couldn't have been the white vessel, since his eyes were on it the whole time. The attack must have originated from somewhere out in the ocean, out of sight. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted yet another one of the light arrows closing in on him. Drawing from his mana reserves, he flew back down toward the forest. He weaved through the trees at speeds unimaginable for a humanoid and narrowly dodged the explosive weapon as it impacted a tree. Wooden splinters showered his magical barrier, creating a yellow light show. Hoping the humans couldn't track him through the forest, he hurried back toward his camp to get them moving. Sir, we've still got a lock. Should we engage? Hawthorne scratched his chin. He's leading us back to their camp. Hold off on that. Once he stops, send the coordinates to the rest of the fleet, and we'll commence a saturation bombardment with the lambs. Prioritize that object we saw earlier. I'm pretty sure that was the Demon Lord. The 7th Fleet coordinated with a new X-47C drone that traveled along the coastline, surveying the extent of the Demon Lord's new base. The UAV silently analyzed the forest below after trailing a group of orcs that was hauling back bags of fish. The new base was clearly constructed hastily, not intended for prolonged usage longer than a couple days. Although the base had no protection, it had concealment. Crushing the enemies before they are able to slink away into the forest is ideal, but Hawthorne didn't overthink the situation. After all, the forest didn't stretch forever. If the demons wanted to forage for food or attack the Topa Kingdom, they would need to venture out onto open ground, where they could easily be annihilated. With the targets designated and each missile assigned to a kill zone, the 7th Fleet moved to eradicate the demons. Dozens of cruise missiles soared into the air, followed by another set of dozens and another, filling the skies with glowing harbingers of doom. Like meteors, they fell from above and slammed down into the forest below, producing clouds of dust and debris so massive that the 7th Fleet couldn't even determine if their missiles were hitting their targets. Nosgarath once more felt his instincts screaming at him, warning him of danger. He activated a magical barrier for himself right as a light arrow crashed down into a group of goblins to his right. This detonation was followed by dozens more, killing off a significant portion of his army. Seeing more light arrows in the distance, he made the split-second decision to use up his magic gems to create a shield over his army. Analyzing the power of the human's explosive magic, he hoped that the magic gems would last long enough. Mounting himself on the Scarlet Dragon, he put his hands over the crates of crystals and and began chanting. A beam of light shot upward, then stretched downward, forming a dome over his army. Red and blue ogres, have the troops move closer together. This is it. We will charge toward their gate without stop. If the lower troops stop, they will die? As for us, we may not die outright, but it is our duty to ensure that as many troops as possible survive for the assault. Understood, master. We shall not fail you. The ogres said simultaneously as they headed to gather the troops along the outskirts and relay Noscaratha's orders. The dome shrunk gradually until the demon troops were essentially touching shoulders. Several stragglers who were too tired to keep up found themselves outside of the protective dome and suffered instant death at the hands of the American cruise missiles. Some of the more intelligent orcs headed the opposite direction, reasoning that the protective dome is the humans' primary target. Their reasoning turned out to be correct, and they fled into the woods unscathed, save for a few who didn't time the light arrow volleys correctly. Noscarath scoffed at the traitors, vowing to execute them once he was victorious, if he was victorious. The constant volleys of explosive magic hammered down on his morale harder than it did on the shields. Already, 2 crates of magic gems were exhausted. With only 4 crates remaining, it was unlikely that his entire army could make it to the gate, unless he sacrificed a portion of his troops and made the dome smaller. Seeing the value of his mission and also seeing his goblins as expendable, he shrunk the dome, leaving hundreds of goblins at the mercy of the unrelenting meteor shower. Just how many missiles can that goddamn thing take? What the hell are we fighting, aliens? Hawthorne exclaimed in shock as he watched the visual feed from the UAV. All available vessels, move in for shelling. The American ships, in an attempt to conserve their missiles, bombarded the shield with their cannons. Since many were familiar with science fiction, they were able to recognize that progress was indeed being made. The shield was flickering and becoming more transparent. With the constant shelling, however, Hawthorne speculated that there might not be enough ammunition to actually finish off the surviving demons. Thankfully, the solution was handed to him on a silver platter. An officer came up to the admiral. "Sir, we've received word from General Hammond. Their B-52s are rearmed and ready to deploy. Do it. Let's wipe these demons out for good." Noscarath grimaced as the shields were peppered by the American vessels. Only 2 crates remained, but he could see the gate over the next hill. Almost there. His troops let out a war cry, their morale boosted by the simple phrase. Weathering the storm, they made it to the open plains, with the Topan Gate sitting directly in front of them. Noscarath spared a glance at the crates of magic gems. They were now completely diminished. Unwilling to hold it up with his own mana reserves, he allowed the structure to dissipate. Dozens of shells impacted his ranks, a signal to his troops to begin the assault. They charged forward with goblins taking the lead, but the goblins were almost immediately wiped out by more scores of explosive light arrows. Noscarath scoffed. They had more. His disbelief and fear grew as a familiar sound penetrated his ears. No, he brought his gaze upon the skies beyond the gate, seeing dark specks in the distance, slowly growing larger. No. Thinking quickly, he summoned a dark phoenix and directed it to intercept the bombers. He watched in horror as his summoned beast disappeared due to the freezing temperatures at the higher altitude levels. No. He tried to think of another plan, but it was too late. The bombers had already reached their position and the hailstorm of dark objects had begun. The last thing Noscarath saw was a bomb with a message inscribed on it. Rip and tear, until it is done. Chapter 26. The Invasion of Alteris. November 7th, 1639. Lubrius, Kingdom of Alteris. With the threat of Parpaldian conquest looming over the horizon, tensions brewed as the wealthy Alterans prepared for war. Over the last few weeks, King Tara noticed an increase in the aggressiveness of Parpaldia's policies, which then culminated in the most outrageous demand he had ever seen. He contorted his face in disgust and anger as he read over the latest message from the Parpaldian ambassador. Somehow, the Parpaldians had figured out that he was selling magic gems in exchange for firearms. Displeased with this potential threat, they demanded that King Tara forfeit all purchased firearms. As punishment for engaging in such business, the Parpaldians wanted him to formally relinquish the independence of Alteris and submit to the Parpaldian Empire. Furthermore, they wanted his daughter as a slave. "What is this?" he exclaimed. rereading the document to ensure that he wasn't imagining things. To his dismay, the ridiculous demands were indeed written on the documents and signed by the Parpaldian ambassador. A wave of denial washed over him, leading him to exit his castle and confirm with the Parpaldian embassy. Eyes along the streets ogled at him and his entourage as he strutted past, ready to speak a piece of his mind. His citizens, noticing King Tara's upset demeanor, followed him. By the time he reached the Parpaldian embassy, he had amassed a large crowd, one large enough to scare the Parpaldians into thinking that an assault was taking place. The Parpaldian embassy guards drew their weapons and aimed it at the crowd. In response, Tara's royal guards aimed their new rifles at the Parpaldians, leading to a tense standoff. Not wanting to risk having his subjects fired upon, King Tara stepped forward. He took initiative and spoke to the guards, asking to be led inside for diplomatic purposes. "Very well, King of Alteris. You may proceed," one of the guards said without keeping his eyes off the royal guards. King Tara looked back, hoping the standoff wouldn't escalate as he ventured into the building. He pushed the heavy wooden doors open and took a breath as he walked toward the receptionist. "I'd like to see the ambassador," he said with an authoritative, demanding voice. The receptionist quivered in her seat, surprised by the sheer defiance and determination of this barbarian king. She nodded meekly and got up, leaving to go fetch the ambassador. Within a minute, she came back and softly asked him to follow her. "Lead the way," Tara said. As they walked toward the ambassador's office, more guards rushed past them, muskets in hand. King Tara frowned, feeling his heart palpitate at the thought of a gunfight breaking out. He steeled himself as they neared the ambassador's office, which the receptionist opened. He saw the ambassador inside with his legs resting on the only other chair in the room. The Parpaldian ambassador spoke rudely. "So, the king himself has arrived. Took you long enough." "Sir Ambassador," Tara began, "I wanted to confirm if this document is indeed the request of the Parpaldian government." He placed the papers in front of the ambassador. Relinquish independence. Surrender the princess as a slave," he muttered. "Looks like everything is in order." "What? Did you really think this was some sort of joke? You have a week to comply with this request." "A week? For such a ridiculous request? How does taking my daughter even benefit the Parpaldian Empire?" "It doesn't," the ambassador snickered. Then, with an evil grin, he continued, "It is punishment for purchasing firearms without our permission. And besides, I've been hoping to really feel her up, if you know what I mean." "You heaven's damned bastard." Tara's head throbbed with rage, and he instinctively thought of his new revolver. He fought desperately against the urge to shoot the arrogant Parpaldian then and there, realizing that his people would be in danger if he had gone through with his planned execution. He calmed himself down and left the room in silence. Despite the redness in his face, he ventured out and met the crowd. "Citizens of Lubrius, today we have suffered the greatest insult of our history. The Parpaldian Empire wishes to steal away not only our independence, but also Princess Lumius. Why? To satisfy a pathetic man's ego and lowly desires. We as Alterans shall never concede to such disgusting arrogance. They pride themselves on their civility, yet act like barbarians, so much so that they are threatening war over this. If war is what they wish for, they shall receive it." The crowd cheered for King Tara, who raised his hands to quiet his subjects. "In a week, they will begin deploying their armies. Although this match may seem overwhelmingly in favor of the superpower, the Parpaldian Empire, I truly believe that we shall prevail." He then turned around. "To the barbaric ambassador within this building and the Parpaldian staff here, you are hereby evicted. Return to your nation immediately, lest you see the barbarism you are all so afraid of." After an exhaustive day of gathering support and rallying his citizens, King Tara retired to his throne room, where someone was waiting for him. The man stepped out from the shadows of a pillar, startling King Tara. He reached for his revolver, but stopped when he realized that the royal guards weren't reacting. The man adjusted his tie and patted his suit down. "Goodness, Your Majesty. Do I really look that scary?" "I apologize, Mr. Davidson." Tara relaxed his arms and let go of the tension building within him. "It's been a rough day. I can see that, Your Majesty. So, can you guarantee our safety?" Davidson's sinister but polite attitude remained the same. "Of course," he said with a smile. "And my people? Oh, don't worry about them. We'll be declaring war on the Parpaldian Empire soon enough. Tara raised an eyebrow, thoroughly confused by this. But Mr. Davidson, I was under the impression that the United States does not want a conflict with the Parpaldian Empire. I thought you were going to send us military equipment. Davidson shook his head, chuckling. What gave you that idea? The shipment of rifles? Those are to buy time for reinforcements. Guerrilla warfare until Congress and the President find a good reason to go to war. Tara felt uncertain. Find a good reason? How long would that take? He asked with a frown. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. We know how to make reasons. We call it a false flag operation. I'm not sure if that translates into a lesion very well, but I'm sure you get the idea. Yes, Tara replied softly. I sincerely hope your help does indeed arrive. In due time, Your Majesty. In due time. Washington, D.C. Light rain patted the windows of the White House as President Lee scrolled through his tablet. The light taps soothed his mind, giving him a brief respite from the political turmoil surrounding the Kingdom of Alteris. He hoped he wasn't too greedy with his plans, especially considering the risk involved. Lee and many of his advisors saw the Parpaldian Empire as a threat to international stability in the Third Civilized Region. The Parpaldian Empire expanded aggressively and grew prosperous because of extortion, threats, and conquest. Because they couldn't sustain themselves without conquest, the Parpaldians would eventually become a problem for the United States, sooner or later. President Lee, working with the National Security Advisor's suggestion, decided to deal with the Parpaldian Empire sooner. By staging a false flag attack on American trade goods, Lee was hoping to avoid any civilian casualties. Warehouses with American products lined the docks of Lubrius, the most likely target of the Parpaldian Imperial Army. By sacrificing a few $1 million worth of goods, he could brand the Parpaldians as a danger to international shipping. Additionally, as a primitive country without any care for the lives of barbarians, he could easily paint an evil picture of them, thus garnering support from the American populace. Unfortunately, this plan hinged on the actions of the Parpaldians. If they were to take slaves, execute civilians, or otherwise cause a lot of collateral damage, then such content could be sent to the various American media outlets. However, this might take time that the Alterans may not have. To increase the Alterans' odds against an enemy as comparatively powerful as the Parpaldian Empire, Lee and Director Klein built up a covert force within Alteris, similar to how the United States funded freedom fighters in the Middle East. This force, mostly localized within the ranks of the Royal Guards and other prestigious Alteran combat units, would hold the line against encroaching Parpaldian forces. By employing unconventional, asymmetric warfare, the Alteran resistance would hopefully buy enough time for Lee to mobilize his supporters and officially declare war on the Parpaldian Empire. With the 7th Fleet in position off the coast of the Sios Kingdom, all he needed was the green light. If everything goes as planned, the Kingdom of Alteris would become the Japan of Alicia, where the 7th Fleet would be stationed. The Alteran Strait, separating the Parpaldian Empire from the Rhodinius continent, is an important geographic location. With the Kingdom of Alteris under American control, the United States could have a forward base and easy access to the other continents beyond. Additionally, the grateful Alterans could reap the benefits from American industrial machinery, particularly when applied in their magic gem mines. Although his war goals were clearly imperialistic in nature, Lee saw no better alternative to keep the Parpaldians in check. Realistically, an American victory would be a win-win for the United States and the various barbarian nations that have been subjugated by the Parpaldian Empire. Ripping apart another nation's sphere of influence and replacing it with one's own is an awful thing to do, but Lee pushed aside such concerns. Justifiably, a nation as heinous as the Parpaldian Empire certainly deserved no such influence. Undeniably, any deals with the United States would be much more profitable and fair than deals with the Parpaldian Empire. Confident in the benevolence of his goals, Lee allowed his doubts to dissipate and then returned his focus to the fleet of ships moving under heavy cloud cover. Over 300 ships moved in tandem, sailing proudly. Of this fleet, over 2/3 were ships of the line, whereas the rest were supply ships and transports. Curiously enough, Les spotted a dozen flat-topped vessels. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as carriers, wyvern carriers. Lee whispered to himself as he watched the feed. Just need a little bit more time. Lubrius, Kingdom of Alteris. Lumious. Tara held his daughter's cheeks as he looked into her watery eyes. His voice almost cracked as he bid goodbye to his family. Make sure you remain hidden in the embassy. Do not go outside under any circumstance. The Americans will provide updates. Lumious allowed her tears to flow as she cried out. But father, why can't you stay with us? Tara's heart sank. I'm sorry, dear, but I must remain in the castle to coordinate our defense. Here, he offered Lumious a black device with a long antenna. The Americans say this magical device is like a manicom and will allow us to keep in touch by using these buttons over here. After King Tara demonstrated how to use the handheld radio, he hugged his daughter and wife, giving them kisses on the cheek and forehead before leaving. As he walked out of the lobby, he was escorted by Davidson. We'll keep them safe, Your Majesty, and we'll do our best to keep you safe so you can see them again. King Tara sighed. I have heard the stories of the Americans and your accomplishments in Rodinius. I've also heard of your fight with the pirate fleet, which seemed to be as well equipped as the Parpaldian navy, curiously enough. Whatever rumors you've heard, they're likely true. We've yet to suffer a single casualty, and it'll remain that way for a while. King Tara shot a doubtful look. Believe me or not, Your Majesty, but you know how much range our weapons have. Can't take any casualties if the enemy can't even reach us, which is why we're teaching your men guerrilla warfare. The Parpaldians have a distinct advantage over your standard army. You remember the descriptions of their muskets? Tara nodded. I do. Their troops are likely trained in linear or rectangular formations. It is imperative that your men force close quarters combat with the Parpaldians and use the terrain to their advantage. Engaging the enemy in an open field is a relic of the past, especially with weapons that can mow down charging men before they even get within bow range. I see. Tara shivered at the thought of his infantry annihilated by Parpaldian muskets, similar to the videos of musket warfare shown by the Americans. Still, is it really necessary to use magic gems in the way you described? Your civilization has almost no prominent explosive material, so we have to make do. Davidson gave a reassuring smile that didn't match with the sinister look in his eyes. You won't be having such concerns when you see a block of Parpaldians blown to hell, or a land dragon ripped apart. King Tara nodded, slightly terrified by the Americans. Thank you, Mr. Davidson. Will you be assisting me in the castle? He shook his head. I wish I could, but protocol says that we can't get caught in the crossfire. We can feed you information through the walkie-talkie, but unless we get the official go-ahead from the higher-ups, you are on your own. Your royal guards seem very competent, so I think they'll remember their training well. I understand. I hope your people make a decision quickly, he said. I hope so too, Davidson replied. Oh, and don't forget to toss that device if the Parpaldians make it to the castle. 1. We don't want them seeing the tech and recognizing our involvement. 2. It sometimes crackles and can give away your position. I appreciate the advice, Mr. Davidson. Davidson waved goodbye. Good luck, Your Majesty. Chapter 27. The Invasion of Alteris, 2. Washington, D.C. President Lee and his advisors, along with military attaches, analyzed real-time satellite data as they tracked the Parpaldian fleet. Hundreds of miles to the west, the Alteran fleet deployed from their home port, establishing a defensive perimeter along their shores. President Lee sat in silence, listening to his subordinates' discussions when something caught his attention. Someone mentioned a submarine, the USS Texas. President Lee held up his right hand, causing the room to go quiet. Where's the Texas now? A naval officer replied. Sir, the USS Texas is en route to intercept, ETA 16 hours. President Lee saw an opportunity. Good. The Parpaldians don't have sonar or anything, I assume. No magic wizardry that can help them detect our subs either, Dr. Holden. A man in a lab coat nodded his head, a tag identifying him as the Director of Magical Research. That's correct, Mr. President, he said as he adjusted his glasses. Excellent. He crossed his arms. Let's help out the Alterans and take out those wyvern carriers. A foreign affairs official protested. But sir, would it be wise to demonstrate our capabilities this early? President Lee raised his eyebrows slightly, preparing a reply. However, the Secretary of the Navy got there first, elaborating for him. No, I think the President has a sound idea here. Rumors and tall tales are rampant in this part of the world, and so are sea monsters. Torpedoes slamming into those carriers certainly won't look like a sea monster attack, but what else could these primitives attribute the destruction to? Nods of agreement affirmed the reasonability of this strategy. Well, all right then. Stephen, let me know if there are any updates. I've got to get started on some speeches and denouncements against the Parpaldian Empire. Lubrius, Kingdom of Alteris. King Tara listened to the American Manicom with his military's leaders. They collectively felt the stinging blade of anxiety on their necks as the Parpaldian fleet approached. The device crackled to life as another update came through. Current trajectory is the Alteran capital city of Lubrius. Projected time of arrival is 24 hours. Cloud cover is beginning to clear. Estimated ship count is at 324. 211 ships of the line, 12 Wyvern carriers, 101 transports, and supply ships. Hearing that number was like an arrow through the heart. Despite Alteris' immense wealth, they still could not match up to the might of the Parpaldian Empire. As the Americans had warned, they will likely be crushed in the open sea, which is why ambushes and unconventional tactics were recommended. Wooden spikes and other obstacles were placed throughout the most probable landing zones. Mines and pitfall traps reminiscent of Vietnam-era contraptions were placed randomly in the forest separating Lubrius from the northern beaches. The angered Alterans cared not about playing dirty. They only cared about vengeance against the humiliation and oppression that they suffered under Parpaldian rule. Although the Alterans were well versed in the concept of honor, they eagerly threw it aside for a chance at punishing their arrogant overlords. They enthusiastically invested a significant portion of their magic gems to decimate the invading army, realizing that if the Parpaldians succeeded, they would lose everything and not just gems. Meanwhile, the navy stayed close to the shoreline, hoping to fight the Parpaldian fleet with Wyvern support from the mainland. Thanks to King Tara's paranoia about a Parpaldian invasion and the information provided by the Americans, most of the Alteran military's wyverns and mages were ready to defend the capital. Ground-based ballistae overlooked several cliffs, armed with enchanted bolts infused with the fiery power of red magic gems. King Tara surveyed his city, seeing the dramatic increase in activity as workers established defenses and carried supplies. Without turning away from the window, he spoke. "General Telsa, are all the wyverns here yet?" General Telsa saluted behind him. "Your Highness, we have 180 wyverns accounted for. 5 more squadrons are en route, which should give us a total of 240 wyverns by evening. Have them ready to deploy by tomorrow morning. Give them good meals and a good night's rest. The upcoming battle will determine the very fate of this kingdom." Strait of Alteris, Northern Sea. The setting sun slowly shrunk below the horizon, bathing the clouds above in an orange glow. General Seius smiled at the sight. "Tomorrow, we will be seeing this same beautiful scenery. There will be only one difference. The golden glow will be not from the sun, but rather from the fires of Lubrius." His officers cheered in agreement, relishing the fact that they would be able to plunder the dying kingdom without consequence. Their cheers were drowned out by the sound of a large explosion to their immediate left. Sailors working on the decks were impaled and scorched by debris from the destroyed wyvern carrier that was sailing next to them. Some were lucky enough to duck down and avoid the shrapnel, but the rest were skewered by pieces of wood and anti-magic plating. Before General Seius could react, another wyvern carrier spontaneously exploded to their right, followed by several more. "What madness is this?" he bellowed, shielding his eyes from the blinding fireballs. Within seconds, he and the rest of his fleet witnessed the destruction of 8 of their prized wyvern carriers, leaving only 2 left. His mind, unable to process the sheer destruction before him, wondered if this was a god's doing. Had he somehow angered one of the ocean deities? His mouth hung open as he watched the smoke rise from the burning ships. He snapped out of his shock and issued orders. "All surviving wyvern carriers, deploy your wyvern lords now. All vessels, disperse and maintain course for Lubrius." The night sky was lit up by a dimming orange glow as the fleet abandoned the sinking, burning vessels. Most of the carriers were destroyed so thoroughly that General Seius deemed it an unnecessary risk to search for survivors. No one wanted to remain in these treacherous waters, and no one thought that there were any sailors left to save. They continued on in dreadful silence, wondering if another such attack would occur. Minutes passed, then hours, but nothing ever happened. Despite a growing sense of security, many of the Parpaldians still felt tense, as if death could strike at any moment. While the sailors kept a lookout for anything suspicious, Seus pondered the nature of the attack itself. Who could have done this, and why? Could it possibly have been a sea monster? The explosions that occurred on the carriers, which don't carry any significant amount of flammable or otherwise explosive material, were too artificial. A sea monster couldn't have cast explosion magic like that. The blast threw large columns of water into the air, so the explosion must have happened somewhere close to the water line, perhaps even below. The only nations he knew were capable of using explosive weaponry in such a manner were Mu and the United States, but both countries generally attacked via cannons. In the case of the United States, Seus did hear about the explosive light arrows, but these struck from the skies, not below the seas. After ruling out all other options, he was left with one: sabotage. Someone, likely the Alterans, must have planted bombs on the Wyvern carriers, then detonated them in a coordinated attack. Fearing the presence of more of these hypothetical saboteurs, he informed his officers of the situation. With the issue of spies now under investigation, Seus returned to strategizing. The destruction of 8 carriers meant that they were left with only 80 Wyvern lords, split between 4 carriers. This force of 80 Wyvern lords could easily take on a force twice, even 3 times its size. However, the casualties experienced from such an engagement would hinder Parpaldian aerial capabilities, so much so that air support would be almost impossible save for the largest of operations. Thankfully, he still had the option of naval bombardment. Although the landing zone was far away from the capital itself, he could take Brias Port and assign the fleet to provide support once the main army reached the capital. Looking up at the starry night sky, he closed his eyes, releasing the pent-up anxiety and tension from the mysterious attack. Realizing that he should get some rest before the invasion, he went to his quarters and collapsed onto his bed. Eventually, the fear of an attack subsided. If there was another attack, there would be nothing he could do about it. The next morning, he awoke to the sound of seagulls in the air and sailors bustling about, preparing their gear and equipment. Emerging from his quarters, he immediately dived into his work and issued orders. Satisfied with the fleet's formation and battle readiness, he checked the magic detector for signs of Alteran deployment. "You there?" He pointed at a magician operating the detector. "Have the Alterans sent out their wyverns yet?" "No, sir. Their wyverns are still yet to be seen." Curious, Seus thought. "And their ships?" "Their ships are maintaining a defensive formation, hugging the coastline. I see no more than 100 vessels." Seus smiled. "Easy targets for our cannons. All vessels, maintain arrowhead formation. The defending ships will attempt to flank us. Carriers, deploy the Wyvern Lords and have them target the group of ships along the designated landing zone." Soon after the Wyvern Lords were sent out, the magic detector displayed hostile contacts emerging from within the city. "Sir," the magician said, "I see at least 200 contacts on the detector, coming from Brias." Although the Alterans had quantity, the Parpaldians had quality. However, the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Alterans represented a significant threat to the Parpaldian Wyvern Lords. Seus wanted to eliminate the enemy Wyverns as effectively as possible. "Split our forces in half. 2 squads will attack the defending fleet, while the other 2 will pinch the Alteran Wyverns." His orders were carried out. 2 groups of Wyvern Lords maintained their trajectory, while the other 2 groups ascended, hiding in the clouds and waiting for their chance to swoop down. Alteran Royal Navy. Admiral Bordeaux stared at the modified ballista bolts with curiosity and slight doubt. "Are you sure this will work?" he asked a bearded magician next to him. The magician replied with a hoarse voice. Yes. I've tested it numerous times myself. These Americans are truly intelligent in devising this modification." Bordeaux tapped the bolt. "What modification is this again?" The magician's eyes glimmered, eager to lecture. I'm glad you asked. Our standard application of magic gems in warfare primarily involves wind magic, particularly tears of the wind god applied to ballista bolts. By simply adjusting the design of the bolt's fletchings, we can make them more efficient and increase their range. We can also use tears for compressed air, which can help propel our bolts even further. These modifications were very easy to make, So all of our bolts are capable of hitting targets 3 kilometers away, about the same as Parpaldian cannons. Our bolts, however, have more accuracy than their cannonballs. Now Bordeaux was interested. He was fascinated by how such small micro-adjustments could drastically improve the firepower of his navy. And the bolt, why does the tip look different? The magician smiled. It is our secret weapon against the Parpaldians. Admiral, what are these bolts usually made of? Bordeaux scratched his head, uncertain where the magician was going with this. Well, the bolts are usually made of solid iron. Sometimes they're made of steel, or even enchanted if the budget allows for it. Due to the budget increase, we've been able to deploy a new line of bolts. These are made of steel, but are also hollow. Hollow? Yes. Inside, there is a compartment filled with volatile magic gems. By activating the red magic gems inside before the weapon is fired, we can time the bolt to explode when it reaches a target. The heat builds up until a few seconds have passed, then it explodes, sending steel shrapnel in all directions. Without a weapon like this, I doubt we would be able to penetrate the heavy anti-magic plating of the Parpaldian Empire. Bordeaux looked at the ballista with wonder. And this is knowledge given to us by the Americans. Indeed, I myself am quite surprised at the simplicity of this improvement. We could have thought of it ourselves. I'm also surprised that they still claim to be a magicless nation. But then again, they did reiterate that this design was derived from scientific principles. Huh, Bordeaux nodded in agreement. Well then, thank you for your time, magician. I'll revise my defensive plan accordingly. He chuckled a bit, feeling grateful for the new upgrades. This is truly a blessing. Now I don't have to worry about closing the gap between our ships and the Parpaldians. Unfortunately, the magician said, they have been unable to upgrade the speed of our ships, so we will eventually come under fire from the Parpaldian fleet. I understand. Here, relay this message to all mages on our fleets. I want as many mages as possible to evacuate. If we are to prevail against the Parpaldian Empire, we need to maintain our magical prowess. But Admiral, what about you? We will be lacking in talented officers. Admiral Bordeaux waved his concern away. Worry not. Talented officers will rise to prominence, forged by combat. There shall be plenty more like myself and those under my command. The magician nodded. Very well then. May victory be blessed upon you. The chances of victory are slim. I would rather be blessed with the most Parpaldian kills, Bordeaux said with a grin. The magician chuckled. Then may you be blessed with the most Parpaldian kills. Chapter 28. The Invasion of Alteris, 3. Panuri Squadron, 15 miles southwest of Lubrius. Wind rushed through Knight Captain Schalz's helmet as his steed darted through the skies at full speed. As one of the Parpaldian Empire's best combatants, he was one of the select few who could handle the incredible speeds that Wyvern lords were capable of. Boasting attributes greater than those of standard Wyverns, these beasts exhibited such advantages that Wyverns couldn't hope to beat them one-on-one. The Alterans realized this and thinned the Parpaldian aerial forces, hoping to even the playing field. 80 Wyvern lords faced off against a force 3 times their size. Sir, we've lost track of 2 groups of Wyverns, amounting to 80 contacts each, one of his subordinates reported. Schalzes looked up into the dense layer of clouds above, likely attempting the exact same strategy that our own units are. Have Venturus Squadron take position above us. Defensive Formation Overseer 1. Your orders have been transmitted, Knight Captain. Good, he said as he adjusted his helmet's manacom. I truly don't want to make it seem as if we're saving the glory of battle for ourselves, but this is a precaution we must take. Knight Captain Gandis won't be happy with having to take the initial strikes. His unit will receive significant casualties. Such is the nature of war, Schalzes said, eyeing the Alteran ships with bloodthirsty eyes. Such shame that war is in our nature. Alteran Royal Navy. Bordeaux watched as ballistae were angled upward as the Parpaldian Wyvern lords approached. Trying to hit even a standard Wyvern with such a weapon was unthinkable. However, new advancements in magical technology, ushered in by American assistance, gave birth to new tactics. Since the new bolts were equipped with magical fuses, an accurately timed volley could devastate the tightly grouped Wyvern lords above. Although the ballista operators were adequately trained by the wealthy Alterans, they lacked technology to help with their aim. Without any fire control systems, They had to rely on their personal skill and wit. They carefully adjusted the angles of the ballistae to compensate for the movement of the wyvern lords above, who were yet to take any evasive action. Slowly and with bated breath, they prepared to fire. Fire! Admiral Bordeaux commanded. The air snapped as dozens of bolts were unleashed into the sky, most of them converging onto the wyvern lords. A few seconds passed, then the tactic's viability was demonstrated. Deadly fireworks erupted below the wyvern lords, like a shotgun blast. Shrapnel tore through the tightly packed force, impacting them with numbers that could be compared to raindrops during a heavy storm. Admiral Bordeaux and his men watched wide-eyed as over half of the enemy wyvern lords fell out of the sky and into the ocean. From the initial force of 20, 12 were eliminated and the rest suffered injuries of varying degree. After a short bout of shock and elation from the unexpected success, Bordeaux directed his men back to work. Ready the next volley. Penuri's squadron. Chalces watched the Alteran formation closely, feeling like something was off. He realized that the fleet had no wyverns guarding it, which was peculiar. As he was deep in thought, desperately trying to analyze their confusing tactics, balls of fire erupted below his squadron's formation. The deafening blasts were followed by the screams of dying wyvern lords and their knights. A few unlucky men happened to emerge unscathed, but were thrown off their mounts and fell. What the fuck just happened? Chalces sent his mount upward, conducting erratic movements as the rest of his squadron followed suit. Sir, a subordinate responded. Their ships launched anti-air magic bolts. Shower was shocked. From their ballistae, he turned around, incredulousness visible even with his helmet on. Yes, sir. I'm sure of it. Their bolts exploded just before they reached us. Chalces sighed. So it seems that the Alterans have developed some new tricks. Relay this information back to the fleet. As for us, we shall coordinate with Ventura's squadron and strike at the Alteran ships. Spread out and attack from a vertical angle. But sir, what about the ambushing wyverns? We will have to hope our allies deal with them swiftly. At Chalces' command, Ventura's squadron swooped down from the sea of clouds, joining the survivors of Penuri's squadron in their assault. The wyvern lords distanced themselves from each other, taking the necessary precautions against the explosive Alteran weaponry. Once they were in position almost directly above the Alteran fleet, the order to attack was given. Over 30 wyvern lords dove simultaneously, accelerating to immense speeds while preparing their fireballs. With his unparalleled, hawk-like vision, Chalces observed the men moving along the decks of the Alteran ships. They hastily worked on their ballistae before slowing down several seconds later. Their movements became more methodical and calculating. Chalces waited 3 seconds, assuming that the speed of their calculations was akin to those of cannon operators. His assumption was correct. As expected, several glints flashed across the Alteran ships, signifying the release of their volley. He broke off from his dive and continued straight, hoping to find a new angle for re-entry. As he pulled his steed up and to the left to avoid incoming fire, he warned his squadmates. Evade! Evade! The more skilled wyvern knights within their ranks reacted almost immediately. Before even completing the word evade, many of the knights initiated evasive maneuvers. Others, however, were not so adept with awareness. Those who reacted too slowly, along with some who commanded injured wyvern lords, were shredded by the rainstorm of metal fragments. Sparing no more than a second to grieve for their fallen comrades, the remaining Parpaldian knights regrouped to continue their attack. Chalces sensed blood in the water as he noticed that some of the Alterans were beginning to abandon their posts and instead pick up bows. Looks like they don't have enough time to reload another volley, he deduced. Boldly, he led the charge, gaining speed as he neared the effective range of his wyvern lord's fireball. Sharp cracks emanated throughout the small cove as 30 fireballs found their targets, impacting the hulls of the wooden vessels and lighting them ablaze. Just seconds after the Parpaldian forces completed their attack run, several secondary explosions rang out aboard some of the damaged Alteran vessels. A few lucky fireballs managed to hit supply caches of bolts and magic gems, which promptly exploded and caused a chain reaction. 5 Alteran ships detonated with incredible explosive power that put the Parpaldians' capabilities to shame. Entire ships were reduced to ash by their fragile magical cargoes, while others were rendered inoperable by flying debris. While his men circled around for another strike, a transmission from General Seius came through. The other two squadrons had finally discovered the two respective groups of Alteran wyverns that had split up earlier. Already, casualties were mounting due to the sheer numerical advantage exercised by the Alterans. However, the report did not account for the missing 80 wyverns that they anticipated were defending the enemy fleet. Where had they gone? Shalsa's gut churned as he realized the Alteran strategy. They hid their wyverns while their ships launched an attack on his forces in order to prevent friendly fire. Now that the Parpaldians were within melee range and injured, they were vulnerable to being surrounded and completely wiped out. Shalsas instinctively looked up, catching a glimpse of wyverns pouring down, angling themselves to intercept, break off and engage the enemy flyers. Take this fight to the clouds, so we can take advantage of our wyvern lords and outmaneuver them. They ascended to meet the enemy, both sides charging at each other with unwavering tenacity. The wyvern lords, bred for power, outranged the Alteran wyverns and fired first. Nearly a fourth of the Alteran force was wiped out by the accurate Parpaldian volleys. The survivors did not falter. They maintained course and relentlessly pursued their superior Parpaldian counterparts. With 3 wyverns assigned to each wyvern lord, the lesser-skilled Parpaldian riders had great difficulty shaking off their pursuers. Volley after volley chased after the Parpaldians. Although the Alterans were disadvantaged in terms of quality, the sheer amount of firepower brought down upon the Parpaldians resulted in nearly a dozen direct hits. Knight Captain Gandus has been hit. Someone from Ventura's squadron called out. Shalsas glanced over his shoulder and saw a wyvern lord tumbling out of the sky, spiraling down as it desperately attempted to maintain altitude. Knight Captain Gandus seemed to be alive, moving in an attempt to save himself. Damn it, Shalsas grumbled. It wasn't long before the wyvern lords were able to outpace the Alterans, beating them to the clouds. Now obscured by the fog of war, Shalsas ordered his men to engage the core of the Alteran formation, hoping to disrupt their chain of command and send them into chaos. The chasing Alterans were caught off guard by the sudden counterattack from the Parpaldians, who exacted twofold revenge for the dozen fallen wyvern lords. Shalsas led his men back into the clouds, where they found themselves in a brutal melee with the valiant defenders. Despite the massive casualties his unit suffered, he couldn't help but feel impressed by the ingenuity and determination of the Alterans. He even felt respect for them, something that could have prevented the gross underestimation of their capabilities. Shalsas behind. Shalsas turned his mount to the left, narrowly avoiding a fireball. Close call, he said, ignoring the scorching heat from the passing projectile. The wyvern that had shot at him was subsequently taken down by one of his comrades. Undeterred by his short embrace with death, Shalsas dove back into combat. The frenzied battle lasted for nearly half an hour, with reports of similar situations from the other squadrons filtering in. Bloodied, but victorious, the survivors of the Parpaldian wyvern lord squadrons returned to their carriers. Shalsas counted the number of returning wyvern lords with a grim expression. From an initial force of 80, the 4 squadrons returned with massive casualties, averaging 50% losses. Such a devastating loss was heretofore unheard of, and if the other carriers hadn't been lost, the casualties likely would have been in the low single digits. Having had enough of these thoughts, he turned around, accepting the well-earned rest that General Seius bestowed upon the returning wyvern knights. Alteran Royal Navy. They've broken off their attack run to engage our wyverns, Bordeaux muttered as he watched the 2 approaching forces. They clashed, sending fireballs into sporadic directions. All vessels, this is our chance to take on the Parpaldian fleet. Advance toward the enemy in standard line formation. Keep your distance and have emergency systems in place. We don't want any more collateral damage from the explosives. 40 Alteran ships of the line surged forward, sails unfurled, and oars deployed as they charged to meet the enemy in glorious battle. Unlike the matchup between their aerial units, the Alteran Navy found themselves hopelessly outmatched. Not only were the Parpaldian warships more numerous, they were also of far higher quality, boasting cannons with double the range and armor with double the effectiveness. The Parpaldian fleet even fielded a few man-o-wars, immense ships of the line with over 100 cannons. If he had seen this matchup a week ago, he would have predicted complete annihilation for the Alteran fleet. However, seeing the new ballista in action gave him confidence. Not for a victory, but confidence that the Alteran Navy could actually pose a threat to the once invincible Parpaldians. As fireballs detonated overhead, the two fleets converged. Two lines stared each other down until one side got close enough to fire. Admiral Bordeaux immediately gave the order to stop and present broadsides once his fleet reached effective range. The Parpaldian ships continued forth undeterred and without conducting any evasive maneuvers, thus presenting themselves as easy targets. Bordeaux smirked, his eyes glinting with vengeance as he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Fire!" Parpaldian Imperial Army. General Seius raised an eyebrow at the Alterans' strange movements. "Why are they presenting broadsides?" he asked aloud. "They can't possibly have cannons with that much range," an officer said. "Could they?" Seius rubbed his chin. "With the sheer amount of magic gems they have at their disposal, it wouldn't surprise me if they wasted large amounts of them on brute force weaponry. I've heard that they produce grossly expensive weapons such as bolts of the wind god. Perhaps we've underestimated the range of their bolts. Should we react?" "Maintain course, Commander. Our anti-magic plating should suffice." The commander nodded and relayed Seius' order. The Parpaldians arrogantly followed his will, thinking that Alterans posed little threat. Their arrogance soon proved to be their downfall as the bolts rained down upon Parpaldian ships, embedding themselves onto their hulls. "Humph," Seius crossed his arms. "Their bolts couldn't even penetrate." His words were cut off by the sound of dozens of simultaneous detonations across his fleet. Seius raised his arms up, shielding his eyes from the luminosity of the explosions. He staggered backward as the ship rocked from the force of the bolt, catching himself on a wall. "What the hell?" "Sir, we're now in range," an officer called out. Seius' shock quickly wore off, replaced with anger and frustration. A quick glance to his sides confirmed his fears. The explosions had already resulted in the sinking of several ships. The bolts must have managed to ignite their ammunition stores. Wasting little time in retaliation, he instantly responded, "Wipe them out. Those damned Alterans. Who the hell do they think they are?" An enormous wall of smoke suddenly appeared as thousands of cannons fired, letting loose like thunder during a tropical storm. Although not as accurate as the Alteran bolts, the cannonballs made up for this disadvantage with numbers. The area around the Alteran fleet was so saturated with firepower that it was improbable that a single ship could escape unscathed. Indeed, no ships were spared from Seius' wrath. Cannonballs tore through the line of Alteran ships, which quickly fell due to their lack of adequate armor. Like the unfortunate Parpaldian ships that had their ammunition stores set ablaze, many of the Alteran vessels went up in flames. They erupted spectacularly, bursting in shows of light as magic gems exploded within their ships. The beautiful carnage annihilated a majority of their fleet, leaving only 6 ships of the line still floating. Miraculously, these ships were spared from the devastating explosions that their comrades had succumbed to. Taking in water, these survivors decided to charge the Parpaldians. "Quickly," Seius said, realizing what they were planning on doing. "Destroy them. Don't let them get close." He then turned around, silencing his manacom. "Captain, begin pulling our vessel back." The captain of Seius' flagship nodded. Meanwhile, Seius walked forward, wishing to see the battle progress. The Alterans reloaded fairly quickly, firing another volley in an arc, which created somewhat of a smokescreen while showering nearby Parpaldian ships with metal shrapnel. Several Parpaldian ships fired in retaliation, but missed on account of poor visibility. Seius' heart began to race. Sweat dripped down his neck as he anxiously awaited the next volley from his fleet. To his relief, the next volley found success, sinking 5 enemy vessels. One surviving ship continued forth, boasting no new scars as if it alone had been blessed by the heavens. His eyes widened as he realized that his ships likely couldn't reload in time. "Captain, hurry." Seius ducked down behind a communications station just as a tremendous blast engulfed a dozen Parpaldian ships from the front of his fleet's formation. Seius looked up from his cover as a column of smoke rose upward, a testament to the determination of the Alteran defenders. "Those bastards," he clenched his fist. "I will ensure that they suffer for this transgression." Chapter 29, Blending In. November 8, 1639. 13 miles southwest of Librius. After defeating the Alteran Royal Navy and the Alteran Wyvern Corps, the Perpaldian fleet landed on an unnamed stretch of beach, close to the capital city of Lubrius. Landing craft shuttled back and forth from troop carriers, offloading men and supplies along the uninhabited and undeveloped strips of beach. Warships and Wyvern lords patrolled the perimeter, a precaution against any attempts to deny the construction of the Perpaldian base. Curiously enough, the Alterans never struck. The rising sun illuminated the newly established tents of the Perpaldian Imperial Army, bathing them in a soft golden glow. The calm sea breeze swept through their encampment, contrasting greatly with the ferociousness of yesterday's combat. From his flagship, General Seius observed the deployment of his troops, reviewing strategic plans as he did so. Behind him, his officers analyzed their current circumstances. The Wyvern lords haven't found any sign of the Alterans. One man asked, his outfit identifying him as a commander. No, a similarly clothed man replied. There is no enemy presence from here to the capital itself. Their army seems to have consolidated themselves around Lubrius and are preparing for combat. Troop count: 30,000 men, looks like. But our intelligence departments said 20,000. What's with this significant deviance? Knight Captain Schalzes budged in, describing the information gathered by his scouts. Lubrius has a garrison of 20,000. They seem to have been preparing for this war for quite some time now. Some of my men have spotted supply caravans traveling from other roads, from nearby cities. So then, one of the commanders began, these cities should be weakly defended. I propose an assault on these cities to starve out the Alterans before we lay siege to their capital. Another commander scoffed at the idea. Oh, bother. That would be a sound strategy if we actually needed to weaken the Alterans. Our forces are more than enough to claim their capital. Spreading them out would only leave them vulnerable to being picked off. With my strategy, we can reduce our total number of casualties. We can deploy our scouts to ensure that our units don't get surrounded. The debate heated up as the other commander discarded the proposal. What scouts? We have lost more than 80% of our Wyvern lords, most of them due to some unknown sea monster. Our cavalry units are too few in number to reliably protect our troops from ambush. Enough, General Seius commanded. Both of your plans have merit, but unfortunately, the Emperor demands immediate results. We will set out for their capital once all troops have disembarked from the fleet, he declared with fiery determination. Before noon, the Perpaldian Imperial Army was ready to move. General Seius allowed his men to have a quick lunch, after which they immediately began marching toward the forest that stood between them and Lubrius. The dense woods were a peculiar sight for the Alteran environment. Whereas most of the Alteran landscape resembled deserts and other dry biomes, this particular forest seemed tropical in nature. Tall trees, overgrown bushes, and somewhat thick flora obscured vision and hindered mobility. General Seius and his commanders had considered moving around the forest, but this effectively turned a 5-mile journey into a 30-mile detour. A deployment along the northern beaches was also considered, but cliffs along the coastline restricted any northern beachhead to a distance of at least 40 miles from Lubrius. Finally, they also considered a direct assault on Lubrius port, but ruled it out due to the risk of losing transports to heavy fighting. Almost instantly after Seius stepped foot into the forest, he felt regret. Regret derived from a mysterious fear that suddenly permeated the atmosphere. He frowned as he moved along, eyeing his surroundings for anything suspicious. Several screams suddenly struck his ears, making his heart palpitate due to anxiety. What the hell was that? General Seius spotted a crowd up ahead, gathered around something. He made his way forward, curious about the origin of the screams. Move! His men parted to make way for him. He approached the source of the screams, and his eyes widened in horror. A few of his soldiers dropped ropes into some sort of chasm, from which groans of agony emanated. He stepped closer and took a peek over the edge, finding 6 of his soldiers in some sort of pitfall trap, impaled by spikes. Make sure word gets out to all units. Keep on the lookout for traps and let the land dragons go first, he ordered. While his magicians were busy relaying the order into their manicoms, he heard several more screams from elsewhere within the forest. He cursed under his breath, frustrated by the Alterans' unconventional strategies. He estimated that the assault would likely be delayed until tomorrow, assuming they could make it out of the forest by evening. Begrudgingly, he retreated to the rear lines, grimly allowing his infantry to risk their lives figuring out the best path to safety. As he turned around to walk back, he heard dozens of gunshots pierce the air. Unlike the sound of Parpaldian muskets firing, these gunshots were higher pitched. The frequency of shots also gave the impression that the enemy consisted of a force larger than his own. He had 3,000 of Parpaldia's best infantry. How were they getting cut down so easily? Unable to identify the location of their assailants, the Parpaldian men hid behind the land dragons, firing randomly into the forest. Rounds impacted the land dragons, almost enraging them to the point of uncontrollable ferocity. Parpaldian tamers scrambled to get the beasts under control, fearing a firestorm in the forest. Seius took cover behind a thick tree as he issued new orders to his men. Using whatever cover they could find, they were to push forward. Due to the lack of experience in such combat situations, and due to the unpredictability and unconventionality of the enemy tactics, Seius didn't know what to do. He desperately hoped that his men could eventually find their assailants. Over there, a Parpaldian soldier called out, pointing to a clump of bushy vegetation. His comrades aimed their muskets at the direction he was pointing at. Finding nothing in the targeted area, they began aiming their muskets around at the general vicinity. With their aim no longer on the intended target, a camouflaged figure hastily got up and ran away. Musket fire trailed after the figure, but all shots missed. They're blending in with the trees. A soldier said before he was struck by a bullet, causing him to collapse in a pool of his own blood. Muzzle flashes lit up the shadowy layers of forest cover in the distance, which the Parpaldians quickly fired at. Seius continued moving forward, keeping to the center of his regiment's formation while his men engaged the enemy. Over time, the frequency of gunfire diminished due to the lower volume of men firing their weapons. Eventually, the gunfire ceased altogether. All land dragon units, secure the area. Establish a perimeter. 3rd Platoon, evacuate all wounded back to the fleet. Seius ran toward a Manicom operator. Send a message to the fleet. We are sending the wounded and need healers available once they arrive. The operator nodded and began contacting the Parpaldian fleet. While the land dragons created a defensive wall deeper into the forest, Seius organized his commanders to analyze the most recent battle and discuss potential measures against such attacks in the future. Commanders, how are your units? The commanders of each battalion responded, revealing that the Parpaldians had suffered a loss of 10% of their men. Over 300 of the Imperial Army's most elite infantrymen were killed or injured, with a few unlikely to survive unless they get to the fleet's healers in time. Many others were injured not physically, but in terms of morale. The enemy they fought was hard to see, and after scouring the nearby area for any bodies, they found nothing. A few patrolling units had managed to find metallic casings, which they deduced to be related to the projectiles fired by the unseen enemy. Bloodied helmets and clothing articles were also found, indicating that some Parpaldian shots did land. Do we have any information on the force that ambushed us? Seius asked. Sir, based on the helmet designs, I think they are affiliated with the Alteran Elite Guard, the unit that is assigned to King Tara himself. So he armed the Elite Guard with firearms, and not only that, but they were also given training. A commander rubbed his chin, gears clicking in his mind. I remember that we were warned about Alteran firearms in the briefing. They mentioned that the weapons were purchased from the United States. It might be safe to assume they also received training from these Americans. Of course, Seius grumbled. Unfortunately, we can do nothing about it. Perhaps the warehouses along the harbor still have American goods? If we can secure some of these new weapons, the Emperor would surely be pleased. That is a sound idea, sir. But how will we fight our way into their capital? If the Elite Guard keeps us bogged down in this forest, we may be swarmed by the time we engage their main army. A spark of genius struck Seius as he determined their macro strategy going forward. Then I should call for reinforcements. That settles it. Our new objective is to secure this forest and establish a base once we reach the end. We can then clear out a path for reinforcements to come through. Sir, how do we secure the forest? Seius pondered on this. The enemy employed hit-and-run strategies, which have proven to be effective in this forest environment. However, they lacked heavy weaponry, and thus could do no damage to the land dragons. I've seen such tactics before, but never practiced by a professional military force. Usually, bandits would strike like this, preparing ambushes and fleeing quickly, slinking into the shadows. We cannot underestimate the elite guard, however. They will not attack if they see the land dragons again. I doubt they have much ammunition to waste. He sighed as he realized what he had to do. Sir, with stoic determination, Seus revealed his cold strategy. We must sacrifice a few forward units and allow them to be ambushed in order to determine where the Altrans are hiding. It pains me to use our own men as bait, but it must be done if we are to rid ourselves of these pesky barbarians. Lying prone in a dense stack of leaves and hidden behind bushes, Captain Rial issued new orders to the elite guardsmen under his command. We shall fall back to tertiary position copper to regroup and restock. Check your ammunition and ensure that no rifles or bodies are left behind. Equipped with cloaks designed to blend in with the leafy green forest, several men rose up from the ground and hurried toward the direction of Lubrius. Rial reloaded his carbine, then got up and shouldered it. As he slinked through the trees, he wiped a patch of dirt off of his weapon, admiring the incredible functionality of it. He was surprised with the tactics he learned from the Americans and how effective they were at both confusing and whittling down the invading Parpaldians. He was also surprised with the sheer quality of the carbines. They fired faster than muskets, reloaded faster, and were more accurate. With this weapon in his and his comrades' hands, he felt confident in their ability to deter the arrogant aggressors. Sir, we've spotted a lone group of scouts. What should we do? A sinister smile formed on Rial's face. Let them pass, but have a man keep track of them. The Parpaldians will think this path is safe, and we can lure them into a trap. None of the scouts have found anything? Seus asked with mild shock. A commander responded, No, sir. They might have run out of ammunition from our previous engagement. That is a possibility, but judging by the size of those casings we found and the number of shots fired, there is also a possibility that they're still somewhere within the forest. Seus looked around suspiciously, scanning the trees ahead before sighing. All right, we shall begin moving out once more. We're already halfway through the forest. Make sure our men keep to cover and to keep aware of their surroundings. With the land dragons leading the way, the Parpaldian forces slowly marched forward, progressing through the forest. As the minutes passed, the weary Parpaldian troops grew more tense. Some became relieved, falling for the false hope that the Altarans had fled after expending their munitions. Others became anxious, in disbelief that they haven't been attacked already. Eventually, their fears materialized. The soft sounds of leaves being pressed under boots, land dragons breathing, and cloth swaying were suddenly interrupted by a staccato of gunfire. The front row of brightly colored Parpaldians were immediately gunned down. Diving behind cover, the survivors dragged their wounded allies to safety while the land dragons stepped forward to shield the infantry from the hail of bullets. All units, covering fire, Seus ordered. The Parpaldian infantry shot into the forest, aiming in the enemy's general direction. All units, fall back to cover. Tamers, release the land dragons. At his command, the land dragons were relieved from their orders of maintaining a defensive wall. Enraged by the small wounds and bruises they've obediently suffered through, they charged at the hidden enemies. Sir, a commander said, why are we doing this? Seus watched the beasts run out of sight as he explained. Most types of dragons and other reptiles are able to hunt for prey, even when said prey is invisible to the naked eye. I know not the reason for this ability, but consider the fact that our land dragons are selectively bred to have improved traits. Isn't it then likely that our land dragons also have improved hunting abilities? Well, the commander was speechless, impressed by Seus' brilliance. That does make sense. As if confirming Seus' theories, several screams echoed from the distance as Altaran soldiers were ripped apart by furious land dragons. A set of flames illuminated the sheltered forest, bringing about a sense of urgency. All right, Seus said. We need to move quickly while the Altarans are distracted. It won't be long before the fire spreads and traps us here. Captain, our weapons are almost useless against the dragons. Only shots against their eyes and mouth are effective, but even then they're hard to hit. Don't worry, Lieutenant. Rial reached for his manacom, and issued an order to retreat to the final defensive position. Keep moving. We have a few containers of gunpowder and volatile magic gems waiting for the dragons at Diamond. What about the bodies and rifles? Rial shook his head. There's not much we can do about that at this point. Quickly, let's go, he said, grabbing his rifle. As he sprinted to safety, he tried to ignore the horror around him. To his left, a small group of his men were huddled in a circle, surrounded by 4 land dragons. He looked away just as a merciless firestorm engulfed them. To his right, a man was torn into pieces, with a group of land dragons feasting on his limbs. These horrifying images of war were seared into his mind, almost causing him to lose his composure. Even as captain of the Alteran Elite Guard, Rial had never been exposed to such traumatic events. Before long, he arrived at the final defensive position, linking up with about 50 other survivors. After a quick head count, he returned his attention to the rumbling behind them. 32 land dragons charged toward them, unaware of the specter of death looming over them. Rial spoke to his men. Once I detonate this, we will retreat to the walls of Librias. Only then can we lament the dozens of brave souls we lost today. The battered Alterans grimly nodded and prepared to flee. Detonation in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Chapter 30. The Siege of Librias. Parpaldian Camp, 10 miles south of Librias. General Sius awoke with a start, finding himself in a tent. He groaned, feeling an aching pain all over his body. He looked around and saw bandages wrapped around him. What in the heavens? A young man stepped into the tent, hearing the commotion. General Sius, you're injured. Please don't exert yourself. Who? I'm Magician Vance. I'm one of the healers. Sius nodded, then rested his head on a pillow, relaxing his body. What happened? All he remembered was running to escape the forest fires, and then a brilliant flash of light before he lost consciousness. I apologize, I don't know much about what happened, only that some sort of explosion knocked out a lot of us. I'm with the reinforcements sent by the Emperor. Sius felt nervous. If too much time had passed, the Alterans could have developed a considerable defense that even his troops would have difficulty penetrating. If he was facing any other barbarian country, he might not have been so anxious, but the Alterans have proven to be a cunning foe. The reinforcements? Boy, how long has it been? Vance held up his hands awkwardly. Oh, don't worry. It's only been a couple of days. I see. Sius began to get up. Sir, Vance pleaded, you really should rest. Sius sighed. Have all officers above the rank of captain meet me here in 1 hour. My body may have been ravaged, but my mind is still in sound condition. I shall see to this at once, General. Vance bowed before taking his leave. An hour later, dozens of officers crowded around the entrance of the tent. General Sius sat up, using a map on a wooden table as reference while he explained his strategy. The walls of Librias are heavily defended by the same ballistae that we encountered at sea. Their range is slightly better than our cannons, but they are less numerous. Our objective for this siege will be to eliminate these ballistae so that we can deploy our Wyvern Lords for air support. To do this, we will set up horse-drawn artillery at intervals. The other officers nodded. We have 120 pieces. Some of them will inevitably be lost due to the enemy's superior range and accuracy. To reduce casualties, I have planned a night siege. Their wall will be clearly illuminated by torchlight during the night, so we may set up our positions under cover of darkness. The first magician platoon will apply flare spells onto their defensive positions, which will both illuminate and blind them, making it easier for us to lay fire onto them, while simultaneously making it harder for them to lay fire onto us. Nods of approval rippled throughout the crowd. Most of the officers were impressed by General Sius' brilliance and adaptability. Our scouts have determined the locations of dozens of ballista emplacements, which are marked on the map. The targets will be split evenly between our artillery companies. Only when these ballistae have been eliminated can we move up and take the city. Now, get to work. Washington, D.C. On a large, wall-mounted screen, thermal imagery depicted the movement of the Parpaldian army. Tracking the unsuspecting men from above, a UAV and its operator took note of the Parpaldian formations. President Lee analyzed the footage. Have we already informed King Tara? The Secretary of State, Gordon Hayden, responded, King Tara is currently being informed by our embassy staff, sir. President Lee's view switched from the tall blonde man to the screen, where he saw the Alteran ballistae being moved around the wall. Small figures ran up to curious positions along the wall, carrying staffs and brightly glowing boxes. Meanwhile, hundreds of figures within the wall were evacuating north, away from potential hotspots. "This should be interesting," Lee said. "What about their fleet?" "Their fleet is now making their way to the Lubrius port. The port itself is too far away from the walls to provide support, but they can stretch the Alteran defenders thin with a two-pronged assault," the Secretary of the Navy, Jacob, commented. "Okay, have the Texas and Hawaii on standby to provide immediate support once we declare war." "Jacob, what's the status of the 7th Fleet?" "Sir, the 7th Fleet is currently refueling and resupplying at Myhark Base. Destroyer Squadron 15 is fully stocked and ready to head out on your orders." "Good. Have them depart immediately for the Kingdom of Alteris. By the time they arrive, we will be at war with the Ravernal Empire." Lubrius. Captain Rial looked out from the wall, analyzing the Ravernal camp near the forest outskirts. He savored the cool evening breeze, only to be interrupted by a transmission from his manacom. "Attention all units. We have received word that the Ravernal artillery units are beginning to move out from their camp. They will arrive within half an hour." Captain Rial wondered how the Americans always had perfect battlefield intelligence. To confirm the transmission, he brought up his binoculars and scanned the distance. Certainly enough, glinting slightly under the silvery moonlight, hundreds of cannons made their way toward the wall. He noted the trajectory of the Ravernal companies and estimated the positions from which they are likely to conduct their siege. Returning to his manacom, he relayed this information to the magicians and ballistae operators. They seem to be traveling to sectors Copper 3 to 7, with a lot of spacing between them. "Looks like they're learning quickly." "Understood, sir." Numerous replies came through the manacom as the Alterans angled their weapons accordingly. For the next few minutes, Rial trailed one of the companies while making mental calculations regarding their speed and distance from the wall. As the enemy neared the range of the Alteran ballistae, he counted down. Just a bit more. Now that the Ravernal targets were within their weapons' effective range, he gave the order to launch flares. Alteran starlight spells were inspired by American flares, making use of light magic in order to illuminate a piece of land below. These spells were essentially glowing orbs of light that hovered above a specific location, although they burned out faster than flares. Due to the relative ease of the spell, however, they could be easily casted into great numbers. A small group of magicians channeled their energies to accomplish this feat, sending hundreds of low-flying orbs of light toward the Ravernal ranks. At the same time, cannon fire sounded off in the distance. The projectiles exploded high above the wall itself, dealing little damage to the defenses below. Instead, these projectiles served as the Ravernal version of flares, brightly shining upon the Alteran defenses. Because the Alterans had moved their ballistae to different positions, the Ravernal cannons wasted precious seconds to readjust their aim. "Fire," Captain Rial ordered. 40 ballista emplacements lit up as they launched their explosive bolts at the closest Ravernal cannons. With astonishing accuracy, 31 of these bolts landed directly or near their targets, rendering 31 Ravernal cannons inoperable. The ammunition near these destroyed pieces was also ignited, producing intense orange glows that contrasted heavily with the soft white light above. Due to the spacing between each piece, very little collateral damage ensued. However, the spacing also meant that deployment wasn't as rapid as possible, thus giving the Alterans more opportunity to reload and relocate. In retaliation, 60 of the surviving cannons fired, soon followed by the other 19 as they hurried into position. In an embarrassing display for the Ravernalians, little more than a quarter of the Alteran siege weapons were destroyed, with most shots missing their mark and instead impacting the wall or going over and landing on the vacant buildings behind. However, the Alterans had a significant advantage: rate of fire. Having reloaded and adjusted their aim, the Ravernal artillery crews managed to score more hits with the second volley, knocking out half of the surviving ballistae and bringing the total count down to 18. Explosions rocked the sturdy wall, sending pieces of stone and other debris toppling over the edge. Captain Rial, using his binoculars to provide targeting information, dropped his task immediately once he heard a soft yell next to him. He rushed over to the wall, where he saw a set of hands clinging on for dear life to crumbling pieces of stone. He grabbed the hands and pulled up a shaken female magician. "Thanks for saving me," she said meekly. Rial nodded. "Stay away from the edges next time," he said before returning to his post. The magician looked around and picked up her staff, but couldn't find her box of magic gems. Distressed, she paced around before deciding to walk to Rial. "Captain Rial," she muttered. "What is it, magician?" I've lost my magic gems. They must have fallen off the wall earlier." Rial sighed. "All right, save your mana for now. I'm about to give the order to retreat," he said after putting down his binoculars. "Retreat? Why would we? The Parpaldians have just destroyed all of our ballistae." He activated his manacom and gave a grim announcement. "All units, fall back to the lower levels. The Parpaldians have successfully destroyed all of our siege weapons, but at great cost. 40 ballistae and their valiant operators gave their lives to lay waste to more than 60 Parpaldian cannons and their crew. Without these key weapons, however, we must conserve our forces. I will provide an updated strategy from His Majesty once I reach our command center." He turned his attention back to the magician. "Okay, let's go. What's your name?" Looking up to Rial with a scared, almost childlike face, she responded. "Alina, sir." "Don't you worry, Alina. I'll get you back home in one piece." Parpaldian camp. "General, our artillery has dealt with the Altaran defenses." Siyu sat up in his bed, coughing as he forced himself up. "Good. Casualties?" The officer before him faltered, awkwardly pausing before resolving to complete the report. 64 cannons and 40 horses lost. We are still counting the casualties among the crew, but it is already over 100. General Siyu sighed. "Over half our artillery gone. How could this have possibly happened?" "Sir, the conditions of the battle favored the enemy. They had illumination magic of their own, preventing the darkness of the night from shrouding our troops. And so, the battle played out no differently than it would have during the day," Sius muttered. "Yes, sir. Switch out any injured crewmen and have the artillery companies continue to lay waste to their walls. Target the gates, but also ensure that we are able to create other entrances. We don't want to funnel our men into choke points. Speaking of which, where are the land dragons?" A bead of sweat grew on the officer's forehead. They are resting." "Resting?" Siyu sighed the man suspiciously, raising an eyebrow. "Is there something you're not telling me?" "Sir, 8 of the land dragons were killed by the very same explosion that put you in this bed. 4 others have moderate injuries, while another 4 have slight injuries." Siyu chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief, causing discomfort and nervousness for the officer. "Well then, I didn't expect the Altarans to be this desperate. The amount of magic gems needed to produce such a blast is already valued in the hundreds of thousands of pesos. The magic powder from that many gems would be enough to sustain our fleet's weapons for months." The officer simply nodded. "All right then. The land dragons who are not fit for combat, tend to their wounds. The 16 healthy specimens should be enough to lead the charge. Oh, and prepare a team of our finest soldiers. I want a company to secure the port after the fleet has finished eliminating their coastal defenses. If these Americans had sent them any more weapons, I'd like to capture them." Altaran Royal Castle, Lubrius. King Tara paced around his war room while his generals bickered, arguing about the deployment of their 30,000-strong army. Their incessant yammering was finally silenced by a crackling of static, indicating a new transmission from the Americans. Immediately, they all gathered around the small, handheld device. "Altaran High Command, this is Davidson. Are you receiving this transmission?" "Yes," King Tara answered. "This is King Tara speaking. Great to hear from you, Your Majesty. Do you still have those ballistas saved up?" "We do. We've deployed them in accordance with your recommended strategy." "Okay, good. Parpaldian Wyvern Lords are currently inbound to your position, likely to attack the castle. There are about 10 of them. Your remaining ballistae and wyverns should be able to handle them. I'll leave the details to your generals. We'll send in more updates once we receive them. Good luck, Your Majesty." So it seems that the Parpaldians have grown confident enough to deploy their Wyvern Lords once more. "General Hallman, I'll leave the defense of the castle to you. Everyone else, let us retreat to the lower levels. We still need to devise a solid plan of defense for when the Parpaldians eventually break through."